Real live shit. Real live shit. Real live shit. Real live shit.
Bronzebird here, you know what it is. Brownstone Powwow on this dope ass Sunday. Do you understand me? Just last week we had our 4th anniversary of the Brownstone Powwow. Shout outs to everybody that came through. It was a dope ass time, bro. You know what I'm saying? I really do appreciate those that really came through and just was like, yo, Bronzebird, we fuck with you, yo, the Brownstone Powwow, son. You know what I mean? It was good shit. So first off, what I'd like to do when I start off the Brownstone Powwow as usual, do you understand that? As usual, I like to say peace to people that's in my chat, Cynical One, LES, Mitchell, and Naomi. What's up with y'all? Grand risings, you feel what I'm saying? Grand evening, do you understand that? Tonight is going to be a good night. I never care. Like, I do care. Why am I fronting? I'd be like, who the fuck is going to come up on the panel? Where you at? It's only 7 minutes. No, seriously. Nah, man. I forgot what I was gonna start off with. Okay, I'm gonna get into that conversation. Oh shit. That's what's up. So happy early B-Day, Naomi. I wish I had a clip to say happy birthday to you, but maybe I might sing you a little lullaby song or something like that special. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday. That's not really my singing voice. I'm just being annoying. Anyway, let me live. Okay. Let me live. Nah, serious shit. I just want to give y'all a shout out for last week. You know what I mean? I really appreciate that. You know what I mean? Naomi, I really hope you have a dope ass birthday. You know what I'm saying? Even though, anytime you come up on a panel, I'm not saying tonight, but, maybe next powwow I have, maybe I could just congratulate you with sign. I have no idea. My birthday present, I'd probably wrench you up. How about that? We can settle on that I'll give you a wrench here at the Brownstone Powwow for being a supporter of the Brownstone Powwow and Bronzebird. Okay. So, shout outs to my peeps, right? So thank you for last week. Like I said, I really appreciate everybody who came through to the Brownstone Powwow 4th anniversary. Yeah, I got you, Naomi. I didn't forget about you. I got you. So I want to give a shout out to everybody for 4 years on YouTube. It'll be 5 years this year by November. But 4 years doing the Brownstone Powwow, you learn a lot of shit. You learn a lot of shit about what type of niche you're trying to do as a content creator. I don't really like to say competitors because I don't like competing against people when it comes to a live stream. I just think that shit is corny. I am me. You know what I'm saying? I'm special. I know exactly what type of content I love to do. You know what I'm saying? I don't give a shit about what, you know what I mean? You do that and I do this. You feel what I'm saying? So, that's it and that's all. You know what I mean? But real shit, I was just noticing for the last couple of days this week, I had to tune off into YouTube because I swear to you I was getting addicted. I was. And before I begin, anybody that wants to hit the link, I have the link pinned in case you guys want to come up on a powwow and talk to me, whatever. And let's just get this conversation going and flowing because there's going to be some dope ass shit to talk about. Smash shit to talk about. I was trying to look at the things that happened with the Trump tariff because I'm not understanding it. I know Canada is wilding the fuck out. And then it's something about China and then Russia and all this other stuff. Somebody was talking about how Russia was about to engage in war with the UK and France. So I'm curious about it because I'm what is going on? But hold off on that. Let me finish this thought. So the last couple of days I've been watching, right? And I don't even really say I'm in a beef. I just be trolling the fuck out of people. And I successfully did it again. A lot of people really be thinking I'm mad when I be trolling people. But I'm not mad. I'm just very disrespectful by nature. I like to tear people the fuck up verbally and give people verbal ass whoopings when they think they could talk to Bronzebird crazy. You feel what I'm saying? And then I wind up making them cry. Don't you get fuck with the champ? The champ is here. Boom, 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 boom. Champ is here. The champ is here. But nah, seriously, I think, at the end of the day, it's it's all fun and love, the art of war. It's all fun in war. If you say something, if you think you that tough to really be saying some bullshit to Bronzebird, I'ma check your ass. That's just a fact of life. You cannot go at people who are skilled wordsmiths, and know that, yo, my words can touch you. That's why I know that me alone, I'm a dangerous weapon. I'm dangerous because I know that I could touch you with some shit and I could really spark some shit that'll get you mad, son. Don't fuck with me. All right? Like, we not doing that. So, this is the thing. I don't know if I'm part of some group or some community or whatever and stuff like that. I don't want to say names. But I do peep that there is some type of divide that's going on because of who people are affiliating with. Right? And the thing about it is that finally sometime last week, some goofy motherfucker wanted to sit up there and was like for years talking about I'm a stalker and I'm all this and this, that, and third. And then they finally came through and had their teary-eyed confession about Bronzebird. Don't worry what I'm talking about. Sometimes I'm talking to myself, but talking to you. All right. But on the real, it's another group that I guess I'm involved with, in which I feel like I think that you have a dude that's a rat that spends his time talking shit about other people, but pull up on people's panels to talk shit and then advertise somebody else's panel that he does not pay the StreamYard for. That shit don't make no goddamn sense to me. And a lot of times I'm yelling at him, calling him a dick sucker, a brown noser, because I really feel like he is, and he's a clown, right? But at the same time, I'm not understanding, and I guess it's none of my business, but I feel like I'm gossiping but not gossiping, that at the same time going with this, that I'm not understanding what the block game is on people who notice that there's a lot of bullshit that's happening and in this YouTube streets about how a lot of people are paying for views and paying for all these different things, but got the nerve to talk shit about your sub count. And like they go so hard, they be like, you're a Bronzebird, you ain't got no audience, blah, 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 this, that, and the third. And that's not just me, it's others as well. And the thing about it is, I've always hated the idea of clout. I fucking hated it. I hated the idea of clout because it distracts exactly from what is it that I'm trying to do as a content creator, as someone who live streams, who takes this shit really seriously. As much as you might not see me post videos, or like I might be out for a couple of weeks or a couple of months or something like that, or I'll stop the Brownstone Powwow for like a couple of months and come back. I'd be like, that shit is on my mind. You know how much addictive it is to be a fucking content creator in my world? I can't stop. You know how many times I wanted to sit up there and say, fuck this shit, I'm out? I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it because I love it too much. And it's just too many stories and too many net lessons to be told on this platform. But I think it's just really cheesy how you have a clown that's riding out for another man who never asked him to do it. He just did it off his own volition. And then for some odd reason, this fat fuck goes ahead and talks about how Bronzebird, stop promoting your channel over here. Stop promoting your channel. I said, when do I ever promote my channel on here? I don't do that. Anybody who knows Bronze, I'm the most like level-headed individual you've ever met. I don't try to promote myself because I feel like you should find me. And I'm not saying in a cocky or arrogant way, but if you fuck with the vibes and you want to come to my channel and you want to come here and you want to hit the link to have a conversation with me, that's great. That's dandy. Because I love that you are paying attention to me and that I'm paying attention to you because you're paying attention to me. Let's flow the fuck out. Let's have a good time. Let's play games on this shit. Let's have a convo. Let's laugh. Let's be angry. Let's do all this shit on the Brownstone Powwow. And it's not that I'm upset. I just like to speak what's on my mind. So don't take this as Bronzebird being in his fifis and all this other stuff. That's not what it is. I'm just speaking my piece. All right, let me see. The guy who is riding his Ford clearly is okay with it. Otherwise... And that's the thing. I'm not going to spend my time getting upset about that because I understand at the end of the day, controversy sells, right? Even though we're talking about a platform where people are getting paid or not getting paid from live streaming, the person who's responsible is not the guy who's directly doing it, but the guy who's letting it happen, right? And so at the end of the day, it's like you pay attention to that shit and it's like, I'm not going to spend my time getting mad at the dude that's sitting up there watching it and he's a spectator and stuff like that. Motherfucker's playing the game. Because he has an understanding that, yo, this guy is going back and forth, and it seems like Bronzebird is getting in his fees because this guy is sitting up there getting at him. And I would invite that prick to come over to the Brownstone Powwow since he talks so much shit about my channel. Since he talks, he's, nobody watches your channel, Bronzebird, and this, that, and third. You do, though. You've been watching my channel. You fat piece of shit. You've been watching my channel for a minute. You a hater. And the reason why I know you a hater, you a sucker. Because I know your ass is probably paying attention right now. Sitting up there like, yeah, nobody watches your channel, Bronze. You ain't got no viewers. How the hell you know I had a channel, fam? And why did you ask me that question about 2 panels ago? No, not even. About a month ago, you was asking me. You was like, yo, Bronzebird, you got a podcast? You got a podcast, Bronzebird? And I'm like, I ain't got no fucking podcast, bro. Where the fuck you get the idea that I got a podcast? I do live streams, yes. The Brownstone Powwow is a live stream, my friend. There ain't no fucking podcast. The fuck are you talking about? Like, you're not gonna get me off my square when I know your ass is watching and you wanna contribute, bitch. Fucking hit the link if you got a problem. Cause I bet you if that guy isn't on tonight, you ain't got shit to do. You don't know what panel to go to. You don't know where to go to. And this is all friendly conversation. I'm not in my fee-fees. Just hear me out.
Now listen, that's called motherfucking bars, nigga. You know nothing about that.
Yeah, he's a fucking rat. You feel what I'm saying? He's a fucking rat. And the thing about it is, at the end of the day, when I call it out, everybody want to be like, oh, Bronzebird, only thing Bronzebird does is that he disrupts panels and he comes on there and he be yelling like a lady boy. And I be like, but bro, all of you motherfuckers be sitting up there distracted as fuck whenever the hell y'all want to. Y'all try to police these fucking panels and sit up there and talk about, well, we shouldn't be speaking like that and blah, blah, blah. And all of y'all do it. So I'm the one who's guilty because I like to be provocative, and I said from the very jump, I'm a troll. I admitted that I'm a fucking troll. Was peace to Amanda, peace to Truthzone. You know, and again, anytime you guys want to hit the link to, and it doesn't have to be a conversation on this, but I'm just saying, peace to Mrs. Queen Sunkissed. It's just like, yeah, I'm a troll. But I know that you like paying attention to me, you fat piece of shit. And then your clown ass little boyfriend sitting up there talking that shit about me and this, that, and the third. A lot of y'all can't mess with the God. Y'all can't do it like how I do it. That's why y'all asses don't got channels now. You understand that? Y'all ain't got no channels. Where fuck y'all channels at? Nowhere to be found. Exactly my point. Peace.
What the hell you up here talking about?
Christine, you know who I'm talking about.
Who the hell is Christine?
Christine's in the chat right now.
Oh, they say my name ain't no damn Christine.
Hey, Sunkissed, why you out here beefing with the dude that's calling?
Why am I out here doing what?
You out here beefing with people.
Beefing with who?
Who was that guy you put up last show?
I'm not beefing. I'm getting my goddamn lick back. Keep your hands to your motherfucking self. You won't have to worry about getting punched in your shit.
But what I'm saying is that's beef though. Why you trying to front like
that? Ain't beef.
That's beef.
That's not.
That's filet mignon. That's beef. What's beef? Beef is with. Okay, I don't know what's going. I can't hear you. Are you?
Yeah.
Okay, because you going in and out low key. Sunkissed.
Yeah.
Yeah, you going in and out a little bit.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah, you there?
This is really.
Yeah, you out here beefing.
Oh, you can hear me now?
Yeah, you out here beefing.
No, I'm not beefing with nobody.
But why did you have to do that savage shit the last Brownstone Powwow?
Because for 2.5 years, I have been minding my business while somebody stood up there and antagonized me.
So what was it this time? Was it the fact of the matter he said some shit about you now, or what was it?
No, it's the fact of the matter that now I know who you is, you funky ass bitch. And while you sitting up here fucking with people and people, let's everybody show who you is, and let's see what kind of critique they can come up about your funky ass.
Well, he made remarks about your looks.
I don't know what remarks he made. I know that man ain't never talked to me sensibly ever since I've encountered him.
But what I'm saying is because when you showed evidence of that, right? I was on the idea that you was he the reason why you decided to do that is because he was talking about your looks.
Well, I don't know what he says about me specifically because I don't watch his content. But I do know he decided that it was a good idea for him to come play on my website.
Oh, now
And
we
on
get
my
to the nitty
website,
gritty.
he sent me talking about something. I want to collab. Now he been sending people to all of my YouTube channels. This how crazy this is. Okay. I have never spoken to that man since the first time I encountered him, and it was some ignorant shit. And he ain't never spoke to me sensibly since. So I don't fool with him. I don't talk to him. I don't deal with him. Now, I don't talk to you. I don't watch your content. Yeah, you got clips of my content, and you know every channel I got on YouTube.
Oh
How is that
shit,
possible? How is that?
it's getting real out
So
here.
you showing up to my other channels or sending people to my other channels because you want me to collab with you. Why would I collab with you? See, this is the thing. The nigga so ignorant that he don't seem to understand that it's some black folks out here that got some self-respect. Bitch, and I'm not coming on your show for no motherfucking clout. The way you speak about black people and black women and the way that you spoken to me personally with no. The man said that he feels like he have the right to talk about me the way and speak to me the way that he's spoken to me simply because I exist.
What? That because you exist.
Because I exist.
Hold on. Hey, I was being nosy. I noticed this morning I peeked in. Money 420 was doing a live stream, and I noticed that Christine was at the beach. I hope you enjoyed it. And I saw that Miguel, as usual, went over to Dunkin' Donuts. I seen that. May, we're talking about one of those people you were speaking about on a stream you did. I'm not gonna name any names, but if that brother feel like pulling up, not that I'm instigating,
That motherfucker ain't gonna pull up because he done sat up here and talked all these lies for all these years while he sat behind that damn avatar and talked all of that shit. And now that the truth of who he is right there on the brink of being exposed, that bitch is trying to hide. He wouldn't dare come over here.
He came on he came on a powwow before.
He ain't coming over here now. And if he do, baby, I can't wait because I'm gonna drag that ass.
Drag that dude. Drag that nigga.
Of YouTube is gonna know who the fuck he is, what he is, and every motherfucking thing. Okay, we talking about somebody that like to lay up with prostitutes. Okay.
Oh, whoa.
Yeah.
Wait.
Yeah. That's what we talking about.
I wasn't prepped for that shit at all.
He want to sit up. Now he want to sit up here and talk about hashtags and all that shit. Nigga, what did you been laying in the bed with, and who house you been hopping around all your motherfucking life? Okay, God. Yeah, please show your ass up over here. Please.
Oh my God, yo.
By all means, please bring your ass to the powwow.
What the fuck? Ain't even 30 minutes. Yo, why am I getting hit with shit right now, B? You know, yeah, CIP just getting hit with tea. You know what I'm saying? What the fuck? You know what I mean? Like, with prostitutes? Yo, everybody has to get off.
Drug addicts, felons.
God,
I don't got none of that shit on my record. None of that. But you want to call me all kind of things but a child of God. But you lean up with stove bunnies, if you can call them that, with drug habits.
We ain't mad at the snow bunnies though. You feel what I'm saying?
No. I ain't saying I'm mad at snow bunnies, but you want to sit up here and act like white women is the creme de la creme over black women is the damn messaging that you put out here, but the white women, I ain't never had no record to look like the bitches you laying up with that's taking care of you.
Just 2 panels ago, we had a guy
Please
Just two
pop out
panels
and
ago.
show niggas.
What up, Big J, RPG, Made an Alchemist, and a couple other people I didn't mention. But just two panels ago, Christine, snow bunnies are white women. Hold on, I'm sorry. Just two panels ago, not that I was airing motherfuckers out. That's dirty work though, Naomi. That's facts. That's crazy work.
Mm-hmm.
But just two panels ago, I just had to put a man on blast because he was out here talking shit about summer. And he was talking about, yeah, snow bunny this and snow bunny that, this and on summer. And I said, hold up, bro. You can't talk shit on snow bunnies when you like snow bunnies. So how you going to talk shit on summer, but you like white women, brother? What's up with that? Like, why are you out here lying? But at the same time, I will say this. I'm not the type of dude to do that because I think it's cheesy and I think it's corny. And this is something I'm trying to understand about the black man myself because I don't understand why they feel the need to uplift white women as if they're the greatest in the fucking world and dissing on black women because of that. I've never been a
Because
proponent
this
of that. I
nigga right
think
here, this nigga ain't shit. That's why.
because
This
this
nigga
nigga
ain't shit.
shit.
You hear me? When you talk about men that ain't got shit going on, this nigga life is a waste of skin. Okay, now
It's a
I ain't gonna
waste
go
of skin.
all the way in because the Lord love him. That's the Lord's child, and I ain't
No,
gonna
I
drag
say
his
let
ass
it
all the way to
off.
hell, which is where he should go.
I say
That's
let it
where he
off.
should be. Okay, but he
Let it
ain't got
off.
shit. This is an ain't shit nigga. I wouldn't be surprised if the bitch got a GED rather than a diploma. Okay, now he don't got shit to show for his life. All right, and so let me tell you something about most black women. The only black woman he qualified for is the welfare teacher. Okay, and he can't
Damn.
even get 30% of them ain't gonna deal with his ass. All right, because
God
he
damn.
ain't shit.
He
You
ain't
have to have
shit.
something. He don't got shit.
Yeah,
Okay,
shit.
everything he has came from somebody else. Okay, he don't got shit. Why he
Hold
sit
your
up
thought.
here and
Hold
talk
your
so
thought.
black women?
Hold your thought. Yo, May, you want to hit this link and discuss matters? I'm not trying to instigate, but this is a free platform. If you feel the need to talk your shit, talk your shit. You know what I'm saying? I just talk shit about some fat man that drinks beer all the time, talking shit on another panel, knowing his fat ass is watching the Brownstone Powwow. Yeah, I see you, buddy. I know you watching my shit, homie. Come through, homie. We see you, scumbag. You know what's his name is not online right now. You can come over here and speak your shit, you fat piece of shit. Go ahead.
So yeah, he got all this shit to say, and he ain't shit. And the black women don't want him. That's the thing. Want no black woman that got anything about herself deal with him because he ain't shit. And
He
that's
ain't
what he
shit.
mad for. And that's why he got to uphold these white women, except for the white women he got, they ain't shit neither. Because a white woman with any substance would not have him because he ain't shit. And that's what
RPG.
his problem is.
Well, see, is this the same guy that sat there and said that black people are monkeys?
Yeah, black people, monkeys, slave blood, all that shit. Yeah, it's that nigga.
That you
That
see,
nigga
I
that like to call black folks nibbles and make up all these words and shit. That nigga.
it's crazy. That's crazy work, right? Because I just be like, what's up with all that racist shit? Because some of the people that's in my chat, they know about those guys that be coming up on panels and they be like white dudes that just don't give a fuck and they be talking about nigga this and nigga that. And they say, you black people ain't shit and blah, 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 and this, that, and the third. And I be like, God damn, like who hurt you, buddy? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, why you gotta come? I'm like, you love black penis. Because for you to talk so in depth about black men like that, you got something wrong with you, sir. And I know that you like black men. You understand?
But that's
But this is
not a
something that's tripping me out because it's a
yeah, cause
black
he
dude
black.
saying this.
Yes, he
Yes.
is definitely black. Oh, and you know he be cosplaying a white dude on 4chan, right?
Cosplaying.
Yeah, he pretends like he's a white man on 4chan. Like he got
So,
some self-hate issues going on, but he got
see, that's who May was talking about. I got you, May. Not that I'm trying to start shit, but it's just like, that's what you was talking about. Sup, Third Ward. But, okay, so let's get something straight. So he's cosplaying a white dude on 4chan. He calls black people monkeys and
Yeah,
nibbers. He's with a white woman,
yeah,
a snow bunny,
yeah.
but she already has a
But
child.
well, I wouldn't call her no bunny. She a silverback gorilla. And see, that's the thing. You know, when people
Man.
be saying this shit, you know, they really be projecting. So he lay next to a silverback every night, and he want to project their bullshit on the black women that don't want him. Yeah, he
Like,
got him a big back, big
oh,
back, big back.
you
Got
got a
snacks,
big
got
back.
snacks. Yeah,
See, what's really crazy about certain, what's really crazy about certain people. Certain people will brag about how they have the greatest women in the world. Like they have the most sexiest woman. Like you nippers could never. And then when you find out what they girl look like, you be like, yo, who? It looked like who did it and ran type shit. And I'd be like, damn, son, like you really was bragging about how your chick is better than this, that, and the third. Like, what the fuck you talking
bro, I'm
about?
not gonna even go in on his wife
I'm
because
not.
she don't
I
got
don't
nothing
know.
to. No, I'm just saying because look, what he's married to. Oh, I know all about his bitch too. What he's married to, this nigga ought to be ashamed. First of all, sir, don't you ever speak on me again, cause your bitch couldn't light a flame to me, nigga. If you
Ah,
boy, look at her, look at her, look at her, look at her.
Christine,
He
stop
trash
capping.
and his bitch trash. Okay,
Big J, Christine
okay.
is married, bro. Oh, I wanted us to give a shout outs to Chris real quick. So I was being nosy this morning, and I seen that Money 420. Shout outs to Money 420 for having a dope ass stream. I was being nosy this morning. I tried not to, but I saw it, right. And so I saw that apparently he got blocked out the chat, and for what reason? You know what I mean? I don't even understand why. Like, what's up with those people in that community over there, real quick? I just want to, not to interrupt you, Queen. You get your shit off, but I just want to say, what's up with that community is over there? Like y'all blocking people out the chat because we be chill with who we chill with. Like, what's up with that shit? You know what I'm saying? You was there, Christine. Money 420. I don't know if you seen it afterwards. Money 420 had his stream and he put up something on his community post, and I was curious because I was just like, well, what the fuck happened? Because Money 420 don't start with nobody. It's because we have these random alliances. Now everybody's not cool and this, that, and the third. Like, why did he get blocked? He never did anything. All he did was run his stream, and he's cool with who he's cool with. I'm just saying. I just find it weird that now, because you have to have these alliances and stuff like that, and that fat fuck sitting up there talking shit and talking about, oh yeah, well, they over there and blah blah blah, and they got channels and blah blah blah. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what it is? And yeah, motherfuckers is buying subscribers. I've been over this. Mr. Man with the grandma voice, y'all don't know who this man is, but grandma voice was buying subs. That's why he had dudes in his that's why he had random people in his chat sitting up there pretending like they know what the fuck he's talking about. And nobody knew who he was talking about. Him and that big back gorilla bitch over there that was sitting up there talking shit on Bronzebird. The motherfuckers is fake. And still to this day, nobody knows him in that sector. Just saying. What's up, Christine?
Hey. See, there was my day today with my two beautiful grandchildren.
That's right. Wait, let me see if I can solo it. Let me see. At the beach.
At the beach.
At the beach. Hey,
Some,
so wait, how was the temperature today? Was it like 70, 80 degrees out today?
oh God, we were like at 89 and
Oh, I'm
so
jealous.
humid.
I'm jealous.
I'm sorry. The
No,
beach
no.
was, even the water was
You
warm.
can't even apologize now because you already did it. You just flexed this in my face, and now I'm
I
not supposed to
did.
say it.
I did.
I'm fucking
It's
jealous as
okay.
shit.
The little boy that's in that picture is nice and tan, and he flies back to Minnesota tomorrow because the spring breaks over.
Oh my god. Yeah, I'm definitely jealous now. Like, this is bullshit. Yo. It's fucking
It's,
cold out here in New York.
it
Nah, let me
was
not
it
lie.
was snowing in Minnesota the other day, and he's down
Oh
here sitting at the beach in the pool.
man, like, see, the only thing that happened in New York recently that it was like what, like 69, 68, 69 degrees like 2 days ago. That's the best we gonna get until it's like May. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
I'm
So
sorry. It was
yeah.
so hot today. I mean, inland, it was hotter. It was just so hot.
Yeah, Summer, you was called the Snow Bunny.
Yeah, I had
One,
to
two,
ask what a snow
yes.
bunny was. See, I'm a cute, sexy little snow bunny.
That's right. You know what I'm saying? Christine is the sexy snow bunny out here.
Be
You know what I
proud
mean?
of it.
You know what I mean? That's why I'm saying some guy was trying to front. He was like, "Nah, I don't like snow bunnies." I said, "You're a fucking liar, bro." Well, I know I caught your ass slipping when you was on a powwow before. You admitted you like snow bunnies.
I think
Come on.
all women are beautiful.
Thank you. They are. There are a lot of sexy women of all different nations. You understand? Like I
That's
don't understand
right.
why. Why dudes don't want to be and Christine, you know dudes be fretting on you because they'll be sitting up there talking about
What's the
Christine
count?
this. I think it's about like 15 now.
And they're
I
all infatuated. I wear no panties. What the hell?
yes, you know who you know the number one guy that always talks about you not wearing panties. Fucking Harry. He's the main one.
I'm like, what the fuck? I
He said
mentioned it
you
one time.
what did he say? He said, you know, my girl's not wearing panties now because of you. It's like, wow.
Yeah.
So your
I'm
girl's
like,
that much of a follower to be concerned with Christine and what she wears.
but then I'm an old hag. Suck my ass.
Right? You suck my ass.
That's right. Just suck my ass.
Suck my ass. That's what I'm saying. He doesn't want. I just wish that he would come forward and say it. I have a crush on Christine. Just say it. It's fine. Everybody has their crushes on YouTube. Why fucking front?
I don't know. I don't know. And you know, the thing is, I'm not a threat to anybody. I've been married 41 years. What more do y'all want?
But even still, he's like, it's a competition now because he can't get enough. He's like, then he'll be asking random questions like, when is Christine going to cam up? Cam up now, old hag. And he'd be like, but why? But if you don't like that person, then why are you asking them to cam up for?
Oh, I don't know, but God, it's funny
Crazy.
some days. And he comes and visits me in the mornings, every morning.
Every morning he makes it out. He's like, what's up, rejects? It's like, nah, you a reject, my friend. Suck my ass.
My ass. But
Suck
you
my
know,
ass.
he is doing better with actual communication and speaking.
We'll see about that because
No,
that's.
he is really.
Are you sure? I mean, I haven't been paying it. I've been in and out, so you know better than I, right? So
Yeah, and it depends who's up there. There's certain people, forget it, we're done.
yeah, because I see him usually arguing. Hold on a sec.
But yeah, but you know, I mean, he came up and had a good conversation with Baby one day. So, I don't know. So let's back this up because I'm completely confused. Who got blocked where? When?
Yeah, money for. Can you hear me? Actually,
Yeah, you're a
can
little
you hear
bit
me?
lower than you were. Yeah. Oh, now there's an
Okay.
echo.
Oh, motherfucker.
Motherfucker.
Am I good now?
Yep, we're better now.
Okay.
Nope, I have an echo. God.
Uh,
Turn your echo cancellation off. Or if it's off, turn it on.
all right. Let me see. Let me go to my audio. My audio cancellation. Is it good now?
Are we better?
Are we
Done.
good?
We're good as gold. Yeah, we are good.
Okay.
No
Okay.
echo.
All right. So apparently, Money 420 got blocked by Zay TV. I guess because of who he's affiliated with.
What
And
the
so yeah,
fuck?
that happened. Yeah, that happened. So yeah,
What's the point of that? Money bothers nobody.
he doesn't do anything. He does not do anything, and he got blocked. So I'm just kind of like, what's the reason? When there's more disrespectful people, and that's that place over there than his panel.
Yeah, excuse me one moment. Fuck you, Bruno. Okay, continue on.
No, that you know what? Now that we can get these names out, Bruno, eat a dick. And I mean that with all sincerity, you fat piece of shit. You should have been talking shit on my fucking powwow because you wanted to find out about it. And you don't want to hit the link because you say that I don't have no people over here. You don't
I
even have a
think
channel, you sack of shit.
he kept asking you so that you'd say it and you'd get blocked for promoting your channel.
Oh, I know he likes to play psychological mind games and sit up there and try to
And
front
he's so
like,
stupid.
and he's so fucking dumb. He's
Yeah.
dense because he tries to sit up there and think that I don't. Like I told him when I called him out, he was like, "Oh, I don't know what you're talking about, buddy." I said, "You know what I'm talking about." Because you want me to say the name, you don't say the name. Bruno, you
Oh, I'll
sack.
say the name. Fuck you,
Yeah,
Bruno.
fuck you, Bruno. You sack of shit. Suck dick, asshole. Sit over there talking out your fucking jibs, you fat piece of shit.
Well,
Go ahead, Jib.
he pissed me off the other day, and I just happened to go in there because I got an alert that the TPP was live, and I'm like, well, that's an odd time to go live because it was in the morning.
Right.
And I clicked on it, and it was that same Bitcoin stuff. He got hacked again.
Yep,
So
he did.
I'm trying to say something in the chat, not being totally paid attention to. I jump on panel real fast. I'm sorry, that's who I am. I don't want people's channels taken down. So I jump on panel, and he starts cussing me out, calling me a hag, and something with my vagina, and I don't know.
Whoa. That's crazy.
Yeah, I'm like, fuck you, Bruno.
Fuck you, Bruno.
Worthless.
That feels good.
Okay,
What's
so
up, fucker? What's up, Snow Buddy? You heard? What's up, Snow Buddy?
it's technically see, I don't have to call her nobody because I'm in an interracial relationship. Yeah, it's a right man. That's nobody. So,
What's up? What's up? What's up?
so you know, that's what I like. You hear me?
Wait,
Your audio is not very good.
audio, yeah, your audio is lagging a little bit.
Okay, let me go take this Bluetooth off. I'll be right back.
All right.
Okay.
Because I got some shit to talk.
Okay.
Talk your shit. Talk your ish. Talk your ish.
Well, I
Yeah.
can't believe they blocked him. That's bullshit.
Hold that thought for 1 second. We're gonna get right into that. I promise, Christine. I will be doing panels on my other channel as well. I like the way you speak. You are welcome to come on my show sometimes. Call in phone days if you don't want to come up. Yo, bro, narratives. I've been wondering when you gonna start those panels, bro, because it seems as if there's gonna be a dope ass conversation and all that. We out here supporting, bro. I got you. Just know that. But going back to the yeah, it's that whole entire thing that happened with money, and I saw that this morning.
Oh, I got them out there.
It sounds a lot
That
better
light's
now.
not cutting off.
Sounds a lot better.
That's not, that light's not cut off.
Yeah, I think I.
Okay. Oh, my bad, I thought it was muted.
Yeah, you sound way better now. You good?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I said, what's up, fuckers? It's the Snow Bunny herself.
Yeah. What up?
So 420 got blocked because we support him and we all do shows together. Like, they're so lame, dude. So what are you gonna be? You're gonna be blocked next. Watch. I'm surprised you ain't blocked because you don't give a fuck. You talk to. I mean, you don't talk shit, but you just say what's up.
You know what's funny, Summer? I feel it coming. I'm just sitting back like whenever it's gonna happen is whenever it's gonna happen, just because of who I support. And this is a conversation I had before. I was like, it's weird that they try to come up with alliances and then just be like mad at you because it's just like, yo, I bangs with both of y'all. I ain't got a problem with that. And then what what Bruno tries to do with his fat self, he tries to conjure up this type of thing to have me go against TPP or go against you, and I'm like, it's not going to work with me. I've been through this. I've been on here for going on 5 years. I know what it's like when y'all do that. When y'all want me to sit up there inside with people and all. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
Well, and that's why you always hear me say, what do I always say? Go where you want to go. You know what I mean? Like, what am I going to sit here and be like, you can't go somewhere? That's just stupid. And I even let them up there. And I even let you, Bruno fucking promote his little bullshit the other night, and he still acted like a fucking cocksucker.
Yeah, he's a punk ass bitch. I went on there and I sit up there and talk about it, and then he want to interrupt me and be like, yeah, nobody. The only thing he can say is, Bronzebird, you're gay. And then sit up there and talk about like what else?
Gay bird.
You're gay bird. I'm like, you get that from Harry and Apollo. More so Harry.
Oh, dude, the other night we were busting receipts on Apollo's ass. And then the next night, this motherfucker goes over and what's what he say? Starts talking my name. I'm like, he's an idiot, dude. At this point, I don't even need to pull any receipts because you say it every fucking stream.
He's worthless. He is absolutely worthless. And I'm telling you, the more I hear and the more I see when he pops on, he is intentionally placed there. And I'm going to tell you something else, because I've been watching this morning. 4 people typing, couple on panel, very boring panel. The number stayed at 80 something, went down to 77 once. And I promise you, those are not real numbers, okay?
Oh, yeah.
Well, we proved it the other night. I proved it. I showed the receipts. I showed the websites where it proves it. So I ain't even. I mean, shit. Yeah, clearly he's buying subs.
That's what I'm talking about. It's certain markers you gotta understand, because if it's organic, it'd be like this, right? Or it'd be like, obviously if it's more subscribers than more people, but it's not gonna be like, oh well, this, that, and the third is watching. Like right now, I know people who got like 3,000, 4,000 subs, and they're how many people is watching this shit? 22 to about 40, right?
Right.
So
Exactly.
80 to 90, and it's only about 3 people hitting the panel at once. It's given like, what do you mean? And especially if they're not really talking, then it's like, how is it only 80 to 90 people watching that?
Well, I peeked in last night. There were 96, and there were the same 2 people talking and the same 4 people on panel. I was like, really?
Yeah.
Like, you ain't even doing it to make. You just make it so obvious, like whatever.
Get at least 10% in there, okay?
And
I'm
how
sorry.
many people's in the chat? Then think about how many people's in the chat actively typing.
Well, only a couple.
Right. So that's why I'm
Yeah,
like,
because
okay,
he can't figure out how to buy that yet. All he can figure out is how to buy subs and views. And I think that's all you can buy, right?
Yes. Well, no. I'm going to tell you something. On one of his channels, his 100,000 one, the other day, somebody was buying memberships. And every time a membership would come up, I would go look that name up and find it. And 2 of them look like they were kids.
Whoa.
And they haven't done anything in like 2 years. There's one that had like, I think 7 videos, but they were gaming videos that seemed to be kids. But so and then there was one this morning or yesterday I looked up, and it's nobody. It's absolutely nobody. It was made in 2023, nothing to it, not a subscriber, nothing. So that's what I'm saying. And that's one thing when you do memberships, it just randomly picks. And if these are bought subs, this is what you're going to find. And on your views, and let's say you have 100,000, you should average 10%. Sometimes, if it's not a hot topic or anything, you will average 4 to 10%, but you're not doing it. And none of his are doing it. I have looked really into this.
Yeah.
Okay.
So fuck you, Bruno.
Fuck you, Bruno. Fuck you, Bruno. Eat a dick, fat fuck.
He called. Somebody came in. I didn't go back and rewind it, but Black Shadow. And usually when Black Shadow says something, he's not trolling. He kept back. He said that Bruno, he's getting real comfortable with calling people gorillas.
Yes, he is. Chimpanzees.
He's disgusting. He's the worst because he's an undercover fucking racist.
And you know who we got that from, right? So you got that shit from Harry and Apollo.
Yeah.
Harry was the main one that was started off calling Gina a gorilla. And then last night when I was watching, he called somebody else a gorilla. And I'm like, what the fuck is up with that? He's like, no, I'm not racist.
And now Eli's calling people gorillas. Bruno's calling people gorillas. Like, man, you down here, I promise you get your shit knocked out. You get your shit all the way split open.
That's what I'm saying. It's the comfortability of the internet, when they could just go ahead and talk shit on here because they know that either I can piss you off by my words, and in real life I'm not going to do anything because it's online.
Well,
I'd be glad. I would gladly slap the taste. I love slapping a bitch in the mouth with some shit like that. I ain't got no issue with that at all. None.
Motherfucker.
Yeah, pure butterfly spirit. He is a fat white drunk. I guarantee you when he wakes up in the morning, if you don't have a beer right away, he gets the shakes.
Truthzone, you know who Bruno is, Truthzone. You know who
he's the drunk that yells and screams.
TPP.
Send over to TPP, Truthzone. You know who Bruno is.
Hold on, one moment, please. And then he goes, I'm like, what the fuck is that? What the fuck is that?
Fucking Bruno be making sound effects and be laughing at everybody when
That's what he does.
He be laughing for no fucking reason. He'd be like, what you laughing about?
But you don't understand. They're enabling him because everybody goes, oh, Bruno's a good guy. Oh, he's funny when he's not drunk. Well, guess what? When is the fucker not drunk?
Right.
When is he not drunk? Come on, son. Yo, what up, Oni? Shout outs to LI, Strong Island. You heard? Yo, only the ghosts be having the dopest beats. You heard? Nah, going back into it. Yeah, fuck Bruno. I don't know what else to say for fuck Bruno.
So I gotta share. See, I've been on a roll.
That's why it's an open opportunity. Say whatever the fuck y'all want. Y'all got it.
So Lumberjack. I was listening today to a panel, and do you know that Lumberjack was an assistant plumber?
Makes sense why she wears a flannel all the time. With those broad shoulders, you understand?
Wait,
I'm
you
like,
said the lumberjack bitch is a fucking plumber, or used to be?
used to be an assistant or a plumber assistant or assistant plumber. Yeah, that's what she
Everything
claimed
about
to
her.
do.
Everything about her is shitty, so that don't surprise me. Nasty bitch.
And she's still, and then she was talking about, and she was talking about she was at Riley AutoZone or something like that.
AutoZone.
Yeah, whatever it is, Riley's. I don't know. All of a sudden she goes, and I came out of the store and there was a rat in the parking lot. I'm like, this woman probably brought the fucking rats with her.
Yeah, the other day she.
Pass me the toolbox, bitch.
Yeah, an apprentice, or I don't know what it is. RP, but you got to know this person.
Who the fuck is that? Yeah, go ahead, Summer.
When she sit there, and the other day she. Oh fuck.
Yeah, what happened?
Hello.
I got it.
Yeah, Summer, we hear you.
All right, I was saying the other day when that bitch was trying to audit the police or whatever, whoever was at her door when she made that video, and her ass showed her fucking how dirty her apartment was. I was like, no reason you got ratchet, nasty fucking trailer park, white trash looking ass, funny inbred looking ass bitch.
Oh gosh, how come I lost her picture? I was gonna put her
Fucking your uncle
picture
and
up.
your daddy thinking they your cousin, bitch. Like, get the fuck out of here.
I'm saying it's a land sea lion. You know what I'm saying? A land sea
Oh.
lion.
Bitch said, we're mermaids. We were made from the sea. Bitch, you wish.
Under the sea. You know what I mean? They sit out there and say your bathroom look trash, and then you try to fight the judge about how you about to get evicted, bitch. Well, fuck
Yeah, you know, she did nothing for hours. I shit you not today. For hours, complained about her landlord and the cops and the police, but she won't leave this place. She talks about the druggies and the alcoholics.
Well, she got an eviction notice. She's got an eviction notice. That's the longest fucking eviction notice I ever know. Because in the hood, I tell you right now, you get your shit and them motherfuckers come and put your shit out. So I don't know how this fucking weird ass bitch is still up there. She's been being evicted for fucking 9 years.
I know. That's what I said. She's always being evicted. I don't know why she's waiting for the fucking sheriff to come.
With her little dyke looking ass.
What up,
But she can afford shrimp and lobster. I'm just saying. Like, what the fuck?
From where? From the Chinese spot?
Well, she showed.
I always talking about she's cooking shrimp and shit.
Yeah, well, she showed yesterday or day before on one of these recent days. She made bacon wrapped shrimp. I'm thinking, how do you afford that shit?
You know, the doggy bag from Red Lobster is cheap this year, my peeps.
God, fuck you, Bruno.
Right, the RPG. I'm just saying, shit. Sign me up. Let a motherfucker know how you getting away with. Because, like I said, a motherfucker. Look, where I'm from, you get evicted. Them motherfuckers come and on that date that you supposed to be out, you ain't out. Them sheriffs come sit your shit in the front yard and give 2 fucks about what you talking about. You and your kids. They don't care. Yeah, this bitch has been getting evicted since the whole time me and Bronzebird has known this dirty cunt.
Right. Yeah, for over a year.
And like she really's being evicted because I ain't gonna lie, I looked up the court date.
And we looked it up.
You looked it up.
And the bitch went to her. She, fuck her. She's a nasty bitch who fucks with people on the internet 24/7.
So we just fuck right back.
I didn't dox her. I just laughed at her. because I
We
do.
find the facts out. Oh, I found a picture of lumberjack. Okay, so you want to see a true snow bunny? Hold on, I will
No,
show you a true snow bunny.
that's not a
Put me, put me front and center.
Christine. That's not a snow bunny. That's a Karen.
She's not a snow bunny. Stop. I know you
That's
a
a
white girl just learned a new fucking word, but stop calling little bitches like that a snow bunny. Don't offend
yeah.
me and my
No,
people
hold
like
on,
that,
hold on,
bitch.
hold on. Wait. Summer. I gotta put her on game. Christine, that's not a snow bunny. That's more like a Karen. See, a
Oh, thank you.
snow bunny is usually attractive. You understand? So when we talk about a snow bunny, that is not it.
That is not it, baby. That is
That's
not it.
not it.
And you gotta
That's
be
not
married
it.
to a black man, or you know what I'm saying, whatever.
Oh,
But yeah, because like
okay.
you a white girl with a white man, so you just a white girl married married to a white man.
I'm learning. You all are teaching me well. Thank you very much.
I
I'm
know,
like,
but
what the
don't
hell?
listen to us real snow bunnies. Don't like insult us with a bareback looking inbred looking ass bitch like that,
I did.
please.
I put Fozzie back up.
Thank you. Look, she's like, you want to see a snow bunny? I'm like, no, bitch, that bitch ain't no snow
That's
bunny.
not a
What
snow
the fuck?
bunny. That's a Karen. Yeah.
That bitch is a inbred ass Karen.
What up, H&M? What up, Alyza, sis? What's going
Christine's
on?
my white friend.
Hey,
We had to
hey.
teach her a couple things, but she's
Hey,
learning.
Gussie.
She's
Oh, wait,
learning.
hold on. We sitting there talking about beware of the white people. I've been saying that for a long time. We got to be careful
Salute.
what white friends we got. Oh, I've been saying
Listen,
that.
Yo, what up?
no,
Some of us are
I
just a
know.
little bit
No,
more
I'm
Wait,
not.
naive.
I'm not.
hold on.
Hold on. I didn't say that at all. I didn't say that at
Oh,
all. I
okay.
said she never said that. And I'm, you know,
Sis, yo,
there's all kinds of people you could be aware of. No, she's
look,
just like she learned a new word today, which is snow bunny. So she thinks every white person is a snow bunny. It's like, no, baby, that ain't the way
No,
that shit
no,
works.
hold on.
no,
Sis,
no.
wait, Eliza, before you begin though,
Yeah.
sis, you gotta understand. We know the difference between snow bunnies and Karen. That bitch that just got shown on the screen, that's a Karen.
Mhm.
We don't
Oh,
rock with that
That's a
Karen.
this
Karen
is a
inbred bitch.
this is
Okay, wait.
Eliza, your sister.
Hold on, what do we refer to as snow bunnies nowadays? Because back in my day,
It was Snowflake.
that was the white girls that like cocaine.
Honey, that was the white girls that was do something strange for the little cocaine. Those
Well,
those
snow
were
bunnies in
snowflakes.
most regular areas mean a white girl that's with a black dude is a snow
Oh
bunny.
no. Okay, so that's the difference. We had snowflakes, and then we had some snow bunnies. Okay, so some snow bunnies is the one that love to dip their shit in chocolate. There was always the motherfucking vanilla chocolate swirl. We understand. That's fine. I thought you was talking about the snowflakes. You know, do something strange for the little cocaine. You know, that's
Oh yeah,
those are the ones
no.
that was up there.
Apparently, someone called me the hell all this conversation apparently started. Somebody I don't know. I went here. Somebody called me a snow bunny. Well, then
No, I was
Christine learned
talking
a new
about
word, and she's like snow bunny. So everybody's a snow bunny, and we're teaching her. No, that's not how that
nah.
works, Christine.
We putting Christine on game. Nah, it's
And all
because
I said about when I was talking about like white friends, like Christine is my white friend.
Okay,
Like you know what I mean. But now she's a good ally. She's a real good ally. She's
real good
willing to
right,
learn, and
ally.
right.
she's
That's
very
why we came
teachable.
with Christine. But, you know, as we were saying, because Summer got called a snowflake by my dude. What's his name? Kills
A
like two panels.
snowflake?
Nah, Snow Bunny, like two panels
Oh,
ago.
okay.
Yeah, he got called. She was called as a snow bunny. He was talking shit, and that's when I aired him out. And I said, "Bro, you like snow bunnies, bro?" He said, "Why you gotta do that? Why you gotta say that, Bronzebird?" I said, "Cause it's true. You like snow bunnies, bro. Ain't
The,
nothing wrong with it, but stop fronting. Why
the
you like snow bunnies?"
terminology snow bunny was actually coined back in Malcolm X days. And when he stated he likes to fuck snow bunnies, he was referring to white girls that snort cocaine.
Right in the South, though,
That's
snow
what it
bunny means
means.
white girl
Holy
that's with a
shit.
black man.
That's what it means, my pigs. I would put up the photo of it, but I don't. Snow bunnies like this.
I don't do cocaine, so.
You don't do
But I
cocaine.
do. I'm married to a king, so there's that.
You
So
heard?
you're referred to as white chocolate. That's what they call you.
Exactly.
In the
Cacao.
South, we call it snow bunny, so it just, I guess, where you at. You know what I mean?
Cacao.
Oh yeah.
So you get that cacao real quick before it turns into chocolate. You know what I'm saying? But it's all love, though. Fuck you, Bruno.
You fucking sloppy drunk.
You fat piece of shit. That's why I took your beer, motherfucker. Get money. First off,
So-
fuck the bitch in the crew you claim. What side do we ride?
So Alyza knows who we're talking about because she has been frequenting there, and I love listening to her.
Oh yeah, Alyza's more sane than her own brother, Bronze. She's
Yeah.
more
Right.
sane than me. I be
I
arguing back
like-
and forth for shit.
I was listening to her last time she was on there. I said, "Go, baby girl, go, get them."
She
They
comes
have
with
me
the-
blocked, so I can't even respond to anything up there. They're pussy.
Yeah.
I remember they were sitting here trying to comment. Well, let me ask Liza. I said, baby, look, I don't have intellectual conversations. All I'm gonna do is hurt your feelings.
And you and hurt them every time, baby. Every time I cheer you on, I just know I'm watching, going, "Go, girl, go."
That's
Fucking
right.
throw knowledge in their ass, humiliate them.
They sat there and thought
Because
I
you
was
don't
all
even have to
soft.
yell or anything. You just talk,
Right.
and your wisdom and your elegance just crushes them.
Elegant.
You know what I mean? And I fucking love it.
Exactly.
That's right.
Because you're a queen, so they don't know how to handle that.
I remember this old boy sat there and started sitting there saying, "Well, why your brother gay, nigga? Why you worried about another man's dick?"
That's what I'm saying. These weirdos be sitting up there saying that weirdo shit. And I said, you gonna ask my sister that? That's what I asked him that next time. He's like, because she needs to find out the truth. I said, what fucking truth? You sitting up there speaking on me. The fuck you weirdo.
No, but hold up.
Yeah.
And I also sat there and told him, I was like, bro, look, you know my brother's type. So why are you trying so hard? I said, no, you ain't even his type.
Last night we was on this channel called Resla, and there's another motherfucker.
He was
Like
on Resla.
every time I would hop on my wife's side or something, he'd be like, I'm talking to her, exile. Like, I'm sitting there trying to save his ass. Like, you really don't want this one-on-one. You really rather be dealing with me.
You don't want these problems.
Yeah.
Well, look, have them. They were like, no, she lying. No, I ain't got to lie. What the fuck I got to lie for?
I almost asked Resla because I was thinking about you at the time, Bronzebird, because he kept going back to Resla for help. I was about to ask him, aren't you tired of being a panel daddy?
And you know, I went on Resla's panel once, and they tried to interrupt me on there, and I was just like, "Yo, what the fuck? Like, why is like Resla wasn't interrupting me? It was just the people that was on his panel." I said,
Yeah, Resla got respect. You know, I give that man my respect because he showed
Resla's cool. Resla's cool, but it's the people that be on a panel. But it's just like going back to what he was talking about. Yeah, I'm glad Alyza sat up there and asked that question because I knew she was gonna come with that. It's like, don't be asking another man about a man's sexuality. That's gay. You okay, bro?
It's fuck.
Gay as fuck.
And they do it every time, all the time.
All the time. And then Apollo be talking about, why don't you suck your own penis, Bronze? And I said, who the fuck says shit like that? You okay?
What?
Is that what
Yeah.
they do in Germany?
Yeah.
Is that what they do in Germany?
What's up, sir?
Shit like that. God damn.
I never. Did you hear that? Let's just put our dicks on the table. I'm like, what?
Put our dicks
That's what they say in Germany. I'm like, I've never heard put your dick on the table.
Hey, look.
not
That's
even in
gonna be
Germany.
that's gonna be my response to when these niggas say, "What you bring to the table, nigga, your dick."
What?
Like,
I
if
wouldn't know how
y'all
to
put a dick
respond to
on
that.
the,
How
like,
would
if
you
y'all put a
respond to
dick
that?
on the table, I mean, shit.
Get the fuck out of here with that shit.
Okay. Exactly.
But
How would you respond to that shit?
Pause,
exactly.
Pause.
So have any of you
Can you
ever
put
heard
us
that
full
before?
screen?
What you said?
Can you put us like panel wise so we can see each other?
Yeah. I don't know where my shit be plugging. Yeah, you should be getting that.
Yeah.
Has anybody ever heard that? Put your dick on the table?
No.
I have.
I ain't never heard. Wait, HustlerNMuscular, you heard that shit before?
Yes, I heard that shit a long time ago. Like,
Where
what
the
the
fuck
fuck
did
y'all
you hear
talking
that?
about?
What? I ain't never heard that shit a day in my life.
I've heard of put your money where your mouth is or put your dick on the table. Who says that? Come on now.
Apparently, these panel people.
I mean, look, hey,
That's some new shit, bro.
My thing is, half of y'all. Well, I'm not talking about y'all, but half these motherfuckers saying that shit. They shit ain't even big enough to set on the table. They gonna sit there and try to put their whole motherfucking waist on the
You
goddamn
better
table.
speak.
That's what I was thinking. They probably haven't
It's
seen
the
their
ones
dick
always
in how
speaking on their
long?
dick that ain't got nothing.
I mean, because if we gonna sit there and talk about putting your dicks on the table, then why is it whenever y'all finally do get a bitch, there's piss stains all around the toilet?
Right?
Because obviously
It's
that
gonna have
motherfucker ain't big enough for y'all to aim. So I mean, shit.
Now listen, that's called motherfucking bars, nigga. You know nothing about that.
I
But
can see Bruno peeing all over himself.
man,
trying to
Smells
piss
like
while
piss.
having Rex.
all I know is
Smells
who's
like
that dude?
pissy pants.
Apollo. Apollo kept sitting there and trying to interrupt me. I think Apollo was the one I was up for sitting there talking about some. Okay, so you know what? Hey, there's this thing called a mute button. You can push it at any time. Whenever somebody else is talking, I know you want to sit there and interrupt, but if you push that button, you can say everything you want to say. And guess what? It's not going to interrupt or affect anything that's going on. Try it out.
I think that was Futoy and School of Athens because those two have this
Yeah.
beat. But Apollo, do you know one night it was so funny? Because every time I would go on panel, he'd say, "Shut the fuck up, Christine." So one night, the entire panel, every time Apollo spoke, all I did was say, "Shut the fuck up, Apollo." Nobody got to have a conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Hit him with his own game. Don't let no conversation be had.
Exactly.
That's right.
Did say that. She's like, "Shut the fuck up,
Shut it
Apollo."
down. Shut
Shut
it
the
down.
fuck up, Apollo.
If you want another cigarette, we should have another
And
one.
he
To
moved
be
on to
honest
Casey.
with
He
you,
said, "Shut the fuck up, Casey."
if I was Eli, there's certain motherfuckers like that would not be able to come up there at all because every time they hit the pen, it's just fake bullshit, nonsense, unfamiliar fucking noises. Can't make sense of shit they talking about, and all they do is fuck up the entire stream for hours on end.
But you know why?
Because,
Though? But you know
because they
why
want
that
to be
happens?
heard.
Because of free speech. That's what
But there's consequences to free
Yeah, but
speech.
it's not. But hold on, wait a minute. It's not free speech because they kick you off panel. They do all. They banned you. It ain't free speech. It's a theory of a free speech. It's only he only lets people talk shit that he wants to.
No, you're right. But
And
I'm
then
just
it's
saying.
just
But
a
if you
bunch of
ask them,
random mumblings and insults. Is it even speech?
but
It's a
that's what I'm
bunch of
saying.
incels.
You guys are right. But what I'm saying is, if you was to ask them directly what it is and why they don't do that, their alibi is free speech.
Well,
Yeah.
So
I think
now
You know
that they
what?
wanted to sit there and say, "How
Can
can
I
they
speak?
improve?"
I'm gonna ask him that, and when Eli tells me because he allows free speech, I'm gonna ask him, "Can I see your block list?" Then
That's
right.
right. That's right. That's right.
Well, not just that, but here's my thing. I get that that is supposed to be their go-to, their blanket go-to is supposed to be free speech. And I'm sitting there and asking, okay, so can y'all go ahead and read the Constitution and then sit there and tell me what was free speech and why was it put in our Constitution? It is free speech is supposed to be able to
Government.
freely
Government.
give information to the government or
Right.
to
That's
war,
right.
to the armies or anything like that, so they could be able to have information that they could use to be able
Well,
to benefit them, right?
Right.
well,
If you
also
not
because those citizens can address their government. That's also what it's for. That's what free
ex-
speech is for. It's not for anything
exactly.
else.
So if you guys are not a part of the fucking government, and don't get me wrong, I understand some of them are sitting there kissing the POTUS ass and whatnot. They want some of that orange. I get it. Once again, he
That's
fucking
right.
everybody. Some people are enjoying it a little bit more than others. I mean, don't get me wrong, right? But if you not Elon Musk, then you ain't got no free speech.
That's right.
Right.
If you wasn't in that little motherfucking what do they call that? That signal or whatever fucking text message, then
Oh,
you
yeah.
exactly. Then you have no fucking free speech. My thing is, y'all can sit there and say y'all got free speech all day, but then get mad when somebody call y'all a nigga. Guess what? Y'all in America, y'all all niggas. Cause that's exactly how the whole motherfucking government see y'all. It don't matter what color y'all are, it don't matter what creed, what breed, none of that shit matter now. Y'all motherfucking niggas. So guess what? Back then, niggas was considered 2/3 of a person. That means you ain't got no fucking free speech. I don't give a fuck what color you are. This is not about race. It's about the way they see you. So you can't sit there and claim something that is no longer a privilege to you. On top of the fact that wasn't it a few years ago where they literally banned free speech?
Absolutely. They still do.
Yep.
So it's not free speech, it's free chaos. And if you if
Well,
you're gonna
yeah.
sit there and call it what it is, then call it what the fuck it is.
Well,
Well,
that's why I say it's this idea that you have free speech. First of all, half people don't even know what the hell when they be like free speech, free speech. No, baby, free speech ain't what you think it is. And second of all, like most people, they can't even handle it anyway. So there's that. But it's just it's this theory, like I say, that there's free speech and we're gonna let you say what you want. Okay, well then there shouldn't be a block list. There shouldn't be people getting kicked off panels. There shouldn't be, you know what I mean? And I'm gonna tell you right now, even if your idea of free speech, maybe it comes with consequences. So if you free speech fucks with me, I might punch you in the face. You shouldn't do that, but
Okay.
there are people out there that might.
I mean, that was almost like
Depending on what you say.
the other day, somebody sat there and said they couldn't do something. And I was just like, yeah, I said, see, that's not accurate. You can do whatever you want to do. The question is, are you willing to deal with the consequences of doing said action? Like, okay, I'll give y'all a perfect example, right? There's a whole lot of people that be like, oh my God, we can't say the N-word. Correction. You can say the N-word.
Right.
Now, are you willing to sit there and catch that fade that's going to come along with that?
That's right. That's right.
Because if you're willing to catch that fade, baby, you can say whatever the fuck you want to say. Can't nobody stop you. Now, mind you, the only way they might stop you is rocking your jaw a little bit to where it's a bit harder to sit there and pronounce the syllables. That's okay, though. You can write it down to where somebody can sit there and bash your hands or whatever. You know what I mean? But once again, ain't nobody stopping you. What it is you afraid of the consequences. And so if you're afraid of the consequences, then don't sit there and try to hide behind some shit. We have a whole lot of motherfuckers that want to call themselves men and want to call themselves women, but they're the first one to hide behind a goddamn blanket like a child.
That's right. Put that teddy bear under my arm and give me that blankie. Fuck you, Bruno.
I'm making roast right now. Ooh, that shit smells so good.
I love when I cook roast. It's never cool enough. I mean, very few days we get cool enough to cook roast.
Hold on. I'm gonna sit there and show you guys. Okay, so I got a new wine. Okay. This is the reason I'm making my roast tonight.
Is it a red wine?
Yes, it is red and it's full flavored and it's beautiful.
Casa Rosa.
Yes,
I'm not a red wine drinker. Certain red wines I can, but I'm not so much of a red wine.
Well, usually I don't like red wine because it's bitter. And that one is not. It is full flavor. Okay, so that one and this one. Okay. And this one. Okay.
Now, is that a red one too?
Yes. Hold on. I'm trying to see if I can. There we go.
Okay.
It is full flavor, no bitterness at all to this one.
Really?
There's a slight bitter taste to the other one. There is no bitterness to that one at all. My son, who's 25, I went ahead and I gave him a shot of it, right? So he could sit there and taste it because he's not a drinker at all. And he was like, "Oh, Mom, this tastes like grape juice."
Oh, shoot.
Exactly. He said it tastes like grape juice with, with the carbonated grape juice, just you can taste the fermentation in it. And I said, yeah, it's wine. It's delicious. But I also got Moscato.
Yeah,
I got Moscato. And he's like, well, Mom, I still like the Moscato before I like those. But I said, yeah. So I asked him, I said, hey, should we go ahead and cook this roast today so you can sit there and have a glass of wine? He's like, yeah.
Yep. Do it to it, Mama.
Yeah, so I'm making roast, and oh my God, it smells so good. I'm not gonna hold y'all. I'm making it in a pressure cooker. So in a pressure cooker, they say to cook it for 45 minutes. Absolutely not. I'm cooking that bitch for an hour and a half.
Oh, that may be overdone though.
Well, no. Because whenever you're using a pressure cooker, you have to put the liquid in there. They usually say 1 cup. I use 3, and I put a lot of my Negroid seasonings in it. Haha. So it's gonna be straight fire. But since there's 3 cups, you can actually put it in there longer. So
Right.
as the water is evaporating, it's not gonna completely dry it out.
So when
But
I do a roast, I use a port wine in there too.
well, see, I don't have a port wine because I have kids. I have to be able to have a spot where I can hide my wine, and there's not too many of them to where I don't come home and somebody's inebriated sitting there talking about we didn't do nothing, but I'm real sleepy, kind of shit.
Yeah, I have 4 sons, but mine are all adults now too. My youngest is 26. I'm gonna show you something. So my kids don't like wine; they like more of a hard liquor. So I'm gonna show you something. So this is my refrigerator, and my freezer. If I open it up, I have another drawer up here, and there's my stuff.
Nice. Okay, so I need to get your fridge then. I'm thoroughly convinced. I need to buy another refrigerator.
Yeah, see, this is a nice thing because they don't ever open that drawer. You know, how boys, men don't open drawers. They don't ever open that drawer, so they never see my chocolates I hide, my alcohol I hide.
All right, cool. Great. Just want to make sure I'm good.
We're good. We're just enjoying ourselves, okay? Okay.
When I
No,
tell
it's great. Enjoy yourself. I'm gonna take you out to the roof.
When I sit there and tell y'all this wine is so good, and the thing is, this is one that I had a testing at the wine warehouse, and I was like, oh, I wasn't expecting that because I said, look, I don't want nothing bitter. I want something full flavor. Because if you sit there and give me something bitter, I'm gonna throw it at you. He sit there and looked at me and laughed. I'm like, okay, you're laughing. All right. Give me something bitter. Let's see how funny we all get. Because I mean, shit, this is my first time here. I ain't got a problem not coming back. I don't give a fuck. And he sat there and laughed. He was like, "No, try this." And I was like, "Oh, this is delicious." I said, "I said, Exile, I'm gonna have to sit there and put a little bit this on your thing." Mm-hmm. And
a little grape flavor.
What?
Yes, yes.
Spice it up. You know what I'm saying?
Baby,
What
look,
kind
okay.
of shit are you into?
Look, if I'm gonna eat it, I'm gonna eat it. Okay, I know how to not bite. I know how to swallow. I'm a good girl. So
I hope you do. I had that shit bite down my dick. I had a bitch bite my dick one time and ain't fuck with her since then.
You're not supposed to. If she bites your shit, that's her telling her that either she don't like it or she don't like you.
Yeah, one or the other.
I ain't fuck with her since then. So shit.
I mean, I ain't never bit. I ain't never bit Exile. So I
didn't think we were supposed to bite.
What?
I said I've never bitten Exile ever. Then again, I was born with a big mouth, so there are some benefits.
Alyza, please.
Oh goddamn.
God.
She's like, but I hate how you try to throw the caveat in there. You just like, but it's like, you guilty of sin, sister.
Guilty of what? Slobbing on the motherfucking not look, okay? I came, I was raised up on 90s fucking music, okay? It's they fault they sat there and told me via lyrics how to suck a goddamn dick, okay?
That's right, they did, didn't they?
Was it 3-6 Mafia?
Slop on my knob.
Slop on my knob.
Like corn on the cob. Check it with me. And do your job.
Lay on the bed. Give
me head. Don't have to ask. Don't have to beg. Exactly.
Juicy is my name. Sex is my name.
Exactly. Hold on. We also had hold on. We had Jenna Jackson. Matter of fact, a whole lot of people. The song "If," literally, if everybody's sitting there listening to the music, not literally listening to the lyrics. She done sat there and said, "I'm standing right next to you. You don't even know who I am, but I have fantasies of fucking you every night, and I get there every night. How about you?" Not only that, but in the second verse, she's sitting there talking about just go ahead and pull it out, put it in my hand, and I'll take care of you.
Ooh.
Yeah, nobody paid attention to that.
I didn't. I was paying attention to Donnell Jones.
Songs back then was so subtle you wouldn't catch it, especially when you were a teenager or maybe an elementary school kid. You don't catch it at first.
Hold up, pull up the lyrics. Bronzebird, pull up the lyrics to "If."
I'm on my phone.
Jenna Jackson's "If," and if y'all can, Jenna Jackson's "Would You Mind." That's the first song. That's the first song where I heard a woman sit there and say, "Come inside of me."
I would say play the song, but I don't want you to get no copyright. So hey,
Baby, look. It's look, Miss Jackson, if you nasty, okay? And yes, Miss Jackson.
Sorry, Miss Jackson. I am for real. Yo, LES, if you in the back, man, hit that link, bro. It's free. It's all love, bro. Hit that link. I would love for you to come on here, bro.
All
Yeah,
I'm saying
Donnell
is everybody want to sit there and be mad at me because I'm free and open to talk about it, baby. Look, I'm good with my sexuality. So, I mean, shit. I do some shit I talk about, and then I do some other shit that I don't talk about because that's the shit that will scare y'all. So,
the greatest foreplay I've ever had is when me and this girl had sex and we were using like fruit. Like she was like feeding me fruit before we got it on. I love that shit. That was dope as fuck. That was lit. Yo, she was feeding me raspberries. I was like, that tastes good. Fuck, that tastes good.
Look, 30 minutes later, so here's a bit of fun tidbit, right? 30 minutes later, you taste exactly like what you ate.
That's a fucking fact, though.
30 minutes later, you will be able to lick it. So understand, whatever you put in your body, it's going to be absorbed, and then whatever it's not absorbed is going to come out, right? So this can come out in your sweat, come out in seminal fluid. This can be like, have y'all ever thrown up something and y'all can sit there and taste what y'all had even after the 30 minutes and y'all not even throwing it up, but you can still taste it? That's why. So if a woman ever gives you food or gives you wine or anything like that, wait 30 minutes. Thank me later. Don't get pregnant. Thank me later.
Yo, listen, I'm at work, and my coworker, pineapple is the shit, by the way. Yes, my coworker walked past the phone. He said, "Well, goddamn."
I mean, it's real. Pineapple is better because
it was
okay. People don't understand the enzymes in pineapple.
Yeah, pineapple's the bomb.
First of all, the enzymes in pineapple they work similarly to lemon. So if you have any bacteria or an infection, it will automatically the enzymes in the liquid will actually go to killing the bacteria.
Do you know that pineapple, also the enzymes in it, helps with nausea and prevents you from vomiting?
Yes, it does. It's actually it becomes a mild sedative in your body. That's actually what it does. This is also because some of the enzymes, if you eat it, it eats you, right?
Yep.
So that's one of the reasons why it numbs that spot, so it can sit there and kind of start burning into that spot, right? But whenever you actually eat it through, like if let's say you get none on your face and you're just eating it, it actually helps your body. So if it's helping your body, and yes, I'm one of those people that occasionally I like to put fruit right in that little area, and X out will go and dig and eat it out. I mean, we talk about having dinner. We talk about, eating. So why not give him something to eat? But whenever you're putting that there, it also clears up anything that. So any bitches out there,
yes,
bitches. Oh fuck, we don't mind you being sick. If y'all sick there, put some pineapple on that motherfucking shit. You nasty bitches. You're already nasty because y'all sitting here having herpes stiffy gonolitis. So if y'all got that shit, put some motherfucking pineapple there.
That's right, pineapple juice. Got it covered.
Yep.
As I have a pineapple sitting on my counter.
Oh, see, girl, look, I'm all out of pineapples. I have kids, so they don't understand these things and they don't know these things. All they know is, oh, pineapple sweet. We want to sit there and eat pineapple. So I make natural juices and stuff with it because I juice a lot of the fruits that I get. So this way they'll drink it versus, oh my goodness, no, I don't want celery. I don't want cucumber. Sometimes I juice some pineapple with it. Sometimes I juice some apples with it. Sometimes I juice raspberries with it because it's really, really sweet.
Here, my pineapple, isn't it party?
It is. Oh, that's pretty. That's pretty,
Very
Bronze.
pretty pineapple.
That's pretty, Bronze. I like that.
Ooh, are you on rooftop again? I like the rooftop.
Yeah, that's beautiful up there.
Cityscapes, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just wanted to do that because I was bored. I was like, let me not sit in the house. Let me be a little bit more tonight. But yeah, I didn't know that
Could have
about
been at the
pineapple
beach with
juice.
me all day.
I could have. You know what I mean? I need that shit in my life, Christine. Seriously.
Oh,
It don't
you
even feel
know,
that bad. It doesn't even feel that cold outside.
Mm.
But
It's not. Well, I mean, I can't really sit there and speak over there. You close to New York, so
we're
I
still
can sit there.
82.
New York,
9 o'clock at night, 82 degrees.
it's like 50. It's like 51 degrees out. Yo, this dude is stupid. Jukes is
82.
like, show the flying rats. It's no flying rats out here. You heard?
Gizmo, cut it out. Don't look at me like that.
Nah, but okay. So
I'm sorry. I'm talking to
wait,
my
Christine,
dog.
what is it that you said? What is it that you said about the pineapples? It doesn't.
No, we were sitting there and talking about how the enzymes in pineapple will actually kill any
Bacteria.
bacteria. Yeah. Now here's the thing. Not only will it kill bad bacteria, if you have an overgrowth of good bacteria, it will kill that too. So just, be conscientious. But yes, if you guys are ever going to sit there and play any kind of adult fun games, then play the adult games. Don't just sit there and stick with what people feel is safe. I
I think
mean,
they, I think they probably still go to Spencer's and buy the edible panties.
oh yeah. I mean, honestly, what I want is I want those panties that have like the little vibrator there that have the remote. So whenever I'm out there, Exile can just sit there and
Time to come
and
home, honey. Time to come home.
and
So what fruits help out with hangovers?
the fruits that
Or is it
honestly the drink that helps out with hangovers
Bloody
honestly
Mary.
is I want to sit there and say it's lemon juice with some turmeric or some ginger, whichever, and cayenne pepper.
Bloody Mary.
Bloody
Or
Mary?
that you can use a Bloody Mary too, but you have to make sure
Yeah,
you have all of that extra stuff in it.
I gotta tell y'all a dumb story, right? So back
Mhm.
when back when I was in my early 20s, with my dog, right? I have a small dog, it's a Shih Tzu slash Maltese mix. So I remember I got really drunk one night, like really fucking drunk, right? So y'all know the saying "hair of a dog," right? You ever heard of that?
Mhm.
So when I woke up
Heard
the
of what?
next morning, hair of the dog.
No, I've never heard of that. But go
All right.
ahead.
So I don't know if it's a drink or is there something you have to do, but basically it's supposed to be something to help you with a hangover, right?
Well,
So
raw eggs are supposed to also.
okay.
But they don't. They don't as well.
Yeah,
I mean,
they
you
don't
guys
do
can
it.
try it. Yeah.
So I was so fucking drunk and so dumb, I actually thought that I was supposed to touch my or smell my dog to help with the hangover.
Nigga. I'm sorry, bro.
That was so fucking stupid, bro. Yo,
Bro.
yo, I was drunk. I was that fucking drunk and hungover. I was like, what the fuck? I was like, yo, that wasn't supposed to go down like that.
Oh
Man,
wow.
fucking drunk stories for days, man. Never doing that again. I don't even like drinking
Yeah.
no more like that. Yeah.
Right. Well, see, the thing is, okay, so I had a random thought, and this is probably going to change the narrative of the show, and I do apologize ahead of time, right?
It's a free topic. Say what you want.
Okay, so this morning I woke up, because mind you, most of the wine, it was between me, my son, and my husband. We sat there, like, we cracked open like 4 different bottles, and we kind of, 2 of them are middle, one of them is 1/3 gone, okay? And of course, we did this after the smaller kids were asleep. But I woke up and I'm like, bro, I said, did we fucking jump timelines? And so, of course, I had to sit there and wait. I had to bug my husband, wake him up, and I was like, babe, I said, do you remember them portals that they was sitting there making? How there was like one in New York, and then there was another one somewhere else, and supposedly you could actually see over there to Ireland and these motherfuckers and yada yada yada.
Yeah, last
And
year they had it. Yeah.
right. And they were sitting there and trying to convince the stupid people. Yeah, I said stupid people. They were trying to convince them, oh, well, you know what? It's just so you can sit there and see through it. It's almost like FaceTime, which I'm sitting here thinking, if it's like fucking FaceTime, then why, if we had people over there, right? Why won't we just call them on FaceTime? I mean, like all of our phones are fucking portals anyway, because they're actually looking glasses. That's literally what they are. So if you understand that they're looking glasses, then why the fuck would they supposedly tell us that pretty much this portal is a larger looking glass? I was like, no, that's some bullshit. I said, now when we think about it, The way portals work, they need a large amount of energy to activate them. I said, does anybody ever remember them bitches turning on?
No, I remember they just installed it, but I tried to pass there one time, but I think I was late when they
Right.
installed it. And then I remember, and they I think they closed it down because a lot of people was doing some inappropriate shit with it. Like I think some
Yeah,
chicks
they
like
were
flash her tit,
mooning and all this other
yeah,
kind of weird
flash her
shit.
tits on the flash their tits through the thing, and I'm like, damn, man, y'all really fucking this up.
Right.
Yeah.
But my whole thing is, okay, so even when it was turned on, because that's how we were actually able to sit there and see people from other continents, right?
Right.
So when it was turned on, nobody remembers the day it was turned on. We just remember that supposedly it was
It
magically
just got
on. Right?
installed. Yeah.
Right. So my question was this. If they did this knowing, hypothetically, how all of this shit was going to play out. Now, what I mean by that is that I believe that certain shit like that needs a lot of emotional energy, right? Because we're the fucking batteries. And usually the easiest way to sit there and siphon energy is through an emotional response. So if you do something like, I don't know, have a POTUS that is heavily disliked. I'm not sitting there saying he's best. I'm not saying he's worst. I'm not saying none of that shit because I'm not gonna give no fucking power to that shit. But
Orange man.
right. So if we already understand that all of this shit was set up to supposedly be active after the Cheeto Puff sat there and got into office, right? And not only that, but after all of these responses were done. So all of these things were done, which once again, they already sat there and had Project 2025, and they already sat there and kind of mapped it out step by step on what the fuck was going to be done. I actually have a copy if y'all want it. But that's neither here nor there. Wouldn't that be a whole lot of emotional responses? And if it is, how often is that motherfucker open? Not only that, but let's say hypothetically, it was like FaceTime, right? That means that not only is it going to access one area, that means it's accessing another. So who's to say that with that shit, there wasn't enough access to, I don't know, make us switch timelines or to make us to have other type of entities walking through. And I say that with, keep this in mind. Remember, the POTUS just sat there and said recently, anybody that is outside of this country, if you sit there and pay a certain amount of fiat currency, you will now be granted permission with a certain, we'll say, ticket, hypothetically, that you can now enter into the United States and now become a resident,
Citizen.
right?
Yeah.
A citizen. So what if those things that looked like they were Homo sapiens sapien were not? And what if that's what he's inviting over to this specific place?
Well,
Not
it's
only
time
that,
before 2030 is the shift.
right.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm also thinking that, and this is why I was thinking that. Because one, I don't drink wine. I don't. Like, I've been married to this man for almost 30 fucking years. Okay. There's been one time whenever we were like in our early 30s that I bought a bottle of wine. It was a bottle of fucking Arbor Mist. I still got that bitch. Has been closed up, has not been opened there. That motherfucker is so the fucking wine is now so old you can't even open the bottle. It's sealed. So the fact that and mind you, I don't drink. So the fact that I opened up 4 different bottles, have sat there and pretty much down 3 of them, sat there and gotten half of one, and sat there and at least kind of topped off the other, right? I said, that's a whole lot of alcohol that's in my system. And for me not to do that, I'm noticing, hey, that's weird. On top of the fact that, okay, I smoke cigarettes, but usually I smoke like 1/3 of one cigarette. Like, honestly, one cigarette can last me like 3 or 4 days, right? Because usually I'm doing breathing exercises, meditation, things of this nature. I said, within the last week, it's been like 3 cigarettes, and I never smoked that much. That's enough to give me a head rush, right? So I was like, I said, babe, I said, have I been acting weird? He's like, no, you're not acting weird. I was like, well, I've noticed certain things in myself that to me don't make sense. And I said, how do we know that we haven't shifted? And if we did shift, how do we know that the version of me that you have here, that you're not really noticing, subtle differences, but I am? How do we know that you didn't just get another dimensions version of me?
That's deep. That's deep. Nah, seriously, because there's a lot of shit that they admitting now, right? So, like what you're saying, right? Because I believe there's some type of weird cosmic shift going on. I can't describe it. I
Mm-hmm.
don't know the name. I don't know the word. But it's like, okay, you take the shit that's happening with Trump, right? And then you have to think about it. Let's take it back to when he got shot in his ear. And it
Right.
was point blank range. And it was like, and then you got to remember, it's a fucking rifle. The bullet of a rifle is going to pierce through a motherfucker's soul. How the fuck did this
Did it
man,
just raise your ear?
it just grazed his ear and that's it? How?
Well,
And I'm
not.
saying we're talking about a rifle. But let me get into this. There's all these talks about CERN, and then talking about how now they're coming forward and talking about the underground cities, and they're talking about all these cosmic shifts and these cosmic jumps. But I feel like whether you say Mercury retrograde, I'm not smart on that. You know better than I on that, Alyza.
Yeah.
There is definitely something going on at this point where there's a big ass fucking quantum loop or quantum jump that's happening that most people may not know about.
Well, let me hit you with this. I'm gonna piggyback off of what you said real quick.
Yeah.
Okay, so for years, people have been watching The Simpsons, right? Sitting there saying, "Oh my God, they've been predicting everything down to the motherfucking exact science, this, that, and the third."
Hmm.
So how is it that supposedly, if they sitting here predicting everything, and I believe the last prediction that they said is, "Oh my God, Kamala sat there and had the exact same outfit with the exact same pearls, the exact same hairstyle, blah 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 blah," right?
Hmm.
Yet somehow, didn't they also? Because I remember the episode, I remember watching it, and I don't really like the fucking Simpsons. Bart irritates me. I identify with Lisa like a motherfucker. You know what I mean? But Bart be irritating the fucking fuck out of me. So I don't even be watching. And my whole thing is, didn't they predict his assassination and him being in a casket and him being walked out by 6 pallbearers and all this other shit?
They did.
So how is it that supposedly the Simpsons be smack dab on the money with every fucking prediction but that one, right?
Let me tell you what I found out though, like online. Like come to find out, some lady was breaking it down. But they say that it's like we understand that y'all think it's supposed to be predictions, but it's supposed to be the reincarnation of the Egyptian empire. That what's his name? Homer
Yeah,
Simpson is supposed to be a representation of
horse,
what's
horse,
Horus, and
or yeah,
that Marge is supposed to be a representation of Hathor.
yep.
I was like, yo, that's crazy. I was like, yo.
But well, no, what she said was the reason why is because they actually found supposedly the
They
sarcophagi.
did. They did.
And supposedly the what really solidified it for them was Marge. Supposedly the sarcophagi had a symbol, a feminine symbol on it that looked exactly like Marge, blue hair and all. And this
Yep.
also explains why Marge has always had a banging body. I'm not even gonna hold y'all, baby. Look, if y'all watch The Simpsons, y'all know Marge is black than a motherfucker. She got motherfucking curly ass hair. Her shit can sit there and go into a motherfucking 80 or an 80s pro top. Come on, bro. You know she black. Stop playing, right? So I mean, even with fucking Lisa sitting here having what in little them little fucking twists that the black girls be having when they sit there and they'll take a strand of hair and they'll sit there and twist it up, twist, 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 so it look like a big ass coil.
Yeah,
But
yeah, yeah.
hers are in a version of stars. You can tell they black, right? So my whole thing is I can see that, but then they also said that none of that is actually predictions, supposedly it's memories. So if it's a
Yeah,
memory,
yeah.
then how the fuck would you mistake a memory of the POTUS being unalived? Do you see what I'm saying? Because that's going to be a memory that's going to be a mass memory, right? That's almost like 9/11. That's, you know what I mean? That is something that's significant.
Right.
Well, hate them or love them, it's still significant to your history, right?
But we also have to put this into account too, because the thing about it is a lot of people got to understand numerology. That's why I think numerology is very important. There's something
Mm-hmm.
very subsequently important about the 47th president and 47. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like a lot of
Mm-hmm.
people don't
Yeah.
pay attention to that shit. You know what I'm saying? Everybody be like, "Oh my God, we got President Trump again." And then it's like, okay, was he supposed to be redefined as the great work? As in, he's put into office to give you the illusion that they're going to
Yeah.
fix America before it comes crashing down.
I mean, people
Just saying.
don't want to listen to me because honestly, the first time he was in office, people don't even realize the United States was bankrupt. The corporation was bankrupt. It was fucked. That's actually the only reason why they allowed him to even sit there and get in office in the first place. It was supposed to be kind of like a play on words because people sit there and say he's a businessman, but people don't actually they don't follow the money of they don't follow the money trail of supposedly his businesses. All of his businesses are bankrupt. All of them.
And the bloodline.
Right. So,
But then
and
we have Elon here now.
This
but
is,
hold
and
on.
that's something I'm trying to understand, Christine.
Hold on. I want to add that because I don't know if it was Bronze or somebody else. I think it was Bronze, but you sat there and said the bloodline. Okay, so let me go ahead and tie that into it.
Okay.
I did the 23andMe, right? Once again, I'm adopted. And through that, I was able to find my mother. She's a lot, but I was able to find her and reconnect with other family I didn't know I had, which I have a sister, I have a brother. Man, they cool as fuck. Like, bro, I mean, honestly, we click so easily. I'm like, they was there, they just wasn't there in body. You see what I'm saying? Like, we was tight. But my thing is this, even with that, it was like mere months after I sat there and I did that to where they literally started shutting all of that down. There's a whole lot of people that were resigning, and supposedly the president of 23andMe, the co-founder, wanted to change it to something completely different. Never emphasizes on what they want to sit there and turn it to, but they did change it supposedly. And then not only that, they later on said that, you know what, they were actually going to be looking at people's blood and following bloodlines. This is also where we're realizing that there's a whole lot of people that honestly were in the hierarchy bloodline that, in history were painted to look Caucasian and things of this nature, which once again, no shade on my Caucasian brothers and sisters, but everybody else, fuck y'all. But they literally had certain kings that were painted in a Caucasian light. They had dukes, kings, they had lords, they had barons and all this other kind of stuff. And they were all painted in Caucasian light. But whenever you actually read the description from people who are there, or people who were doing journal entries, they were described as black, as in like black, dark skinned, like, almost as black as coal. Some of them came from Ethiopia. Some of them came from, other areas of Africa, etc., etc. So, we already understand that history isn't really real. Once again, history is written by or accepted. Let me not say written. It is accepted into mass society by the ideology of whoever decides that they're going to put it in there, right? So that means that if they want a nation of people that are thinking greatness looks a certain way, that's what they're going to do. Once again, no shade, but that is like a part of what we're dealing with, right? So they literally decided that they were going to start looking at bloodlines. So here's my question. If we understand that Trump has a bloodline, estranged, yes, but has a bloodline connected to the Rothschilds, which is why he was even entertained as to be put in the place of POTUS. Okay. A lot of people don't understand that. They don't know that. Do fact checks. He's related. He's just estranged. Okay. So if you understand that, he was even knighted by the queen, which honestly also sits there and adds something else, because usually the queen isn't knighting motherfuckers, especially not an American POTUS, right? Because none of the other ones have ever been knighted by the queen, period. So with that being said, right, what's going on with the bloodline to where we have to sit there and start looking in other denominations for a continuation of the bloodline? Why is it that you can't just continue your own? Because doesn't he have children? He has get your son, please. He has Baron. He has his daughter. I almost said Melania, but I'm not going to disrespect her like that. I can't remember his daughter's name. Fuck. But he has a daughter. He has some sons, right? So what would be the Melania? Alania. Okay. So why is it that they haven't had children yet? Why is it? I mean, yeah, he's sitting here going so hard for Americans to sit there and have children because they want workers. Well, if you're a part of an elitist bloodline, then why haven't you had children? I mean, and if you have had children, once again, because he has, why aren't you a grandfather? Why haven't you sat there and married them off so that they can sit there and continue the, you know what I mean? The bloodline. Am I tripping?
No.
Like,
No.
because now it seems like they're actually digging into other areas to sit there and try to continue the bloodline. And something interesting that I heard, this was years ago. This was actually around the time that the Queen Elizabeth passed, right? They sat there and I said, whenever she's reincarnated, because she will be, but she will actually have melanin. She will be of a melanated bloodline.
Wait. Summer just said they just announced that his daughter Tiffany's pregnant. That's news to me.
Huh, me too. Let me look that up. I'm on my phone,
Yeah.
but I can do that too, you know.
Yeah. That's news to me. Like, I didn't even know that. But it's like, okay, and every time I see his son, you're talking about Trump's son, I see his son just always on like Rumble. But getting to that point, like, what about when they made the big deal about Meghan Markle? And they was like, oh, why don't allow that woman into the palace and all this shit because she had that half black blood. You know what I'm saying? Like what you said earlier is like we do have to understand. This is why it's so hard to for me because it's just be like when people be like, it's the truth. Whose truth is it though? Because you gotta remember that's his story. You know what I'm saying? So how am I gonna debate with you about that shit if it's his story? If you know that history can be conjured up, it could be a narrative, it could be this, that, and the third. Then what the fuck is real? I don't know what the fuck is real anymore.
What y'all talking about? Were you talking about Trump? Because he's got grandkids and all that. He's got a son with Melania.
Yeah, he got Barron. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I was sitting there talking about, but why is it that
Tiffany
his oldest
Trump
daughter
is pregnant.
Oh, she's pregnant? Okay.
Yeah, she's pregnant. And his son's also got children, his other son. He's got grandkids.
Yeah, the one that's kind of like the drunk asshole. Yeah, we ain't talking about that one.
Yeah. Well, he's still a son and he's still got grandkids. I mean, I don't like none of the motherfuckers, but
yeah.
Hold on, XL has something too.
Did nobody realize Barron only left for like 3 or 4 years as a little child, and he came back a full grown ass gigantic man?
You know, right?
my teenage boys did the same shit. He's a big boy.
Disappeared.
But I mean, here's the thing. I can understand if he was like 19, 20. He's not like he's 18.
My son's 6 foot. My son's 6'7" and wears a size 16 shoe, and he's going to go to college in the fall. He's 18.
Well, hold up. But my thing is, okay, so no. What I'm saying is, okay,
yeah,
so
let's
say, okay, so hypothetically, let's say he's 19. That was like, how long ago was he out of the scene? How long has it been, y'all?
I mean, she's kept him out of the scene pretty much the whole time.
Right. So if he's 19, that means that how old would he have been whenever his daddy took office the first time?
He's a young teenager. Where are we going with this? I don't understand.
Oh no, he was what, 13, 14?
Oh, okay. Because honestly, I thought he was younger than that. That's why I was like, okay.
Oh no, he was. Nope, I'm sorry, I'm confused. Yeah, he was getting out of elementary school, going in. Oh Jesus Christ, this frog just scared the hell out of me.
He was in middle school when he was,
That's what I said. He looked like he was barely out of motherfucking grade school, and 4 or 5 years passed, and then he came back out like a fucking.
But like all 4, and Christine could tell you, all 4 of my sons did the same shit. One minute they were little, the next minute they were taller than all of us. Like they 6 foot plus.
I understand that one because we have sons too who have done it. I mean, shit, my son, shit, they sit there and get to being tall, and then they sit there and try to, I have to remind them, baby, I'm part of that nuck if you buck. Should I stand up on a table and beat your ass if I need to? Don't get it
That's
twisted.
right.
But I'll take you
That's
down by
right.
the short hairs, honey, if I need to. Don't think I
If I
won't.
kick you in your
But
knees, I
but
kick you in your
here's
knees.
here's something more interesting. 3 of Elon Musk's sons were in vitro fertilization to be males.
Yeah, that's what
Wow.
rich people do.
Did you know that? He wanted
I
No.
mean,
those males, so they had in vitro to make sure they were male.
And you know what? Another thing that I've heard that they're doing with the DNA is that they're sitting here and trying to take other races and cultures' best attributes and trying to be able to sit there and kind of like pull them out of a DNA sequence and add them
they've
into
always
another
done. Rich
DNA.
people have always done that with kids. They'll go to ladies will go to sperm banks and shit like that, and they'll go through and see what their education level is, their health, their height, their hair, everything.
Well,
They
yeah,
do that shit.
well,
They've
yeah,
been doing that shit.
well, no. I mean, I understand that, but see, with that, it's still the luck of the draw, right? You're just sitting there like, okay, well, these are, attributes that so and so is this. So in your mind, it's more likely of your
Well,
son
yeah,
not
no,
being a
because
bum, right?
they doing stuff like if they geniuses and shit like that. So I mean, I think it might be a little bit more than the luck of the draw when they paying that much
Right.
money to do it. That's what I'm saying.
Well,
These
what
rich
they're
folks, they've
doing
been doing that
now,
weird shit for a long time.
I actually read an article on it a couple months ago. What they're doing now is actually deleting certain genes in their DNA process and adding certain genes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that is why they say that we're going to be seeing less Down syndrome, less, any anomaly in utero.
Right.
But see, that's
Did anyone see the study research where they're trying to unlock long past locked DNA code sequences, and they're also trying to create synthetic DNA code sequences as well?
Yeah, I heard about they creating the synthetic ones. Yeah.
see
I heard
now
about that.
here's the thing. Whenever they sat there and they delivered it to you, they sit there and deliver it in a way to where, okay, we'll see less of this. But let's be honest, what was the main concern that they had with cloning and everything else? Oh my goodness, we have scientists trying to play God, right? And it wasn't really so much that they were playing God, but if you're sitting there creating something that's soulless, or at least, that does not have the same what's the word I want to use? Sentience that we have, right? Then if you just have a body, what is a body without a soul or without a consciousness?
I would have said a demon, but
Well, right, but I mean, shit. Can we really call it a demon? Because I mean, I'm seeing a whole lot of
Oh, it's evil.
motherfuckers with. Well, you would assume they have. Hold on, I haven't seen the actual DNA structure, but you would assume that they have a soul and a consciousness, and they be motherfucking wilding out here. I mean, shit, didn't they just have a who was that dude that just fucking died not too long ago that sat there and said he was gonna come back, came back, sat there and died again? King Von.
Oh, where they freeze their bodies.
Whoa! King Von decided they said he was gonna come back alive again.
Yeah.
Hey, you talking?
You did that shit?
You said talking about he's reincarnated again. As who?
No, not reincarnated. I'm sitting there saying before
he's
he
gonna come back
died,
again.
the second time he sat there and told everybody he had a fucking family member that was over there into one of the African, I will say it like this, one of the African old schoolers. That's how I'm gonna say it.
Yeah, but has it ever been proven like
Okay.
anything that he's
Because I don't want
talking
nobody
about?
sitting there talking about,
He's talking out inside of his neck.
Nah, I mean
no,
honestly, these days
he came back. No, he came back. No, ma'am. He came
Where's this at?
back.
Where's this at?
Go look it up. King Von on everything.
on King David. I'm playing.
No, he sat there and said that his grandmother died.
What's your like? What do you mean? He came back? I mean, there's people that Christine's an ER nurse. There's people get brought back, all the time. But like, what do you mean? Like he came back?
Right. Okay. So what he said. Okay. So whenever he sat there and got shot, right? He sat there and pretty much was kind of spitting on it. Well, not really spitting on everybody, but kind of spit and sat there and kind of made a comment that he'd be back, and that he had a grandmother that sat there and kind of delved in some voodoo, hoodoo, some other things that people really don't understand. That's why I didn't want to say it, because people sit there and they start clenching their
I'm
pearls.
where the South. I
Okay.
understand voodoo a little bit.
Okay.
That's what I'm asking you, like, because
Well,
that's
no,
like an open statement.
you may understand hoodoo. Hoodoo and voodoo are not the same thing, but I got you.
Hold on, no
But
disrespect, but you don't know what I know.
Can I
So
pause?
okay,
Can I pause?
you right. You're right.
Wait, hold on. Can I pause?
Mm-hmm.
So, Mrs. Queen Sunkissed, who was here earlier, I think she's in the hoodoo. I'm not trying to be funny. I'm really trying to understand what hoodoo is about.
Okay, I'll go ahead and
and
I'll
then
give you the
let's jump
difference.
back into the convo.
No, you're fine. That's why I
Yeah.
say, you know what, she's right, because I don't know what she understands, so my apologies. Okay, so hoodoo is, well, actually, let me start with voodoo first. Voodoo is like the religious aspect of kind of it's like an African religion with certain practices and things of this nature. The same that, a lot of people have, well, it's not the same, but whenever you're dealing with Christianity, you go to church, there's certain type of rituals that you sit there and do at church. This can be singing, getting the Holy Ghost, some people speaking in tongues, some people sitting there going through what they call that monthly, I just had the fucking word. Going through the communion and all that shit, right? You go to the Catholic Church, they have their own set of rituals and stuff like that. But it's under certain bells, under certain light, well, not really lights, but under certain colors, certain geometric shapes, certain tones, etc., hence the organ being used. So when I say it's the same, that's what I mean. It's similar to they have their own, religious aspect in their own traditions and their own rituals that they do, right? So voodoo or voodoo is more of a religious aspect. Hoodoo, on the other hand, is not. It has no religious connotation to it. It's pretty much it's root working. If you want something done, the Bible says, what actions without, well, no, they sit there and say what is it, something without works is dead. I can't remember what the word is, y'all. Fill it in for me. Or desires without works, or okay, faith without works is dead, right? So in other words,
that or faith or prayers, some people say both.
Right. Prayers without works, the faith without works is dead. So what that means is, if you want something, you got to get your hands dirty. How you gonna get your hands dirty? Whenever they're dirty, it's dirty because it's dirt. Dirt comes from the ground, right? And if you're working with the roots, that means you're in line with the earth to sit there and make some shit shake. That's all that is. I can go ahead and give y'all real quick little fun facts. Anybody that uses seasonings in their food, you're root working, baby. Anybody that, has certain superstitions, you're root working. Anybody that sweeps all the dust out of their house whenever they going through spring cleaning, you're root working. Hell, even if you have an issue with putting your purse on the ground, you're root working. If you sit there and you deal with oils, don't matter whether they're aromatherapy oils, don't matter, you know what I mean? If you are told that the certain scent is supposed to be connected to a certain thing, you're root working, baby. If you use it with the intentions of, or with the mindset, let me say mindset, not intentions, with the mindset of that smell being able to correlate in your mind as triggering a certain memory, a certain emotion, a certain thought process, or anything like that, you're root working. Let me go ahead and give you one simpler. For
I
those
sage
people,
all the time.
there you go. It is still a form of root working.
Mm-hmm.
Here, I'll give y'all one that's real simple, because a lot of people probably don't even realize that they're doing it. whenever you clean your house, if your house smell like lemon, I don't care if it's an authentic lemon. I don't care if it's a synthetic lemon. If your house smell like lemon, you're working the roots, baby.
Same with lavender. That's my favorite because it's a calming. And you're
Uh-huh.
woodworking, and it's like, go touch the grass when we tell people, go touch the grass.
But see, here's
I
the
agree
thing.
with that lavender though, the lavender flavor. But it's
But
like
see, here's the thing.
using
I'm
other
gonna
shit.
ask y'all. I'm gonna ask y'all this: does it really
Oh,
do what y'all believe it does, or does it do it because y'all believe it does it?
It could be a little bit of both, in my honest opinion. You know,
Mm-hmm.
what you put out into the universe, expect to come back.
Exactly. But see, that is the core of working your roots or root working. Because think about it like this. Okay, especially my melanated people. Yes, Summer, I'm including your ass in this motherfucker too. And yes, I'm probably gonna include Christine. Hold on, Christine.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm a ask a favor of you. You don't have to do it, but I would appreciate it. Can you go to your spice cabinet and sit there and turn your camera on so I can see what spices you got?
Oh gosh, I have all kinds of spices. I have 3 spice cabinets. Which one you want? No, just teasing.
Baby,
Hold
look,
on.
and look, yes, all of the above. I'm gonna pick the answer D. Okay, all of the above.
So here's one.
Mm-hmm. That's
And
all like
then,
McCormick, ain't it?
well, no, I get better. And then I got these.
Okay, like those,
And
like those.
then I have these.
Okay, so I'm adding you into this too. Hold on.
But then I have garlic, and I have my onion sitting out, and I have my sage sitting out.
Well, no, okay. So the reason I said what I said was because, okay, so you all will be able to relate to this. When you cook and you are using your seasonings, is it because, well, no, I already know why. So let me go ahead and pose the question differently, right? When you cook and you use your seasonings, right? And you're cooking with love, does the food taste better because you actually put seasonings in it? Or does the food taste better because you had love whenever you were sitting there and doing the seasonings? Not only that, but whenever you sit there and put those seasonings on, does it not seem like those seasonings are catching the love that you have for your family or whoever it is you cooking for, even if you cooking for yourself, in order to make that food taste real good?
Mm-hmm. It's out of love. And the dirtier my kitchen is, the more love I put into it.
Exactly. Well, I mean, shit, you know, I still got to clean a cook in a clean kitchen, but I mean, that's actually exactly what it is. Now, here's the thing. Initially, whenever we were sitting there cooking, because we have to remember, especially whenever we're dealing with post-colonial Genesis, right? Um, you know, a lot of times they had melanated cooks in the kitchen, but they didn't want any seasoning and this and that. And then whenever they started using some seasoning, okay, it tastes better, but it wasn't love that they put in it. So what do we think that they put in it? Remember, they had certain stuff that was going to put people to sleep. They had certain stuff that was going to make people have bubble guts. They had certain stuff, you know what I mean? They understood the roots. They understood the plants. They understood the seasonings. They understood, you know, the plants to be able to make sure that medically they could save you. They also understood what medicine, or we didn't call it medicine, but what plants you could use that could go undetected that could actually injure you. They understood what the plants were and how they were used. So whenever it came to their family, they could sit there and put something in. Mind you, the exact same meat, whatever that they had for the suds in their home, right? They would sit there and take that exact same meat, be able to put something else over it to where if it did make somebody sick, they had the healing potion right. They had the healing herb right there as well. So it did not affect them. Are y'all
So,
seeing what I'm saying?
well, and I do, and I'm going to tell you something. And it's really weird that you say this because years and years ago I did pediatrics, and we had several people that were coming in that
We
had
can now.
Munchausen by proxy. and it was undetectable. We couldn't detect anything that they've actually done to the kids. But we had a doctor who was a virologist and really studied all the roots, as we call it. And so then we had to start looking for levels of garlic, oregano, elderberry, things like that, because like somebody like me, elderberry will kill me. Elderberry for you will help boost your immune system, but because I don't have an immune system and I have to use a blood product to burst my immune system, elderberry affects your immune system and it affects mine negatively.
Right.
Kind of like garlic, oregano, cumin, all those things, heart, blood pressure, and all those things. So that's how we were able to identify 2 of these mothers that ended up severely injuring their children because of Munchausen by proxy. It was due to they studied all these different leaves and roots and things like that and knew it would be undetectable unless you were specifically looking for it. It was a great thing that I learned.
Exactly. So that's one of the things we mean by root worker. Get your hands dirty. That's where that phrase was coined from. Now I'm not gonna sit there and tell y'all all the secrets because that's not my job. Besides, I'm not trying to sit there and get my ass beat by, nothing on the spiritual level or in the physical realm. But not saying that that's gonna happen, but this is me sitting there and saying, some of the shit I'm gonna shut the whole hell up because I don't know who's listening and I don't need anybody that's an op sitting there and trying to get any ideas, right? So the whole thing is that's the difference between hoodoo and voodoo. Hoodoo is something that you do on a subconscious level because you're being guided by ancestors. It does not matter what ancestors they are, and it does not matter the term ancestors. You can call them guardian angels, you can call them guides, you can call them whatever it is you want to. What it is that you're being warned, guided, however, by something that you feel is outside of you, right? So whenever it comes to voodoo, that's a whole religious experience. And, there are some deities that are connected to both, have different faces, different storylines, things of this nature, but on a spiritual level, they're connected to both. It's almost like how we have certain African deities that are also connected or similar to Greek deities, which are also connected to Roman deities, which whenever you sit there and break down the Bible, it sounds like there's a whole lot of deities in there, but they just sat there and called it all one entity, which I'm not even gonna hold y'all. It makes that entity sound real bipolar, but that's neither here nor there. So, it's kind of stuff like that. So everything is still.
And if you think about them, both of them, hoodoo and voodoo, are brought down by what may not, I'm going to say our ancestors, but it may not be specifically my ancestor. She's at work, so she's talking to people.
Everywhere.
He probably doesn't realize she's not muted.
Yeah.
But
Oh, my bad, y'all.
it's okay.
You good, boo?
But you got the voodoo and hoodoo that is brought down by ancestors. And that's where their connection is. One is subconscious and one is conscious.
Wait,
yes
real
and
quick. Christine, is your Latin lineage from like Hispaniola, South America, or Spain?
Spain.
Okay.
Then yeah. What it is that these were lessons that were taught by our ancestors to our other ancestors, their descendants, in need for revolution, or what you would consider liberation. So, ironically, at the time where it seems to be most fucking needed, shit just happens to pop back up. Isn't that interesting how that shit works? But that's neither here nor there. But no, little bro, that's the difference. You got one that's kind of a generational tradition based, and then you have another one that is actually religious based. And hoodoo, traditional, voodoo, religion. If I were you and you don't know nothing about it, bruh, it's safer to stay on the other side of the street. Don't fuck with either one.
But I think hoodoo we do subconsciously.
Hmm. A lot of us do,
Yeah.
but that's also a lot of us that have roots in, you know, the Portuguese, the Spain, you know, Spaniards.
Hmm.
You know, I mean, whenever we sit there and bring it back to colonialism, right? Um, I mean, where was the first place that colonialism as we know it hit? Fucking Portugal. Everybody want to say America. It was not America. It was in motherfucking Portugal with the Portuguese. And the Portuguese were, you know, still having to answer to some other shit. And then I believe the next one was Spain, or it might have been Spain at the same time. So they were the first ones that got hit with the level of fuckery. Then it happened to spread. So a lot of our ancestors that were from the Spanish, the Portuguese, those that were, you know, indigenous to the lands, those that were also in shit like Libya, Liberia, you know, other areas like that, that at one point in time were all forced to sit there and be stuck together, and they all had to team up to sit there and try to get that revolution or that liberation, you know, if not for themselves, for their, you know, descendants and things of this nature. You know, whenever you have a group of motherfuckers that are all being treated like shit, your biggest fear is that all these motherfuckers getting together and sitting there having trade secrets, right? Well, there you go. And this is why it's accepted by Afro Hispanics. And for those who really don't understand, Portuguese, those that are directly from Spain, yeah, at one point in time, y'all would be considered Afro Latinas. So yeah, all it was is that y'all had to adjust to a different environment as well as adjust to a different language. But yeah, a lot of y'all came from Africa too. So I mean, y'all still had the origins, and all y'all did was kind of flip it and make it your own. Which, of course, everywhere you go, we're gonna do that to be able to sit there and try to keep the core of anything alive, right? I mean, shit. Look at America. These motherfuckers wanted slavery so bad they rebranded that bitch 3 fucking times. But I guess people don't want to talk about that, so I'll move on.
Slavery's definitely been rebranded. It's very much alive and well. Not well
Baby,
though, you know,
okay?
like
It's alive
it's
and
very much.
thriving, honey.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's what I was trying to say. That's what I was trying to say. Not well, fuck that, because I can't stand this shit. But yeah, it's 100, and depending, you know, depending on how you look at it, I mean, we can find the statistics of there's more people bought and sold today, which is insane. It's just
Right.
different. They just change it up to make it look different. But I mean, you know, like me being a human trafficking survivor, I know a lot about that shit.
Well, not
I
just
take that
that, but
shit
I mean,
personal.
look at what the fuck is happening
But
right
that's not the
now.
only. Well, yeah, that's what I was just going to say. I mean, the government. I mean, there's so many different categories of slavery that you can bunch people in.
I mean, I was going to sit there and talk about the foster care system and how literally they're selling babies on the
Yep.
black market.
Oh,
But
yeah.
Yep.
I mean, and for those that don't believe that because they want to clench their pearls and get their panties in a
Oh,
twist, I would sit there and tell y'all to get
Shit.
some of them vibrating panties we
Come to
was
work
talking
with
about
me for a
earlier.
day. You'll see.
But not only that, I mean, I'm gonna break it down real simplified, right? And then I'm gonna sit there and go to my next example. Whenever we break it down real simplified, you are taking children. It does not matter what their family life situation is, okay? Because at the end of the day, look, you are taking children from their home. You are housing them in a secured location away from their parents. You are then auctioning them off to foster parents to pay cash money, currency, right?
yep.
To be able to take them home as a product that was as if they were a product purchased at Walmart. Okay.
Yes, they have.
That literally is the auction block. You literally that's exactly what's happening is that they're trading children. Now I'm gonna sit there and tell you how other aspects are playing into it. Whenever you sit there and you decide to ICE whenever you decide that you were going to deport, or at least you tell the world that you were deporting specific individuals to a facility, once again, a secured location, to a facility that is a paid prisons, right? That are paid per head of how many people they have, who they have. They are getting paid in cash. And then they are exchanging cash with you to be able to keep who they have in their secured location. They literally just traded you on the auction block for slavery. That is the exact same as the slave owners would go to an auction and they would sit there and pay cash money for a Homo sapien to be able to take home to utilize as a slave. What do you think is happening when they're sitting there and they're taking these people off to whatever fucking what is that prison that that Trump has everybody going to?
Oh, down in I know what you're talking about. I forget the name of it.
El Salvador.
Yep.
That literally that is slavery. On top of the fact that we ain't gonna talk about how they sitting there now taking women and children.
Yep.
That don't sound like a motherfucking slavery auction block to y'all, where they were auctioning off women, slaves, male slaves, and children and newborn babies. Okay. But you know what? This is just what I call it, good old fashioned American politics. Like I said, baby, slavery ain't never been abolished in this motherfucker. The only difference is there's a lot more niggas out here. And it ain't got shit to do with your color. Baby, if you a slave, guess what? You's a nigga. You need to sit there and walk with your head down, honey. You's a nigga. You ain't gotta like it. Once again,
well, you know, and for
look,
people that
I'm
think
holding
this
your
is
hand, kiss on the forehead, make it gentle, but that does not mean that this is gonna be any less painful. At the end of the day,
and for
you are nothing more than a slave. Go ahead, sis.
Summer.
Well, she might be working right now.
Summer.
Yeah, I'm working. I was gonna say, for anybody that thinks that shit doesn't happen, I mean, like, I've told my story on how people get auctioned off. You know what I mean? Like, for real. Like, those golf outings, and it doesn't matter. It could be of age, it could be younger. I was auctioned off at a golf outing for $10,000 when I was being fucking trafficked. So people can't tell me that this shit's not really fucking happening. And people can't tell me I'm fucking crazy because I've been there, done that, and got a fucking lot of trauma to fucking speak for it.
Right.
That I've worked through and been kicking ass, but you know, at the end of the day, it is what it is. So I don't like when I can't stand when people are like, "Oh, slavery just happened back then," and I'm like, "No, dude." I was like, they just fucking rebrand this shit, and then when they find out and it's, you know, oh well, it's bad now. Like right now, human trafficking is a hot topic. Foster care, what's happening to kids in the foster care system, shit now is a hot topic, right? Even though it's been going on for fucking forever.
Thank you.
I can't say centuries, but you know what I mean.
Well, no, you're right. It's been going on for centuries. The only difference is we called them we called them war what was it? What was it? Captives of war? That's what we call it. Prisoners of war.
Prisoners of war.
Prisoners of war. Yes.
And also too,
well, I was talking more in a because they had the orphanages instead of the foster care system. They had the orphanages back in the day.
That they had that shit. Right. Real quick too, like they was already saying they was already saying that they still had plantations in the 2010s. They say they closed the last one one of the last ones in like 2013. So a lot of people just was like, oh, you know, well, they didn't exist. I said, if you have plantations that still exist in the modern era, what does that tell you? It still exists.
Thank you.
We don't even know. We don't even know if there's still plantations out there right
no, there
to
are.
this day. Yeah, there still are. You know what I'm saying? So if you guys are correct, it got rebranded and then like re-solidified. But everybody always wants to think that when it comes to slavery, it's automatically a black person. No, it was slavery across the board with everyone because it was about prisoners of war. Whoever lost was the ones that was taken into slavery, and their children was too.
Thank you. That's what I'm sitting there saying. Look, people really are. I'm not gonna say they small. Well, yeah, I'm gonna say some of them are small
They're
minded
small
as fuck,
minded.
right?
Yeah, they
They
are.
small minded
They
as
are.
fuck. So I mean, my whole thing is, whenever we look whenever we look honestly at the real story of the government, right? All it was, you know what? We're doing it to all of you guys, but you know what? Y'all look like us. So, no matter what, y'all better than them. But we don't fuck with none of y'all niggas. And nobody picked up on it. So now you have all these people that they're just excited that it happened to those guys. Baby, we were just the guinea pigs. That's one of the reasons why a lot of black people call themselves the blueprint. Don't get me wrong. I mean, we are the blueprint. I'm not saying that everything that came from the blueprint was something that was successful and beneficial to the rest of society. But that doesn't still take away from being a blueprint. They tried it with us. They sat there and saw it work. They rebranded it. They sat there and called it Jim Crow. Then they rebranded it again. They sat there and called it prisoners.
Right.
Ironically, prisons, but we ain't gonna talk about prisoners of war. And now supposedly it's prisoners of war. Oh my goodness, we have these people that are from this other country, and supposedly they're doing all these things. Does that sound familiar to anybody? Oh, they're doing all these hateful things and these horrible things, and we need to send them back. And look, what is the magnum qualifications? Oh, these motherfuckers don't even need due process, because that's an American's that is a citizen's right or an American right. But half the motherfuckers they send here sending over there are Americans. So that don't sound like a prisoner of war to y'all. On top of the fact that this motherfucker's literally trying to create war to be able to justify the fuckery that is being done, because it truly is prisoners of war.
Yep.
True that.
I mean, I'm just wondering, because I be seeing a whole bunch of shit. And I'll be trying to have conversations, and I usually well, no, I usually don't, because I usually just kind of stay to myself and don't even try to talk to nobody, because I just be like, look, all they gonna do is sit there and interrupt, be on some motherfucking bullshit up some yeah. Occasionally when I do get online, I get the groups that are not like that. You can kind of tell which ones are gonna be like that though. But it's just like, bro, there be so much shit that be popping in my head, and I like puzzles. So there be so many motherfucking connect the dots, stick this puzzle piece here to try to see the bigger picture of the shit that be going on in my head that people don't look. You don't want to go in my head. My shit will scare you.
I
Like
tell
real
people
shit.
that all the time, get out of my head. It's scary enough for me.
Oh no! Look, if you want to go
Rent-free.
in my head, good luck. May the odds ever be in your favor, because it's amazing that bitch. You ain't gonna get out. And if I see you, I'm not helping. You stuck. That was on you.
You caused it for yourself, and it's just like when you go in, everybody has their mindset. It's like when you go into the mindset of Bronzebird, it's like you can't penetrate me, man. I'm too strong, motherfuckers. You understand that? Why do you think I troll as much as I do?
Yeah, fuck you, Bruno.
Fuck you, Bruno. and the thing about it is, I'm sorry. It's bad that I have to say this. It's like words have power, right? If my words
Right.
are so damn powerful, how the fuck did I make somebody cry 2 times in a row? I need help.
Oh man.
I need help.
All I'm gonna say is we're not even gonna talk about
Who you
how
make
I was on
cry?
your panel and made 2 sets of motherfuckers cry.
Flirty Diamond Summer.
Oh
Oh my
yeah,
gosh,
that's right.
on Sykes' panel that night.
Like fucking idiot gonna sit up
Oh
there.
yeah, I went up there to sit there and meet this chick, right? As soon as I went up there and said that you was my brother, that bitch was quiet as fuck the whole rest of the fucking panel, bro. She didn't say a fucking word. Well, no,
Yeah.
I'm lying. She said 2 words to one of the other ladies. She didn't dare say a word to me. And I was sitting there like, hi, how you doing? Boy, look,
Too
chirps,
quiet. Chirping, all that other stuff. And it's,
chirps.
again, the thing, Alyza, I'm half wrong. No, fuck being half wrong. I'm a troll, goddammit. Sometimes I don't like apologizing. But the thing about
No,
it
man,
is, it's like
on your shit, apologize. On your shit.
I'm
Accountability.
accountability. All right, I'll accept accountability on my part, because sometimes it could be like, Bronze, you gotta chill. But when I'm on that fucking wave, when I feel like trolling the shit out of somebody, I don't feel like stopping. So that's the recently the
Mm-hmm.
last couple of days. I don't care. I'm like, yo, you're gonna get trolled, fam. Keep talking shit. Because if you keep talking shit, I already plugged in how I'm gonna get you mad. So the thing about it is, That's what happened. And Summer witnessed it because I was going off. I said, any of y'all motherfuckers that jump in, I'm gonna roast y'all asses too. How the fuck I made her cry and then some other lady cry? It's like, I was just trying to help you, Flirty Diamond. And it's like, why are you butting in? Mind your fucking
Right.
business, respectfully. You understand that? Why
I
you
mean,
trying to jump into this shit when it ain't got nothing to do with you?
because we have a whole lot of people that honestly are trying to white knight for motherfuckers. And don't get me wrong, female or male, because yes, we did have some lady knights, but at the end of the day, before you white knight, you need to make sure that person is worth white knighting for. And the whole thing is, if they on the internet and they can't hold their own, now there's some, as a mother, there's some lessons you're gonna have to learn on your own, boo-boo. That means that if you can't handle being on the internet, take your ass off this motherfucker, or you either gonna learn how to have thicker skin.
That's what I'm
So
saying.
the way I see it, it's a plus. You know what I mean? Cause me, shit, like my husband sat there and told you, we was over there on the other motherfucking panel. These motherfuckers didn't even, once again, they don't know me from shit go to Sandman from on Riz's panel. My husband was trying to save another motherfucker. He was sitting there, well, you know what? I don't believe Alyza. Well, baby, Alyza don't give a fuck. Nigga, I don't fuck you.
Yeah, who the
So,
fuck is you?
I mean, well, you know what? I don't believe her. Okay, and moving on.
And so what? And this too. I forgot to say this. Summer and Christine, MC Nemesis was on fucking Psyche's panel the other day. That shit was funny.
I told him to block him.
Nah, that shit was funny. He came out the closet. Number one, that's not the funny part. He admitted that he has some type of like disorder. I think it's called IED, right? And the thing about it is, he made it his mission to talk about black people on Psyche's panel, where nobody asked for that shit. He always does. So I went up there and I said, okay, so you say.
All I'm hearing is that he actually there must be a black person that sat there and he got away that he had a fucking thing for and don't want to give that nigga no attention. Okay, we do that shit all the time.
I have no idea. But my thing about it is, it was weird to me because I'm just like, nobody's talking about black people, but you proceed to talk about black people. So, you know, representation out of America. Here goes flying ass Bronzebird come up on the panel, right? What they're saying, you know, save the fucking day for the Negroes in the YouTube sphere.
Oh God, not the Negroes. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Not the Negroes, but nah, real shit. So I was on a panel, and yeah, what's up, Truthzone? Real quick, I was on a panel, and the thing about it is, I was like trying to poke at him because I'm like, I think your whole entire rhetoric is trying to piss off black people by things you're saying, and you trying to come through with these statistical datas and all this other shit. But then Beaters ask you, what does the IQ stand for? And you can't tell me, and you can't tell us what an IQ stands for. That's crazy to me. So you know what I did? Poked at his motherfucking IED. And when I poked at his IED and I said, come on, call me the N-word, call me the F-word. He blew up, and then Psyche had to take him off the panel. Good job trolling by fucking Bronzebird. I gotta pat myself on the back. I don't give a fuck. Don't do that shit again. And every single time he come on there, I'm gonna remind him of that shit. Sorry.
I'm not even gonna hold you. You keep saying IED, and I swear to God, I keep hearing IUD.
It's just all it is somebody that just has anger and needs anger management.
All I'm gonna say is, man, Ron, just rip that motherfucker out with that nigga. Look, sit there and tell him, hey, you know what?
I tear his ass up every time I see him.
You've had enough tampons shoved up there. You know how it feels. Just rip that motherfucker out.
That's how you Bubba Sparks looking motherfucker. Bubba Sparks, man. You know what I'm saying? But
well,
it's
no,
like,
we can't call him Bubba Sparks. He like black people.
Can't
call him Bubba Sparks.
Can't call him Bubba Sparks. But the thing about it is like, yo, at the end of the day, like, again, my thing about it is, what is the obsession with these white dudes that come on these panels and want to sit up there and speak down on black people?
But see, here's the thing.
I've been going hard. I've been going on YouTube for about 5 years, and every single time I come up on a panel, they be like, "Nigger," and I'll be like, "I didn't even get a hello. I didn't even get a hello when I came on here."
Is my mic good? Okay,
yeah,
cool.
We can hear
you. What's good, Brownsbird? What's up, my nigga?
Up,
shout out to the ladies on the panel. What's up, Summer? What's up, Christine? What's up, Alyza? What's good? What's happening?
What's good?
What up, Truth?
Man,
But you know,
I heard you mention that retarded motherfucker MC Nemesis, bro. He be trolling my like when I first started doing panels. He come in he'll put something in the back chat. He'll put nigga in the back chat with an ER, and then like I blocked him, bro. I banned him from my channel, bro,
nah,
because like
I'm all
cause
for
that,
Hey, but
trolling.
Yeah, that's why
that's
he does that to everybody's channel.
right,
He
right.
does
That's
that.
the,
hold on.
I'm
I
waiting
just
for him to come over here and do that.
wait, Bronze. I just wanted to answer your question real quick. You sat there and said, "Why are so many of these Caucasian casualties sitting here and trying to come up to sit there and trying to trigger us, baby?" Because once again, we the motherfucking blueprint.
You heard?
Think
that
about it
motherfucker
like this:
retarded.
we the motherfuckers that's supposed to be the equivalent to the boogeyman. So either they scared or they want a piece of this. And
No,
what,
look.
now let's keep it a whole being. What happens when hold on, and I'm just saying this for dudes, right? What happens
Yeah.
whenever there's a, especially being a melanated king, right? If there's a bad little white, Caucasian shorty, right? And you sitting there trying to holler and she sit there and curb check you. Your pride gonna be a little bit wounded. So a lot of times niggas be up or like, well, you know what? Fuck you then, bitch. So literally it's the same thing with this motherfucker. Obviously there's some black meat that this motherfucker won't. And it might not be the meow meow variety. And obviously they sitting there, they getting curb checked and they getting in their BBs.
Shit.
And so now the first thing they want to do is sit there and say, oh my God, well, you know what? I'm going to sit there and stump my feet and I'm going to sit there and say nigger because you know what? Maybe that might get a reaction. And if I get a reaction, they'll turn around and maybe I'm cute. No.
I don't know dude from a can of paint. Because
No.
look,
Fat Joe.
the majority of the people on my panel
Fat Joe.
is the majority of the people on my panel is melanated people. The majority of the people in my chat.
Right.
Matter of fact, I'm gonna say 98% of the people on my channel that's on the panel and in the chat is niggas. And MC Nemesis, he comes over there from time to time. I gotta ban him every time because he got like 10 different sock accounts, and he puts in the chat nigger, and then he puts in the back chat trying to like trigger the niggas on my channel and trigger the females on my channel, but. Nobody don't be paying that nigga no mind. I just ban him. Say go on about your merry way. I said I already know what. I said I know his type. He probably done went through his girlfriend search engine on through her phone, seen BBC, all in that motherfucker.
BBC,
right.
BBC. Well,
Hey,
you
look.
know, I'm
Hey.
waiting for this motherfucker to come through. I don't identify as African American. I don't either, because you always hear in my videos I say so-called. But going back to this, right? We're going back to this, right? I'm waiting for that motherfucker to come over to this channel. I want to troll him because if I know he has IE,
now how the fuck he
wait,
find my
let me
channel?
finish.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. How the fuck?
Wait.
Because
Hold on, let me.
Elias, wait.
Mhm.
Because it was through TPP. Through TPP and you being on Alyza's panel, he fucking searched through the fucking webs. You understand that? So that's the reason
You wasn't on my panel, was you?
No,
I don't know who Alyza is.
I said no. I said through TPP and you Truthzone. That's how he was able to find Psyche's panel. That's what I'm saying. He found you probably through Psyche's. But that's what I'm saying. He goes through that shit and trying to find what black people's panels he's gonna go with. He's gonna hit the ones that have bigger subscribe counts and all that other shit. And he's gonna be on some bullshit. He's probably gonna get blocked. But I want
And you
him
gotta
to come to
remember,
Brownstone.
I try to post everybody's links.
Okay. Well, my thing is I don't
That
even
might
go
be it
live
too.
on my shit anymore. But here's the thing. Here's another thought I had. So Truthzone. This is where I'm gonna need you to tell your goddesses and your ladies, right? So hey, whenever that motherfucker come on, keep him up there. So sit there and tell all your ladies, hey, this the motherfucker that'll sit there and pay 6 racks for motherfucking feet pics. Get him. Look, this one is for the findom, ladies. This one is for, the sugar daddy, ladies. This is the sugar daddy.
Yeah, dude, weird. I don't let him up on the panel. He's always in the back. Like I'll see him in the back chat with his camera on, making weird ass faces. I said, "This dude is fucking retarded."
Oh, well then,
he
got a thing. Look, he got a thing for you, baby.
Oh no, I'm.
You seem to be the apple of his eye. If he's sitting there and trying to put on an act for you. Ooh.
No, hell no, Alyza, no.
Well, he did come out the closet. So
he like, hey, he like that BBC. You like that
Yeah,
chocolate?
that's what
You
I'm
know
saying.
that
That's who the majority of
brownie.
that's who the majority of my panelists are. That's who the majority of the people on
But
my
see,
channel are niggas.
he's not dancing for majority of your panel. He dancing for you.
You,
He
bro.
wants your
No,
BBC, bro.
you trolling now, little. You
No,
trolling.
I'm not trolling. I mean, I'm just sitting there saying there's a whole matter of fact, Brown's brother sit there and tell you the other day I had to sit there and check another motherfucker because he stood up here and talk about some, oh well, your brother is blah blah blah, nigga. Why are you worried about my brother dick, bro?
Yeah, Harry and Apollo be saying that
Weird.
such
That's
shit.
weirdos, man. That's why I can't go on everybody's
Right.
panel,
And
man.
I think Apollo's the weirdest one. Because he'll sit up there and talk about, why don't you tell the panel about how you suck your own penis? And I said, whoa, when the fuck did I ever say that?
I mean, son,
Why
that's
as
the
a
Marilyn
man,
Manson shit,
and
and I'm
why
not even sure
why
he's
as a
100%
man,
right.
and why as a man are you asking me those questions?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like these weirdos, yo, and then they get mad because I sit up there and say they be having Greek orgies, yo. It's something's gotta beg. You European motherfuckers be on some next shit. I'm sorry. I gotta be real. It ain't even about race. It's just European shit. I mean, there's still weird shit they do in America, but yo, should be hitting different. As soon as you ask the questions, let's put our dicks on the table.
Right.
I'm telling
I
you,
feel like
I'm
I
a
feel like it's an
guy that
insecurity,
night.
man. Because once they get to throwing out racial slurs, once they get to throwing out racial insults, I feel like that's an insecurity that they have yet to deal with. You know, because I've been,
Yeah.
that's the way I see it. Like, man, like I don't be thinking about, like I ain't even think about y'all like that. It's obvious that we on your mind.
Facts. My thing is this: how are we supposed to be the bottom of the totem pole? Yeah, y'all be sitting here and dreaming about us, and y'all scared of us and all this other shit. So much so, but baby, we ain't thinking about y'all ever,
Rent free.
ever.
We,
Okay.
Y'all be
on my
buying up
channel,
our business.
on my channel, we still talking about the government. Next thing I know, some weird ass white dude in the chat, in the back chat, saying the N word, nigga. I'm like, man, what the fuck wrong with these dudes?
Like,
Weird
what
dumb
is
motherfucker.
wrong with y'all? Like, y'all need help. Like, ain't nobody focused on you. Like, you wanted to ruin my day by calling me nigga. What you thought I was gonna say? You fucking crack up. You
Right.
Neanderthal. Why you come up on my panel? I said I ain't got time. I said call me a nigga and have a good day.
Right.
What are you gonna do? You think you're gonna offend me by calling me a nigga? And then Alyza, remember this? Alyza, then in the video was still up on YouTube when I had to correct one of these dumbass white dudes from fucking Britain. When I sat there and said this dude called me a coon, I said, do you know what a coon is? Do you even know what the fuck you talking about before you say shit? And he got fucking corrected. And I said, you sound dumb as fuck, bro.
That shit was epic. Hold on. And then sat
Yo,
there with the man whenever he found out what it was, and he was like, oh, you were just sitting there and trying to say something because you just figured it was gonna make black people mad. Baby.
yeah. I said right at the end.
We don't give a fuck.
I'll
Yo,
be like, man, I be telling, hey, man, you want me to fuck your wife, man? Just tell me, man. If that's what it is, bro, you want me to fuck your wife, man? Just keep it a stack.
Yo, I said right at the end, I said, you just wanted a reason to speak to a black American, call him a nigga, right? He's like, yes, I had the chance to do so. I said, I knew it. Like, you ain't, it's like, it's so old now on YouTube that they do that because it doesn't hit me with something that's really going to get me mad. Like,
because that's the only thing that they think they have going, because supposedly the entire society sits there and tells them, like, and this is a discussion we were having earlier, tells them that they can't say the word, so they think they're being a rebel by doing it. Now, what did I say? Y'all can say whatever the fuck y'all want to say, but guess what? If you're gonna say it, then have the same courage to sit there and say it out in the public around somebody that you would sit there and say it to, and then whatever consequences come, allow them consequences to come. But nobody ever told, nobody ever told you can't say the word nigga. We just understand that you gonna catch a fade when saying it. And if you know that and you understand this and you ready to catch your fade, then by all means, free speech. Didn't we have that conversation
by all
earlier?
means, right? By all means, and this is another thing too. I have to say this.
Oh, damn, that's good.
A lot of you motherfuckers need to stop calling yourself trolls. Y'all not trolls. Y'all just annoying motherfuckers that make sounds and say dumb shit to interrupt panels. All right? Like,
Little Wayne is a troll.
you know what I mean? Like, come on, fam. Like, you know, we talking online shit. It's like, you know how many people we come by and they be like, yeah, I'm a troll. Yeah, I'll be trolling. I said, you're not trolling, dude. You're just being annoying as fuck. Like, that's not trolling. I hate it because now I feel like I'm giving it a secret.
They need to
Huh?
practice their trolling. I always tell them they need to practice their trolling and come back later.
Exactly. Precisely. That's exactly what needs to be said, Christine. Because it's annoying. How many times we bumped into people, and they be like, ah, rah, 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 rah. And you be sitting up there like, why the fuck you making noises like you a kid?
Because
Yeah.
they are.
Yeah.
Because they
Like I
are.
said, bro, you're not a troll. All I'm saying is you said you a little kid that has trauma, and obviously you weren't heard or seen by your mama or your daddy, and so you trying to be heard and seen here. That's all you trying to do. You're not trolling. You're just sitting here and trying to take care of some fucking traumatic experience that you had as a childhood in your childhood because you didn't get enough fucking hugs.
They
You
have
needed
And
failed to
nobody
extended
launch.
fucking likes
recess
you.
times. What
They
up,
have failed to
ABTV?
launch into adulthood.
Yeah, they have
Right.
extended recess time. That's what it is.
Right.
Yeah.
Hey, it's done if you want to go get some in the
I
kitchen.
got out my cot today,
Right.
Mr. Bronzebird. I was like, I don't give a fuck. But you thought you getting a cookie?
No,
Get the fuck
I
out of
teach.
here.
No, they're
I
just happy
teach
because
in
they don't have any
proper.
more nap time.
Yeah.
That shit is so fucking bad, yo. But that's what I'm saying. It's like, yo, it's annoying. But yeah, Alyza, I'm surprised, like, they weren't gonna say anything because I wasn't on the panel. But Flirty Diamond deserves that shit. And the thing about it is, every single time I'd be like, "You're a man. You're a man. You're a man." I ain't no fucking man. I said, "Why your voice crackling when you speaking to me?" Yo, if you sit up there saying it's like, just stop, man. You know what I mean? So yeah, victory for Bronzebird twice in a row. I'm sorry.
I know the
I gotta
funniest.
stop. I gotta stop because it's like if I keep on trolling, I'm gonna go back on trolling missions. I used to love going on trolling missions. I'm about to do it again. Fuck
Now
yes,
for
my life
me,
is complete.
oh shit, my,
What's
my
up?
phone is at 17%. But for me,
Mine was
it was the whole
26.
whenever I went up there, because I usually show my face. I mean, shit, I got fucking pretty privilege. I ain't got no issue showing my fucking face. I don't give a fuck.
Right.
But I sat there and showed my face. This girl sat there, was quiet as fuck. They were sitting there talking about my hair. It's multicolored, duh. Like, because I feel like having it fucking multicolored. And then, like I said, the whole time, everybody else was talking, but she was quiet the whole time. And then, oh boy, is up her like, oh my God. So, you know what? Do you like witchy and bitchy stuff? And I'm sitting here like, did you not just hear me speak? Oh my God. Do you have a deck of tarot cards?
Who,
Once
Psyche said
again,
that?
yeah, I'm sitting here like, did I not just turn on my camera? Okay. Like, I mean, Bronze, I don't know if you've ever, like, whenever I'm in my bedroom and I turn on my camera, how I got my bookshelf in the back, and there's
Right.
30 fucking decks of tarot cards, and there's like over $5,000 worth of fucking books and shit, and they're
You
all
always talk about
either,
that.
outside of the the King James versions. I have every kind of Bible. I have the Torah. I have the other fuck. Now I can't even think because now I really don't want to have to go up and get in there. I really don't. But I have this pseudepigrapha, old and new. I have the Lost Testament of motherfucking Eden. I have the Lost Testament of Adam. I have all the fucking shit, including the fucking book of fuck. I can't. Oh my god, I can't think. Oh boy, that was really talking about the aliens. Enoch. Okay, we have Enoch. We have Jubilees. We have all those books because I like to debate. And then I have like 3 other rows of motherfucking witchy books. So if I really wanted to be petty, not only do I have witch books, I have hoodoo books, I have voodoo books, I have a whole lot of shit. And I also have a whole lot of herbs. So get everybody wants to get to the point where, oh my God, we were able to troll Alyza. There's a reason Alyza don't give a fuck.
Right.
And it's not for my safety, it's for y'all. Because the day I give a fuck, y'all will never know what I do whenever my camera is off. Ever. But it's
And by the way,
uh-huh.
another fucking thing, that weirdo shit about the whole camming, the whole weirdo fucking camming up shit. People got to deal with that shit on fucking YouTube all day. You know how enjoyable it is. People sit up there and say, "Yo, Bronzebird, the reason you don't cam up is because you insecure, and that you ugly and you fat." I said, the people that might have spoke to me before, seen me before, and
Right.
a bunch of women that certain women that's talked about me. Oh, that dumb bitch Janet was just speaking my name the other day, and she was sitting up there talking about, oh, Bronzebird was so handsome and he's so cute and da 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 and this that, and third. And I said, I don't like you, bitch.
Facts.
Remember when you was talking shit on my name, bitch? I said, I thank you for the compliment. I appreciate that, but I don't like you, bitch. I can't
Right.
stand your ass. But back to the point, it's like y'all try to create all these narratives in your head about someone else, and you don't know shit about them. So go ahead, continue. Continue to say these different things that you don't understand and you don't get. And especially when they're talking about the tarots and all that other stuff. Yeah, it's knowledge, homie. That's what the fuck we do. We sit up there and we spit game because we understand what the fuck is going on in society. You might not know what's going on because you too inside of your head, rent free. Just saying.
Now, here's my question. Okay, so people, and this is one, honestly, I would ask Psyche, but I'm not even gonna hold y'all. His life is boring as fuck to me. So honestly, it's not even worth me going on. But one of the questions, matter of fact, one of y'all, if y'all go over there, Bronze, if you go over there, go ahead and present the question to him. Has he ever seen the movie People Under the Stairs? Now, here's the thing. For those who have seen it, first of all, it's a wonderful fucking movie. But secondly, for those people who want to sit there and talk about tarot, watch that movie and tell me what you get out of it. Because the entire movie is the story of an entire fucking tarot deck. Think about it. If you've seen it, hold
I've
up,
seen that
at the
movie
very
before. Yeah, yeah,
beginning,
yeah. I've seen that movie.
right, like 1,000 times, right? If you think
Right.
about it, at the very beginning, before old boy's his mama gets sick, we are introduced to the protagonist, right? The main character. What's his name?
I can't recall his name, but I've seen that movie a whole bunch of times.
His name is
Michaels?
Fool. No, his name is Fool. What is the very first card in a tarot deck?
Ooh.
It's the Fool. She even broke down, mind you, the sister who was actually doing his tarot at the time and sat there and literally, if you actually know how to interpret the tarot, literally broke down the entire story right there in the generalized sense, right? So she called him fool because of what fool represents. Pretty much, it is a young person who is not knowledgeable truly of the world or of the adventure that they're about to enter. The adventure that they're about to enter is about to be one that's going to take them through a physical journey as well as a mental and spiritual journey. You've seen the movie, you understand that ain't no lie. That shit was wild, right? But if you sit there and watch the entire movie, and if you understand every card in a deck of tarot, all the major arcana, all the minor arcana, he literally lived every single fucking card. Every single one. Literally, that movie was about somebody else's version of having to go through the entire deck to get to the very end. If anybody understands a tarot deck, or even if they have one right now, y'all can go ahead and look it up. The last two cards of the major arcana would be you have the world card. I mean, you have the justice card, the world card, and I believe it's the justice. Well, it might not be the justice, but I know it's the world card, which is the 20. And then I think they have a 21. I'm trying to think of what that card is. But the whole thing is at the end of the movie, what happened?
Oh, real quick, peace to bearded conversations, man. Peace. Hold on. I'm not
Okay.
ignoring anything you said, Alyza.
No, you're good. Oh, boy's on mute. At the end of the movie,
Yeah.
the people who were under the stairs were able to get out, were able to sneak out because of the distraction of a shit ton of money that was flying outside of the house, right? So that would be your pentagrams or your coins, and the distraction was allowing somebody else to get to safety. And he was pretty much the man of the hour, not only to those that were outside the situation, but those that were also in the situation. Okay. So if the beginning of the movie is the very first card of the deck, and at the end of the movie is the very last card of the deck, to where literally he saves the day in its epitome. Rewatch that. Even if you don't have a deck of cards, even if you sit there and you go on ChatGPT and you have it explain to you what every card signifies, read all that shit. And then you sit there and play a game with yourself. Every single time you're able to recognize one of the situations in the card, go ahead and pause it and, check that card off. Literally, that entire movie is about that shit. So if you're going to sit there and play with tarot, don't sit there and tell me you know tarot. I mean, that's like saying, "Oh, mommy, I can read. It's a phonics book, and it's for my third level. But mommy, I can read. Okay, I'm happy you can read. But baby, it's different if you sit there and come and tell me, Mama, I just got done reading Tommy Knockers from Stephen King in a matter of 3 days. The book was about XYZ ABC 1 2 3. My opinions on the book were blah 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 blah. I didn't really like it, or I did like it because of the alien aspect. Mom, maybe in 3 years, we should go ahead and read this again and see what I get out of it. Do you see the difference in the comprehension?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha. Yeah,
So
I haven't seen that movie in a hot second, but yeah, I feel
We
what
had
you're
a
saying.
conversation. I think seen it too. I think he said it. He's seen it.
Right. So if you're going to come to me sitting there talking about, ooh, do you have tarot decks? Sweetheart, I don't give a fuck if you like the nice pictures on a card. All that is a motherfucking picture book. Okay? All you're doing is telling me the picture that you see. The question is, if somebody actually allows you into that energy, is there only one kind of spread you can do? Because I can do 30 of them. Matter of fact, I can look at you and not even have to sit there and read the motherfucking deck. And I can see the cards in my head to sit there and tell me everything I need to say about you.
Nick Johnson was good. Shouts to you, bro.
So, baby, look, that shiny bullshit, yeah. Save that for your flunkies and the newbie witches, baby. Some of us you don't want to play that game with. Matter of fact,
with the wrong deck.
Matter of fact, I take it back. I'm gonna go back on this panel and I'm gonna ask if I can read him. Let this motherfucker be foolish enough to allow me in his energy. Go ahead.
Oh my god, yo. I have that dude is like open about. I guess he's open about what the fuck.
Well, I need like a way to get a hold of you so I know when that happens because I want to see it.
Yo, yes, honestly, word two. Hold on, who in the back? Oh, what up? HustlerNMuscular in the back. What up?
What's up, HustlerNMuscular?
I can't speak on it because I don't know tarots. For the longest time, I've just been having issues because I was just like, yo, tarots, zodiac signs, mediums, and all this shit. And I'm just like, certain things I just don't believe in. But at the same time, I try to have an open mind and be like, yo, I respect that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Like, I'll be honest, real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Real quick, because the number one thing I tell you all the time that get on my fucking nerves is when, especially like women, they get happy-go-lucky with the zodiac shit. You say one fucking thing, they'll sit up there and say, Bronzebird is a Sagittarius, so he's a Virgo. I didn't tell you shit. How the fuck did you recognize what zodiac sign? That all I said to you motherfuckers was, I'm a fall baby. That's all I said. That's all I said. I said, yo, I'm a fall baby. I'm not telling you what I ain't telling you
any
who.
sign.
You can meet me in the.
Who the fuck is that?
By the office
Summer.
last time, you remember?
Summer.
Well, no. Bronze.
All right, I was saying real quick. Like, yeah, man, it's you have the conversation and you just be chilling, or you talk to certain people, especially ladies and stuff like that, especially on panels I got in before. And you sit up there and talk about zodiacs. Oh, I can't stand this zodiac sign. Or that's the reason I broke up with this guy. Or I don't want to deal with them because they're zodiac sign. I'd be like, shut the fuck up. I don't want to speak about that. That's just stupid. I'm trying to get to know you for who you are and have a conversation and see if our energies thrive. You understand what I'm saying? You want to sit up there and talk about zodiac signs because you think there's some comfort in that. You need more experience in your life. And that's the shit that got me mad. And I was just like, yo, you know what? I don't think I really want to fuck with the zodiac signs like that because I don't want to be that. I don't want that
Well,
to
here,
establish the relationship between me and another
right.
person based off of zodiacs. No, I don't want to do that.
It's not supposed to. So, Bronze, here, let me help you out.
Go ahead.
First, it'll be easier to sit there and talk about the zodiac shit first, and I'm also gonna give you responses to these bitches that be saying this shit. All right, because you know I always do. I always give you something to sit there and either wash it down or wash your back. Either way.
That's a fact.
So
That's a
first
fact.
of all, even if a chick sit there and ask you I will ask you your birthday, but I don't want you putting your personal business out there. But even with your zodiac, here's the interesting thing about a zodiac. First of all, if you have a girl that sits there and says, "Oh my God, I can't date you because of your zodiac sign," the bitch is an idiot. I'm gonna tell you why. Because anybody that actually knows truly about some of that shit, we already understand that there's three, right? Now, this is almost like an African proverb, but it's not only black folks that understand this, and it's not only black folks that it works with. We understand that everything comes in threes, right? So what you have is your sun sign. That's the sign that everybody knows. Okay. So what that is when you go and you're presenting yourself to the fucking world, these are similar characteristics, not personality traits. There is a fucking difference. These are characteristics that you may embody. Understand, multiple fucking signs have the same goddamn characteristics. Okay? I just want to sit there and say that before people sit there and start getting in their motherfucking feeds and they feels. Get out that shit. So, initially the sign they're talking about is your sun sign. That is the way you present to the world. So here's the thing. If you gonna be my nigga, and if I'm gonna be your lady, your girl, your wifey, your old lady, however you want to say it, I'm not worried about your motherfucking sun sign. I'm worried about your moon sign. So what the moon is, let me go ahead and put it down like this. The sun version of you is the part that shines to everybody so everybody can see. Or your conscious, right? So this is, if you want to sit there and smack a motherfucker, this is going to be the part of you that's going to smack a bitch, right? Does Wayne Brady got to smack a bitch? Yeah, that side, okay?
Right.
So your moon sign is your subconscious. That represents the way you are when you feel safe, when you in your zone, when you in your spot, there ain't no threats. You can, be vulnerable. You can truly be you. You ain't got to wear no mask. You ain't got to fake the funk. You just being you. You chilling, like for real, chilling, right? That's your moon sign. That's the part I want to know. Who the fuck are you behind closed doors, right? I'll go ahead and give y'all mine. I really don't give a fuck about it. I'm not going to give y'all my rising, but my sun sign, I'm a cuss baby. So I'm a Leo and a Virgo. So for me, what that means is in my younger years, I'm very much loud, proud, very much the life of the party. If I were gay, I'd be the one that have the motherfucking rainbows, the sparkles, the glitters, the stars, and the sun, and all of that shit would have neon shit and it would glow. There'd be like, bro, everybody would get in a wreck trying not to notice me because I'm that motherfucking bright, right? Flashy.
Right.
Okay. So my moon sign is a Pisces. So whenever I'm chilling, whenever I'm in my home, whenever I'm comfortable, whenever I feel safe, that's the aspect of me that y'all get. So y'all get where I be dropping knowledge, be sitting there and talking about how I can literally call you out on your emotional state, in a lot of cases, your mental state, because a lot of people don't know how to separate them. Shit like this. And that's the part of me that seems very, oh my gosh, you sound like a therapist. No, I just read people. Right? But that's where that aspect comes from. I'm a Pisces. A Pisces is a water sign. That would be the fish that are very much yin and yang. So when I sit there and I say my name is Alyza Havoc, and Alyza means joy, and Havoc means chaos, I am a perfect balance. That's who the fuck I am. Right? But that's who I am on a deeper level. So whenever I go out with you, now I'm actually in my Virgo stage to where, baby, I don't want to be bothered. I have organized chaos. I'd rather be at home. Don't sit there and call me and ask me to go out on no party, because as soon as you call me, as soon as I walk in my motherfucking gate, bitch, the answer's no. I don't give a fuck if I only got 2 toes in that bitch, the answer's no. I'm not going nowhere with you. I'm not kicking it with you. We're not going out drinking. If I want to drink, I'm going to drink with me and the dude I'm fucking. Because I guarantee you I'm fucking when I'm done. I don't even give a fuck if I'm not horny. I'm fucking when I'm done because that nigga's mine. Okay? So,
concepts.
but you know what I mean?
No.
Like my whole
Yeah.
thing is, and people think I'm joking when I say this, but they really don't understand. I really don't be joking. You call me if you on your deathbed. If I like you, I will come out. If I don't, oh well.
Go fuck yourself. But this is the thing though. I think this is
But
another. I want to say this one thing, Alyza. No, matter of fact, finish, and then I'm gonna respond. Yeah.
Okay. So when people are sitting there talking about knowing your sign, you sit there and just tell them, I don't know you well enough to allow you in my energy. Even when you're telling your sign, that is still giving your energy. And in some cases, it's giving permission. That's what we're not going to do. We're not giving permission to random motherfuckers that have not done nothing to earn that shit. Fuck them.
That's something that is key. That's what I think is missing in this fucking society. A lot of people don't understand that energy you possess by being who the fuck you are, whether it be online or in your real life. And so many people be like, oh, you know, this happened to me, or this person, blah, blah, blah. And then you look, you be like, but you allowed yourself to talk to that person, right? Yes, you did. Did you allow that person to sit up there and deal with you? Yes, you did. Did your subconscious tell you to deal with that person? No, they did not. Your subconscious told you they're a piece of shit. Yep, they sure did. But whose fault is that?
Well, yes or no. Hold on, little bro. I'm going to say yes or no. And
Okay,
the reason I'm going to say that is because of this. We have a lot of people that are dealing with a whole lot of trauma, right? And once again, this is no excuse because we already know I don't give no passes to nobody except for my nigga. And honestly, when it comes to emotional shit, he ain't got no pass there either. I'm harder on him because I live with that motherfucker. Y'all should feel bad for exile sometimes. But here's the thing. There are so many people that are so busy trying to be in fucking familiar energies. And when I say familiar, I don't mean that that's good. I mean, if they sat there and came from a motherfucking broken home, that's the same shit they trying to get to. If they came from a relationship where they daddy beat the brakes off their mama or their mama beat the shit out their daddy, that's familiar to them, right? Because in a familiar energy, and this is once again positive, negative, however one interprets it. In a familiar energy, they have already learned how to be able to maneuver. Right? If they survived it up to this point, in their mind, they can maneuver well enough to where they can survive it up to another point because it has not, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Right? Even if it is broke, if I don't see it or admit that it's broke, don't fix it. Right? I want more of it. Even if I sit there and I say I don't. Now, the scenario you were given, very accurate. You know what? Hey, were you sitting here with somebody? Were you with somebody that ain't shit? Yeah. Now, here's what I would have said. Did they give you 15 fucking signs beforehand that they wasn't shit? Yeah. Did you believe those signs? No. Then you deserve exactly what the fuck you got.
Consciousness.
Because life is a lesson. And look, it's either a blessing or a lesson. Both of those are consequences of every decision that is made. Right?
Yeah.
So with that being said, if you still sat there and gave a pass, this is for anybody. If you sit there and make excuses, if you try to justify somebody else's behavior, please understand that you can only justify yours because you cannot be in the fucking mind of that motherfucking person. Please stop sitting there and saying, oh my God, well, it's okay. You know, he just cheated on me because he didn't really cheat on me. He was just over there with his baby mama and they were co-parenting, baby. He was slobbing on, baby. He was all up in her coochie, all up in her back, all up in her asshole, baby. Look, the whole thing is, as if you're going to give a pass trying to justify why somebody did something to you that you feel isn't right. And just in case you need to know, if you have to justify it, yes, you know shit wasn't right. If you have to give an excuse or if you have to justify why the fuck it was happening. If there ever is a turn, if there is ever a turn where, oh, he just, or oh, she just, then obviously that is everything in you sitting there saying, bitch, nigga.
That's what I'm saying. It's the subconscious. Is this what I'm saying? The subconscious never lies. You feel what I'm saying? And I'm not. And the problem is, a lot of the times we get into that depression stage, or we fuck up because we knew that our subconscious was telling us, yo, you should have never been dealing with that situation. Right? And the thing about it is, I'm not gonna hold it against certain times.
certain times. There's the only thing going back to what you're saying. You learn it about life because that's the essential thing. You just gotta learn from it. Ain't nobody telling you to be like, oh well, fuck you because you did so wrong. I say, okay, I did wrong. I accept responsibility, or I didn't listen to what my subconscious was saying. You know what you do after that? You learn from that shit. You feel what I'm saying? You have to be a complete fucking moron to continue to keep dealing with the same shit from different people this time. Hold on.
But hold on.
Well, wait.
Hold on.
Let me finish. You have to be a complete fucking moron to know that if you say that you learned from that situation last time and you get right back into the same situation, you're a fucking moron. I'm sorry. I got to stand on that hill and I have to say that.
Okay, well, I'm going to disagree with you.
Okay. Why?
And this is why. Because a lot of people don't understand, especially when I say relationships, I'm not talking about just romantic ones. I'm talking about every relationship you got, right? You are attracted to what you didn't have as a kid. So if you happen to be around a man that is really, really abusive, what you're trying to do is sit there and get the love that you didn't get from your father figure. And ironically, people that end up being attracted to people that are abusive, especially physically, but I don't just mean physically, I mean emotionally, mentally, spiritually. Guess what? That's the same shit they went through as kids. Regardless of whether they realize it or not, regardless of whether they admit it or not. So a lot of times we are attracted to what we didn't have as children. For men, a lot of times and these are for those men that like to sit there and be the white knights, the Captain Save-A-Hoes that be putting their capes on all the fucking time for no fucking reason.
Yeah.
Sitting there flying in the goddamn air like traffic.
You're right.
These are the motherfuckers that saw something was happening to their mom, saw something was happening to somebody significant like their sister, and couldn't save them. And so they're holding on to guilt. So now every single time they see a woman, they trying to save them.
All right.
Damn. God damn. Yeah, that makes sense too. Shit.
Deep shit right there. Thank you.
So when we're saying that if you're not learning, you're a dumbass, that's not exactly accurate, because even though you have learned not to be in that specific relationship or that specific bond, unless you actually do internalized healing. And once again, I can give example. Well, I'm at 6%. So if my shit drops, I'll just comment on my other phone.
Yeah.
Hold on, Alyza, say that one more time about, man, being Captain Save-A-Hoes put on their cake because you said they watched their mom go through abusive relationships, and it's like a guilt trip. God damn, that's true.
It is. This is absolutely, and the thing is, it's not just men. It's mostly, it's noticeable in men, but honestly, women do the same thing. A lot of times, these women that feel like they can save somebody, that's because either daddy wasn't in the picture or daddy ended up leaving because mom was toxic. Because there are good men out there, and good men don't want to deal with fuckery either. Or you have some other shit where they felt like they were trying to save somebody and it didn't work. So now they're trying to save everybody. I sat there and heard on one panel that there was this bitch that sat there and got raped by her cousin. Okay. She was molested 15 times by this man. Sitting there talking about, oh, well, you guys should still give him a chance because we don't know why he doing. Bitch, I'm not giving nothing. This ain't motherfucking Russian roulette.
Who the fuck gonna get on the panel and tell all these personal business?
Look, when I sit there and tell you this bitch was advocating hard.
That's weird.
Yo,
I'm gonna comment on my other one. Hold up, because my shit's at 3% now. Hold on.
I'm on the other one. Keep talking, but y'all.
But yeah,
panels be too open. People be saying they shit up on these panels.
Nah, that was on the TikTok panel, and I'm sitting here like, bitch, you're wild.
Even still, there's a lot of these people who use social media as the soapbox or as a therapy session because they know that there is not going to really be a response.
Right.
To the things that they say.
And there was a response.
Oh no, I guess I'm wording it wrong. But the thing about it is just that they have that safety net of knowing they can come online and that they can say whatever the fuck they're gonna say. But the thing about it is just that they have that safety
all right, hold on. Sorry.
Yeah. So
I'm coming.
They're gonna be able to talk their shit basically. That's how it's gonna be. Listen, Truthzone, HustlerNMuscular. I didn't heard it. Let me not say I heard it all, but I've heard certain shit where I'm like, yo,
It's an echo on your joint. All right, you good. All right, yeah,
Okay,
you good.
here I am.
Yeah,
So,
real shit.
I mean, there's a lot of people that do that shit too. So it's not so much that they're not learning. What it is that they're not willing to face the scariest parts of themselves to go back and to honestly give themselves the protection that they didn't have. And therapy is considered reparenting, to where you have to actually go into a meditative state, relive the trauma, but you now have to be the protection that you didn't have. So if you didn't have enough love from mommy, or mommy yelled at you and all, you ended up deciding what you wanted was a hug, right? You just wanted to feel loved because, whatever. You now have to do that. If you felt like daddy was, not giving you attention, this is where you give yourself the attention. You have to feed back into yourself. That'll be the only real way of learning and being able to counteract that. Not only that, but there's also a way that you can actually go in to your memories and erase any type of negative emotion that you have connected to a memory. Because think about it. In the consciousness, hold up. All right, I'm done. In the consciousness, from the moment we opened our eyes, honestly, it's before then, but from the moment we opened our eyes, the very first time you ever opened your eyes after you were born, every memory you had is in your mind. Every single. Some you don't remember because it has no emotional connection to it. So that means that it wasn't a super happy memory. It wasn't a super sad one. You weren't angry. You weren't anything. So it's hard to pull out that memory, right? But if you have one where you were super happy, you can remember those. If you have one where you were super upset, you can definitely remember those. So if you sit there and erase the emotional attachment to that memory, that means that not only have you erased the attachment, but that attachment ends up being the ego and sitting there saying, you know what, I don't like this. This makes me feel unsafe. This makes me feel this, that, and the third, right? If you take that out, guess what you're also sitting there and taking out? You're taking out the ego aspect that sits there and says that it now has to protect yourself, because as far as your mind's concerned, if you don't have the memory to sit there and tell you what's safe, your ego no longer needs to sit there and build up a shell around that. Does that make sense? You no longer need the wall of
Absolutely.
protection.
Absolutely.
So that'll be the way to heal from a lot of fucked up shit. It's honestly, to me, it's simple because I've done it. To other people, it might not be as simple. Once again, I can walk people through it. That's not an issue. But that's going to be the only reason, the way that they learn. Because I can't tell you how many times, especially with some of the ex-friends that I've had, these bitches will sit there and go and be with a man that'll sit there and beat these hoes back in blue. These bitches started off white. They looking like a hoe. They end up looking like Violet Beauregard out of motherfucking Willy Wonka. You're turning Violet. Y'all remember that y'all seen where that
Yeah.
bitch blew up, turned into a
Yeah.
motherfucking blueberry? These bitches be looking black, blue, red, orange. Once again, no shade.
That's
But
just how they be looking.
whenever they get out that relationship, they end up getting with another motherfucker that within 2 months, they've allowed themselves to be love bombed. They've allowed them, oh my God, I love you. I can't live without you. And then as soon as some shit happen, they end up getting beat up on, and oh my God, I don't know why this is happening.
You do know.
Because that's familiar to you. Yes, there was a memory that sit there and said that you felt unsafe, but there's also the memory that sits there and says, okay, well, if we sit there and do everything that we're supposed to do to keep them happy, we don't have to worry about it. If we do everything that, if we sit there and stay away from these people, we don't have to deal with this. If we, if we make sure that they're feeling okay or they're doing okay, and they tell us that they're okay, we have to take them at face value. So that way we don't have to deal with any of this. And then you try to figure out why the fuck this motherfucker sitting there beating your ass again. They have to go inward, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when you go inward, you're actually allowed to erase and rewrite shit.
Oh yeah. Real quick, bit of conversation says I think it's different for each individual, but we group this according to stat findings. They have to be taught.
Um, I forgot what I was going to say to that brother based on that comment, but that's why I said I've been saying for a year now. Soul work is very important.
I do.
Um, a lot of people you can take it for as you will, but because I mean, especially I guess because when you live in the inner city, you're being entangled with so many different energies, plus the whole entire thing of the unnatural fucking Wi-Fi's and all this other stuff.
Right.
So your mindset is already thinking like a microwave because
Hmm.
you're surrounded by fucking microwave energy. So
Right.
the thing that I always says is when you doing that soul work, it's really it doesn't take a lot to do. A lot of people trip out, be like, you like doing that meditation shit and blah blah blah. It's that, but at the end of the day, doing the meditation shit is healthy for you. How many of you motherfuckers could really sit up there and say right now that y'all have actually took a mental health break and y'all stood off y'all phones for a couple of hours, y'all stood off of social media for a couple of hours, y'all didn't go on panels, or you was not at work, you have the day off, whatever the hell you doing. You wasn't distracted by some chick or some dude. You sat your ass down in quietness for at least maybe 20, 30 minutes. We'll just start off with that. And you did some soul work. You started talking to yourself internally or outernally because you're not psychotic if you have solo conversations. You're not psychotic. I hate when people have that dumbass notion. There's nothing wrong with
Even if,
having.
hold on, I'm gonna say this. Even if you are psychotic, so the fuck what?
So the fuck what?
Man,
I
you
mean,
know
I'm
it's
not gonna
hard for.
hold you.
I was
I
gonna
my
say. I was gonna say
Uh-oh.
real quick.
Truth.
You know, this is an amusement park, man. It's the Matrix, man, full of distractions. So many rides you can play on. So you know, it'd be hard for somebody to stay off their phone for 20, 30 minutes. And have go into deep meditation. You know, I tried doing it before. I ain't gonna lie, but it just wasn't for me, man.
well, hold on. I'm gonna say this. Part of the reason why it's so hard is because you're already convinced that it's so hard. It's really not.
It's you.
Look,
You. It's your
I'm
mindset that's on. But because I don't want to say I know what you're gonna say, but I was gonna say this real quick, like just real
uh-huh.
quick, Eliza. I said by you convincing yourself of that, you've already lost that battle. You understand what I'm saying? Because if you go into that, that's why energy is so important. You're going into it being like, yo, I don't think this shit is for me. How do you
Yep.
know if you
Right.
didn't try it? And plus, it comes with discipline. So by you learning the discipline and be like, yo, this might be hard. That's why he said don't even trip out about time. There's 20, 30 minutes. Start off with 5 minutes. Start off with
2
2 minutes.
minutes. Yep.
Start off with 30 fucking seconds if you need to. But the
Right.
important thing is commitment to it. So therefore, it starts to become second nature to you. And you'll be like, okay, yeah, I'm going to get in my meditative state and I'm going to be cool because it's easy for me to do now. You understand? That's where
Right.
people get so overwhelmed with things. And especially like even the beginning of the year, the people who tell themselves like, I want to work out so I can have a fit body for the summer and go to the gym. You go to the gym, and what wind up happening? You try to get into that routine, and you start fucking yourself up because there's too much workout you have to do, or you'll focus on time and let it be one day you have to have a meeting or you have somewhere to go. That'll fuck you up to the point you ain't trying to go to the gym no more. If I ain't,
Exactly.
if I ain't lying, I'm flying. You
I
heard?
mean, that's big facts.
Let me
I'm
say
gonna
this,
say
man.
this. I'm gonna say this.
Go ahead, go ahead.
When it comes to my meditating scares people because I can meditate for 4 or 5 hours and be good,
Mhm.
and I can stay focused. But understand,
Damn,
I
you hold on. You said 5 hours?
yeah.
Yeah.
God
So
damn.
can I?
Kudos to
So
you.
Okay.
I
Well,
understand, truth. I understand what you're saying about like it being hard to meditate because it was really hard for me at first, right? But what I started doing at first is I started playing meditation music just as an atmosphere aspect, right? And so all day, and even still to this day, all day long and all night long, except for when we're watching TV. But even when we're even there or not there, there's meditation music playing. I got used to that, and then slowly but surely, it I don't know, it made my area that like my bedroom and stuff, it made it peaceful for me, which
right.
is peaceful, but it's a different type of peaceful. And so slowly but surely, and I started out with just a couple minutes at first, and now you know what I mean. Like it's helped me learn how to ground and everything. So like, I mean, at first
I'm
I try to do it, and people's like, breathe in for your belly, do this, do that. I'm like, man, I can't do this shit. So I just had to figure out a way that I could get my spirit could get comfortable with it because
Right,
it just
right.
wasn't
You
my
it's
thing.
already down in the pot. But
right.
hold on, hold on.
You can close
Let,
your eyes and go into a dark room and meditate. So I can cut the lights off right now and shut my eyes and go into deep thoughts. That's a form of meditating. I ain't got to do all this breathing in, breathing out, sitting
well,
with my
hold on.
fingers crossed. I ain't got to do all that.
Well, hold on. Let me go ahead and help a lot of people because a lot of people have said the ways that are the most popular are hard to do. Understand? Years ago, I used to be a dancer, an exotic dancer. Okay, I'm not even gonna hold y'all. I did that shit on and off for damn near 20 years. Shit, I'm not gonna lie, I miss it, and I'm gonna tell y'all why. Because anytime I was on stage, I would close my eyes, just listen to music. It wasn't even really that I was listening to music. I was feeling the vibration of the beat. So even if y'all,
100%.
I would dance and I would allow my body to go on autopilot. I will walk. You can meditate by walking. How many times have y'all sat there and like, well, okay, so my kids, they live like 3 or 4 blocks away from my house. Well, not live, sorry. They go to school like 3 or 4 blocks away from the house. So I sit there and I walk up there to get them. I mean, I can get in my car. One, I'm saving gas because I mean, shit. Welcome to fucking America. I hope you enjoy your fucking stay. But I do that so I can be able to get into the mental space. Think about it. If I'm walking, I'm focusing 1 foot, 2 foot, 1 foot, 2 foot, 1 foot, 2 foot, 1 foot, 2 foot. I don't give a fuck if somebody think I'm crazy. I start talking to myself. And whenever you start talking to yourself, you hear the answers. So if you're hearing a response, I'm going to sit there, once again, just like I'm having a conversation with y'all. Y'all can think I'm crazy. I really don't give a fuck. It is what it is. So the fuck what? I mean, and if I'm crazy, I'd rather be crazy than normal because normal people scare me. I ain't even gonna hold y'all.
For sure, I
Um,
agree with that. I
but
agree with that.
there are many different ways you can meditate. If y'all ever driven on a long, like taking a scenic route somewhere, okay? There's times where I live. There's times where I can sit there and drive about an hour out. And when I say an hour out, I mean, baby, I'm on a highway. Ain't no fucking traffic. I'm taking a fucking scenic route. There's beautiful fucking trees, this, that, and the third. So how many of y'all with the music off in the car, y'all start driving and y'all start sitting here just thinking about shit. And y'all just sit there and start hearing yourself. Now, mind you, your body's doing something. Your eyes are sitting there and still, glancing at the road. Your arms are still sitting there, making sure the wheel is sitting there, still staying on track, this and that and the third. So you're distracting yourself and allowing your body to your mind to sit there and do whatever it needs to do, right?
Yep.
You need to meditate? Okay. Go ahead and lay down. Mom has already made a meditation, but it's on this phone, so yes. So even my son is sitting there saying he needs to meditate because he's angry. Okay. Give me a moment. I'll go ahead and get your dinner, okay? Hey, do you want some of mom so you can sit there and know what it is? Come here. There you go. It's me. Hold on a second.
Oh, by the way, because she's doing her thing. But yeah, like I said, everything comes down to basically just understanding yourself and finding a way to meditate on how you can. You know what I mean? And it doesn't have to be the ropey dope that everybody else says, how everybody else does do meditation. Find your own way how you do meditation.
Yeah,
You know what I
I have
mean?
meditation when I'm even getting my tattoos. My tattoo therapy, like that's meditation for me, like big time. It
Yeah.
may not
Right.
make sense to other people, but it's
No, it
huge
makes it.
meditation. I also used to be an exotic dancer, and I understand what you're saying about being on stage and dancing. 'Cause I'll tell people to this day, I love dancing, and when I mean that, I mean
Mhm.
being on stage, where I'm there
Yes.
by myself, but I'm in my own zone.
Thank
I'm one with
you.
the music. You know what I mean? Yeah, I
Thank
get it,
you.
100%. I'm a good
Exactly.
dancer too.
Well, I
Yeah,
mean, I'm also an ex ballerina. So I've been doing that since I was
right,
3. So that was all,
right.
movement was always my art. And I mean, when I sit there and say I was an ex ballerina, baby, they wanted me to go to Juilliard. The only reason I didn't go is because it was New York and it was intimidating and I was scared because I didn't want to be in New
Right.
York by myself. You know what I mean? And I've heard about how expensive it was and trying to get an apartment and this and that. And honey, I don't do roommates. I mean, the only one I did is the one I married. And
Yeah.
sometimes I'd be like, bro, even he's a crappy roommate from time to time. And I married him.
Girl,
So,
so
I mean,
I get it. I get
you
it.
know, that's the only reason I did not go to Juilliard. But baby, when I sit there and tell you, I was the best of the best in the state that I'm in, or actually the state
Yeah.
that I was in, I was the best of the best. And even whenever it came to doing my pole work, I have videos, y'all. Now, mind you, I'm not gonna show the videos because I'm quite provocative. If I don't say so myself.
Yeah,
Oh,
but you know what? Even now,
your
like I
girl
still do
sexy.
pole work now. I still do pole work now because it's the best fucking exercise you can get. You know what I
Baby, I
mean?
still
Like,
got a
and
pole.
again, I'm in my meditated state because I love the music. I love listening to, you know what I mean? So yeah, I
Yes.
still do pole work. I mean, I got a
Baby,
triple pole. So
honey, look, I'm about to say, baby, I got a pole right here in the other room. I can show y'all the box.
right,
I'm not
exactly.
showing y'all
Yeah.
the pole. Y'all don't need to see all my house now. So, yeah, no.
Yeah,
But
I
yeah,
mean, it's actually great
facts.
exercise. That's what a lot of people don't understand.
Well, if you want to get technical, it's actually for men. I will go ahead and break it down to this. Imagine you're able to burn every you're able to work out and build up every aspect of muscle and every part of your body that those machines do at the
Yep.
workout in one thing, because you're using your own body
Yep.
mass in order to sit there and burn it with one pole.
Yep. It
So when
takes
we
some
sit there,
skill, baby, to hang upside down with one ankle and your body in formation away from the pole.
oh
I'm just
baby, I
saying.
always did the flag pole, so it was my arms, baby. I to this day I can still do a
Yep.
flag pole to this day.
Yep.
So and shit, I'm almost 50, so I mean
I'm
I'm not
Man,
46,
that
girl,
close, but
but
I'm not gonna tell you I'm
damn,
the
that
Eliza,
ain't but a
absolute
number.
you
Because
pushing
best.
listen,
50?
we're getting with these youngins are running.
Oh,
So
I'm in
Hold
my
on, hold
yeah,
on.
40s.
that ain't shit.
Eliza, you say you almost 50?
I'm in my 40s, yeah.
Respectfully, you don't look a day
Yep.
with 25. Real
Thank
talk.
you.
That black
Thank
don't
you.
crack.
It really don't.
And
Not
you
when you
know
take
that's a
care of it.
fact.
Yeah, my mama's the same way. My mom's 58. She don't look a day over 30. Real talk, real shit.
Mhm.
She
I
look
mean,
my
shit,
age.
my son graduated from college. One of his college friends was sitting there and trying to hit on me. And he was like, dude, he was like, hey, who's that shorty behind you? He's like, who? What are you talking about? He's like, no, her. He's like, who? He's like, her. He's like, bro, that's my mom. He's like, hey,
Well, hot
is your
damn.
daddy around? He was like, or he said something about your mom is fine. He was like, don't say that. My dad is right there. He was
Right.
like, shit, what your day? He said, dude, my daddy will fuck you up. My daddy will kill you. Like, don't do that. So I
Right.
was like, oh, these young bucks, they're so cute.
That
But
ain't nothing new.
right. But the whole thing is there's many a different ways to be able to meditate. It's not just breathing. Now, the reason that they sit there and
Right.
they talk about controlling your breathing is because if you breathe in a certain way, and honestly, it's just a breakdown of breathing. If you are able to breathe in a certain way, one, you train your body to be able to hold on to more breath. Okay. And then two, it'll actually put you in that meditative state. This is how to do it. Has anyone sat there and mind you, I'm gonna sit there and talk about some kinks because I'm a kinky bitch. So bitch goddess, same difference. Right now I'm being very much a bitch because I'm gonna talk about my naughty side. I don't mind. Y'all family. So have y'all ever heard of a woman during sex being asphyxiated up until the moment
Yes,
up
I
until the
love it.
point that she passes
Yes.
out, or up
Yeah,
until
one of
you
these,
And you
order
can
Heard
it?
of
almost
that.
yeah,
have some
one
of
of
the
these,
best nuts
yeah,
ever. I
yeah,
love it. I
I had a
fucking love
girls,
homegirl.
it.
yeah,
I
one
had a
of these
homegirl that
girls
said
that
I
she
did
love
went
that.
it.
through that.
Yeah,
I
one
had
of
a
these girls
homegirl
that was
said she
just
went
like
through
that.
that in college. I'm like, what the fuck did that shit
She
Okay,
feel
liked
like?
that shit.
so
Mm,
here's
it's
the thing.
sexy.
Here's the thing about that. So one of the reasons, go on, little girl. You don't need to be listening to this, honey. Go on, little girl. Stop being nosy. Bye, Felicia. And then she gonna tell me bye, Felicia. Okay, hey, you better not make no messes. Okay. So the reason that comes into play, or I brought that up, is because the women that experience this can tell you, whenever you get to the point right before you pass out. Now, first of all, whenever you're playing these kind of games, you're supposed to be able to have a partner that
Right.
can know a certain sign so they can actually relieve the pressure on your throat. Okay. I mean, ain't nobody actually supposed to be getting choked out. And if y'all
Right.
are,
Exactly.
y'all with the
You have to be with
y'all with the
somebody
wrong
safe
fucking
that knows what
partner.
they're doing.
Right. Y'all with
Right.
the wrong fucking partner. That motherfucker showing you he want to kill you, bitch. I mean, you might bust a nut, but that's not
If
the nigga
he's
for you.
whooping
Moving
your
on.
ass in the daytime, don't let him choke you at night. I'm just saying.
Facts, big facts. Okay, I feel like I had to sit there and put a disclaimer because bitches be crazy sometimes. But Okay, so the main reason that we even brought that up is the fact that when you start to lose oxygen, your mind almost forces you to go to sleep. A meditative state is the state before you go to sleep and in your current state. So that's where you get to the gamma, the theta. It's the part that where you're kind of sleepy, but you're in that zone, right? So whenever people are talking about breath work, if you've ever tried holding your breath long enough for you to pass out, for those that are swimmers, no, sir, go on, please. For those that are swimmers, if you've ever been in the water and you're holding your breath so long to where you feel like you're about to pass out, that's part of the reason why they sit there and they want you to sit there and do breath work, because this way you can put yourself in that state without actually stopping your breathing. So without killing yourself. Right. So, not only that, but it also trains your body to be able to inhale more breath. This is also the reason that they tell you to breathe from your diaphragm. When you breathe from your chest, we all know that we have lungs. I hope we all know that we have lungs. For those that literally might not be Homo sapiens sapien, but y'all look like that, I'm not talking about y'all. I'm talking about the actual ones that are human, the actual ones that are Homo sapiens sapiens. I gotta say that because we got lizard motherfuckers, we got skinwalkers, we got we got a whole lot of shit out here, all right? Okay, we got lugauls and everything else, okay? So,
I don't believe in all that shit, but okay.
baby, you ain't gotta believe in it. That don't mean that motherfucker don't believe in you, so that's okay.
And what's a luga? What the hell is that?
A lugaul is the southern or the African version of a skinwalker.
Gotcha.
Except for a lot of times they appear as animals. So anybody that's had an animal that looks real human or that acts real human without
Right.
it being taught, kind of like dogs that, my huskies, they can sit there and say, I love you, but you can still tell it's a dog language. When they start speaking English, bitch, I'm side-eyeing you, okay? Those would be considered lugauls because those are something that are they're coming in the shape of an animal, but they're not really an animal. They're something else, right? So those would be I'll give you another example. Those would be the cats that, will go ahead and sleep on your chest and then sit there and try to suck your air, try to suck the life out of you, stuff like that. Those were actually stories of lugauls, not shapeshifters, not skinwalkers, lugauls, because they're there to do a specific thing. Okay. So that's where those mythologies come from, which honestly, I'm going to sit there and touch on in another live how just because they were told that they were fairy tale creatures does not exactly mean that they're fairy tale creatures. There's a reason we have a veil, and just because the veil is up and you can't see them does not mean that they don't exist and that they cannot see you. But that's for another live. So,
sis, real quick, jump in real quick. Bit of conversation. Just want to know: is this knowledge from experience, or have you studied these subjects? Real quick, you just want to answer that.
This is from experience, and I've studied certain things. Like literally, my son just asked for a meditation because I've actually created my own. I've created one that is a 2-minute meditation. I've created 5-minute meditations, 10-minute meditations, 30-minute meditations. And for me, my 3 to 5 hour ones, I don't create anything because I'm putting myself into a mental state where I can talk to things that would scare most Homo sapiens. I can communicate and I don't have a problem doing it. And I'm not afraid to sit there and go there or take it there. And these would be things that the very first time you would see that in your mind. I'm not talking about some shit you would see in a movie. It's a bit more graphic and it's very much in 3D, right? These things will scare the fuck out of you. And I mean, scare you so much that you would never want to meditate again. Yeah. Me? I don't scare easy. I never have. I mean, shit, I grew up being able to fucking converse with those that were not here and I could converse with spirits. So yes, I was always seeing other shit and other shit doesn't bother me or scare me.
You mess with voodoo? I'm just asking.
No. At that time, no.
What you call that stuff? Seances or Ouija boards or some shit? I'm just asking.
Hell no, I wouldn't do a Ouija board, baby. That's opening the door to a whole lot of shit. And whenever you don't understand what you're opening up a door to, why the fuck would you open the door? So whenever I was younger, absolutely not. Now, I'm not gonna say I would be averse to it, but I would not do that with people who were not on my level, and it's very rare that I find somebody that's on my level. So that's not something that I would be interested in doing. On top of the fact that why would I go to a board when literally I can just put myself in a meditative state, honestly, with the count of 3, and be able to sit there and do that anyway.
It sounds like to me that you're real spiritual. So yeah, and I agree with that. Like the spiritual realm, it's just it exists just as much as the physical. You can't have one without the other, right?
Exactly.
Without left, there's no right. Without up, there's no down. Without the physical, there's no spiritual. Without the spiritual, there's no physical. So yeah, I agree with that. So
Well, I mean, when you think about it, everything that is physical actually originated in the spiritual. That's one of the reasons that you can see it. And honestly, it doesn't scare you when you're allowed to go with the rules of said placement. I say that because if you ever notice, whenever you're dreaming, there's a whole different set of rules. So,
right.
LaBoy, you got the count to 2. Figure it out.
Yeah, I was having a conversation with somebody on my panel earlier about that, and they was like, because I was conveying to them like I feel like I've been here multiple times, and I feel
Because you
like
have.
that when you dream, is that really reality, or is this physical reality really a dream? Which one is which? And they was conveying to me like I don't believe none of that shit. I feel like we only live once, and that's that. Like nah, man, it's deeper
Well,
than that.
you know what? Hey, if that's where they are right now, it's not your job to argue with them. They'll sit.
Right.
Look, they'll find what they need to find later on. As far as your dreams, it's literally you on another plane. I mean, this is one of the reasons why when you ever had a dream that was so vivid that when you wake up you sweating? Or better yet, have you sat there and had a wet dream or a sex dream? And I mean, that shit was, whenever you getting it in, that shit was so motherfucking authentic. You wake up and you've actually busted a nut.
Yeah. Like is that like a succubus or some shit like that?
No, it's not. I mean, it could be.
Right.
Once again, that's for the other live, and I can go into deep detail, but I'm trying not to lose focus on,
Right.
what
My
I was
bad.
sitting
I ain't
there
trying
trying
to
to
change
talk
subject.
to.
Yeah, my bad.
But not always. That is literally you in another realm. And just like if I were to sit there and smack your arm, you would feel that shit. You're gonna feel that shit there. I mean, to me personally, I would say whenever you sleep, the dream realm is a bit more authentic. Because if you notice in your dream realm, everything that you would consider in your reality, it's the exact same thing you're experiencing. But somehow, due to something that happened in your reality, you're now able to comprehend or understand certain things more. And this is for those that can actually wake up and still remember the dream. You understand it, as in it wouldn't be safe for you to learn the lesson in the way you need to learn it here, but it's safer there because there's really truly no harm that can come to you. That's unless, a lot of people have natural protections on themselves whenever they dream. It kind of goes with the whole, we all sat there and watched Nightmare on Elm Street and Freddy Krueger, right? So when you dream, we already had the understanding that, you can't die in your dreams, right? Even though the movie said different, you can't die in your dream. The reason why is because there's already a level of protection around you. People don't understand that. People don't know that, but it is. Believe it or not, for some people, they don't dream. And these will be around the same type of people that, if you sit there and try to ask them if they have an inner monologue, they don't. So, I mean, for some people, they don't dream. So I'm not going to say that they don't have a certain amount of protection around them, but it's not as potent as it would be with those that actually can expand their consciousness, right? So whenever you're there, I would say that's a bit more real. This is also the reason why, even if you don't remember it, you can feel everything, the same frequency that was around you. I mean, I've even had friends that have sat there and told me they don't remember the dream. All they know is when they wake up, they're crying because they want to go back to sleep. They don't know why, but they can just feel that something was going on there that was so wonderful, that was so beautiful, that they don't want to be here. They want to go back to sleep and sit there and continue where they were at. And for some people, it does happen. So that's just to answer that. But as far as meditations, all it is being able to put yourself in a certain state to where you are in between your consciousness drifting off, and in between it's animating this active body. Now, once again, yes, we already understand that the body has certain things that are automated, aka your breathing, your blood flowing, your heart pumping, etc., etc. We already understand that there are many things that are automated with the body, right? And these are things that even without the brain, even without, certain consciousness, your body will still do. This is also why people have sat there and also had stories of whenever somebody passes or they transitions, how you can almost feel their spirit or feel their soul leave, but their body's still doing shit, right? So there are certain things that the body is automatic with. But, and this kind of goes whenever you're sleeping, your body is still automatically beating your heart. It is cycling your valve, right? Your lungs are still expanding, etc., etc. But thank you, baby. As far as your consciousness, your spirit, your soul, it's went somewhere else. That's why some people can remember it, some people can't. I
Right,
remember
right.
all
The
of it.
physical body needs rest. The spirit and soul don't. Infinite. Go.
Exactly.
Right, right. For sure.
Hey, y'all, I gotta jump down. I just got home, but it was great hanging out with everybody and listening and all that good stuff. And I will see y'all soon. Holler.
I salute some.
Holler.
Take care, Summer.
But to answer, I'm trying to remember the question earlier whenever we're talking about meditating, right? That's the reason they sat there and they told you guys to use breath work. For some people it does work. If breath work does not work for you, and that is once again completely okay. Walking. If you decide that you're going to focus on right foot, left foot, here's the way to think about it. Your right foot is all the things that you want. Your left foot is the things that you're releasing. So, I mean, you can sit there and think about it like that. Every single time you're walking, receiving, releasing, receiving, releasing, receiving, releasing. Whenever you give yourself something else to do, especially when you're walking, and on a subconscious level, you're focusing on making sure you're still moving, guess what? That frees your mind up. Instead of sitting there focusing on a shit ton of stuff, that frees your mind up to be able to have a conversation. But it's not so much about meditating. Here's the real issue that people have. They like to lie to themselves a lot, right? So they will sit there and tell themselves that they can't do something, which is a lie because your brain doesn't even calculate the word can't. Did y'all know that?
I do now.
Mhm. So with some of the other things, whenever you're meditating, and it can be any way, it can be dancing. I mean, honestly, you can get up in the room, sit there and play some music, blare it loud, as us as niggas, as we do, because we like to feel the music. We half the time we ain't giving a fuck about what they saying, but we need to feel that shit, right? The same thing that they was sitting there doing in the churches, the same way people was catching the Holy Ghost. I said the Holy Ghost and not the Holy Ghost. I know what the fuck I said. I said what I said. Um, Whenever you have a lot of people that are supposedly catching spirit, they're feeling it, right? Not listening to it. So that's another way to sit there and go into your psyche. Now, me personally, I would sit there and say, if you're going to sit there and play a song, especially blare it loud in order to meditate, you want to make sure that the lyrics are in alignment with whatever it is you want to be. Because if you sitting here having some lyrics like, I don't want to say it, I'm a unalive, somebody else, that's seeping into your subconscious. Anything that goes into your subconscious is now it's the equivalent to like embedding it in like your DNA to where you will actually start to live that, see that, gain that mentality. Even if it's subtle, it'll start to happen. So, but whenever we're talking about meditating, right? Even playing music and making sure that, it's something that has decent lyrics. So for us, R&B songs, love songs, stuff like that, right? And be able to sit there and just feel the music, feel the vibration of it, right? And just dancing. It don't matter what you look like. Ain't nobody there to sit there and tell you if you look good or not. Shit, you're not going on motherfucking Soul Train. You just sitting there vibing. So if you vibing, vibe. But that's also another way to allow your body to meditate. But a lot of people don't even realize that. They get caught up in, oh my God, I'm so silly. I'm afraid to dance. I'm afraid to express myself. That's just weird. For those who are artists, anytime you make your art, you are meditating. Where do you think you sit there and you get the inspiration for your art? Where do you think the idea of a muse comes from? It is a meditative state to where you are channeling something else. This is why not all art looks the same. This is why you have people that literally are sitting there making arts of demons and angels and everything in between. It's a
Right.
meditative state.
Right.
See, a lot of people aren't really thinking, whenever they hear meditate, they're only thinking about, the yogis. I ain't talking about all that weird shit. Don't get me wrong. It's not really weird. I sat there and tried that shit. That shit definitely wasn't for me. One, because it didn't come from the authentic place. So I already felt like in my inner core, I felt like it was almost like cultural appropriation. And I was not gonna appropriate somebody else's shit. I'd rather just go directly to them to sit there and do it. Another thing I used to do is Qigong, which I absolutely love. I still do Qigong to this day. But in some cases, Reiki, but whenever I started doing Reiki, I actually tried something else first. One of the things I tried, if anybody wants to look it up, it is called the emotion code. That's actually a really, really easy way to break down. Now what the emotion code sits there and states, since we're still talking about meditation, right? What they state is every type of traumatic experience that you've had, regardless of whether it's minute or regardless of whether it's grandiose, you hold it in your body, you hold it in your aura. So that means you hold it in your energy, you hold it in your body, and you hold it in your mind. The way it goes is first it enters here, then it bleeds out to your body, then it bleeds out to your energy. Make sense? Put my cat down. You ready for bed? It's 10:23. It's Sunday. Eat your food. You ready for bed? Okay. Sorry. I do have to be mommy. But even with that, they've actually taken on Chinese acupuncture to sit there and release some of that stuff. And one of the things that they'll do is that they will literally have you just use your own pressure, and it doesn't have to be a lot. And just go through the meridians, and to be able to release certain trauma that you don't even realize that you're holding on to. That was one of the ways to take the edge off, if you will. As far as on your emotional, the mental fog, and the emotional aspect. And this kind of goes for being overwhelmed, feeling unappreciated, feelings of betrayal, judgment, ridicule, etc., right? And I mean, this is kind of any kind of traumatic anything. Here, I guess I had to put my hair down. I'll go ahead and show you real quick. Ugh. Hold on. Hold on. So I need both hands. Little boy, I love you. Good night. Go in there and tell your sister. Tell your sister. For both of y'all. I love y'all. Good night. Nope. Well, you can get dessert. You can get dessert and then good night. Sorry. Okay. So acupuncture. Sitting there and just taking some fingers right here. Well, technically you're supposed to have 4. I usually don't, but don't do like me. Use 4. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So using 4 and going to the base of your neck, right? So that little spot where it's the bottom of your hairline you know, and your actual neck begins. And you're swiping that 5 times. But while you're swiping, what you're saying is, you know, I release the trapped emotions of insert here, whatever it is. And you can say it every single time you swipe, to where if you feel comfortable saying it 5 times, what it is that it's focusing, you know, your body on what you want to do. And that, believe it or not, is a way to get directly to your psyche to be able to release those things. Initially, the first time you say it, and you're dealing with your body, right? So whenever you're saying I, whatever your name is, so I'll say I, Alyza. You guys don't have to say it like this. That's just the way I say it. I release the trapped emotions of whatever. And then you're swiping, or you can be swiping at the same time. Afterwards, you put your hands down, take a breath or 2, but make sure it's a full breath. It doesn't have to be a big one. And usually you literally feel it lift off of you. Your shoulders get lighter, your arms get lighter. You almost feel fuzzy, like you're starting to float. And so whenever you do that, that's literally taking whatever trauma that you had, is taking it out of your body. Now, if you want to sit there and take it away from your heart, then Gizmo. Yeah, she has to come out here and get it. Okay. So, okay. Quiet. You, bed. After you eat dessert, bed. Cookie. Behind coffee. Okay. So, um, if you want to sit there and take it out of your heart, then, you know, your words are just slightly different. I, you know, release these trapped emotions from my heart wall. And the reason it's a heart wall is because whenever you feel like you've been betrayed, or whenever you sit there and have any traumatic experience and your ego has to put a wall around you, it's putting a wall around your heart. That way you can't really accept anything else, but you also don't go out, right? So that's a way of protecting you from feeling anything. So all you have to do is sit there and say that you release the trapped emotion, usually the same emotion, from your heart wall. What it technically does is, on a spiritual level, it starts to chip at that wall, and all aspects that pertain to whatever it is you specifically said are now removed. Now, this is actually really, really simple to do. Bed. I won't say it again.
All right. Hey, Bronzebird, I'm about to get up out of here, my nigga. Shout out to Alyza. Shout out to you. Good talking.
Appreciate it, Truthzone. Thank you for coming through, my man. Appreciate
For sure, anytime, bro.
All right.
But this is for anybody else that wants it, because I'm not reading the chat, so I can't see the chat.
Tracy in the building. Peace.
Okay. So, anybody else that, like, you know, kind of wants that thing, you can go ahead and save the video, or even just clip it to where you can sit there and like share this part.
You know I got
But,
the chapters, so we good.
huh?
You know I do the chapters, so we good. You always know
So,
what I edit. I do the chapters. Go ahead.
so I mean, even with that, you know, that is still a form of meditation. Another meditation I've done, and I will put the link in here only for Bronzebird. So,
Please.
sorry, y'all. Y'all gonna have to buy it like my black ass did, okay? But I also have anybody that's heard of the Gateway tapes from the Monroe Institute.
That's not the cult, is it?
Huh?
That's not the cult, is it?
No.
There's something different. My fault.
Okay, so the Gateway tapes, the Monroe Institute, or the Gateway process. Now, what that is those are tapes that okay. Those are the tapes that allow you to not only meditate, but um, they can teach you how to remote view. They can teach you how to do a lot of psychic things you want to do. Some of them can teach one how to experience mediumship from a healthy, yep, the CIA's version. Yeah. And no, it's not a cult. What
No, I
even
was wrong for that because I thought real quick. I thought I was bugging because I remember it was this song. I remember it was this mixtape that one of my favorite producers did, and I got it mixed up. They were a cult, and I thought it sounded like I remember. I thought they did Gateway, but I was wrong. It's all right. You're muted. Okay, she's talking smart. Yeah, but this shit, this consciousness shit, you feel what I'm saying? Bitter conversation, Tracy. Y'all should be into this shit. I was talking about this subconscious, the conscious when it comes to people and stuff like that a while ago. And about how the CIA already admitted that there's a lot of different things you can do to roam into different dimensions and do all these different things. You know what I'm saying? You can do that. You can literally roam into different dimensions and different places if you allow your body to. Now the only thing
absolutely.
now, the only thing
So,
I want to know, real quick, Eliza, I gotta ask you this question.
mhm.
So, do you know, like, is it true that you can use certain numbers to get things that you want, or is that not true? I've seen that shit before, and I
I
tried it. And none of that
actually,
shit.
so it's interesting that you said that, Bronze,
Yeah.
because no, eat the whole thing because you're going to bed. Sorry.
That's good.
Those are called the quantum healing numbers. I have
Ah,
an entire book that is, I want to say, 56 pages long of codes. Um,
you can download it off online, or do you have to just buy it like the physical copy?
no, I downloaded them offline. I can send you the link if you like.
Okay.
I'll send it to you in an email.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, when I sit there and tell you there's a shit ton of one, y'all got till two.
Mhm.
It don't matter. Good night. So, mm, and just think, XL wants another baby. This nigga
So I
tripping.
want I want to be want to do it all over again.
Shit, I'll do it all over again as soon as it comes out of his dick. Sure.
And y'all already got 8 kids, right?
Exactly.
You want
And
a
the youngest
nine?
two are sitting here fighting, and both of them about to get a spanking right now
I know
because
Exile
they.
be tired. Exile be tired. He still want to go. I was like, all right, brother, if you want. Hey,
Oh,
bro.
oh no, they about to be tired. It's 10:33. They
No,
about
I'm
to be
talking
real
about
tired.
Exile. I'm talking about Exile.
Oh
Like
no.
he wants to kid, his ninth kid. It's crazy.
So, um, okay, so yes, the numbers they work to a certain extent.
Mm-hmm.
They are not a one size fits all. Hold on.
Yeah. While y'all talking, I'm showing y'all the CIA document from 2003. I remember I was getting into the whole consciousness thing my goddamn self because last year Bronze was doing soul work. You understand? And so with doing soul work, you start to realize you got to really be in a meditative state to do that. This ain't no corny shit. This is rectified by the CIA. All right. Why do you think the CIA is so nice at what they do? Hypnosis is real. A lot of this shit is real. A lot of people don't realize it. Do you understand? I'm trained. Class, I forgot which one is it. Not MIT. I forgot which one it is. But there's something they do. Why do you think a lot of these programs? I'm dead serious. Tally, I'm never lying on this. This is classified documents. Yes, MK Ultra. A lot of these different programs that they have out there, the Butterfly program, I forgot what it's called. Blue Beam Project, all these different things out there. Like I don't know if Blue Beam is related to the mental, but there's a lot of different things that they do strategically in which they know how to get to the soul of people, all right, and open up those portals. Also, with that being said, I think there's a video that I want to do this week
because a lot of people was talking about it. Like they was talking about how fucking rappers like Sexy Red is like an informant and all this other shit. Like, you know, like, oh, they're sitting by the CIA. I said a lot of these different things that you don't understand. They regulate things by even the music, the frequency of the music being the way that it is now. When the frequency is low, why you think you so into lower chakra shit? Why you always thinking about sex, or you always start thinking about crime and all this shit? Because of the fucking frequency that's programmed by the mainstream media. You understand? It's not just a factor of just sitting up there talking about, oh, well, they're industry plans. Subconsciously, they're understanding how to program you with this shit. So when you sit up there, you try to listen to ambient music or you try to listen to other music out there to be in a meditative state, you're
But
not used to it because you're so programmed to the music that's out there right now.
absolutely. That's one of the reasons I was sitting there and saying earlier, hey, if y'all gonna use music, y'all gotta be wary of the lyrics. Y'all gotta be wary of a lot of that shit. On top of the fact that even in some cases, the beats, those beats are specifically designed to sit there and throw you off.
Yep.
They're
That's a fact.
specifically designed. This is why, I mean, I used to hear all the time, oh my God, well, you know what? I don't like the words. I don't like the song, but that beat go hard. Why do you think they do that? They do that because if they can convince you to sit there and listen to that, oh, I only get 3. Oh, okay. Thank you. Sorry, I got some cookies, y'all.
That's
Um,
okay.
look, cookies ain't good either, but I don't care. I'm getting my sugar, okay? I didn't
Absolutely.
drink no wine. I sat there and I had my roast with my potatoes and carrots. I've been a good girl, okay?
Okay. If you use words, you have to be careful of the spells you cast when you speak. Again, bearded,
Mm-hmm.
you had to have been here earlier because I said that's the I feel bad, but I don't. I was like,
But
that's a part of me trolling. Me
well, it's
trolling,
not
I'm
only that.
it's
You have to be careful of the words that you say because mind you, you're gonna be the first one to get them. So what that's like is it's the equivalent to cursing somebody. That curse is gonna come to you first
yep.
because you said it first. Yeah, it might hit somebody, but here's the question. And this is almost the same question I would sit there and ask America, even though they've shown me the answer.
Mm,
Are you willing to sit there and take the same blow you're putting off on somebody else just so they can sit there and have it? Are you willing to sit there and take it on yourself?
I don't think so.
So if you think so, then I mean, by all means, do you because it's going to come to you first and it's going to hit you hardest. And honestly, only after it's fully done with you will it go to the other person.
Yeah.
That's
And
the way a curse works.
that's why I think for me, like being on this YouTube for so many years, you know, for 5 years, it wasn't just because of entertainment. I'm literally trying to study people and psychologically understand them. You know what I mean? Understand the different panels. Why did they have this discussion? Or why did they do this video? Or when they do comparisons to other content creators, why? What is it about y'all that have these type of conversations where you get through that? And now going into the whole entire thing, when I was telling people, I was saying, yo, I was doing the soul work and I was trying to understand this. So the CIA document from 2003 jumped into my lap. And that's when they said
Hmm.
that you can portal yourself to a fifth dimension. So that
Okay.
shit is fucking wild.
But
Like
here's
you're
the
able to
thing.
do that.
Here's the thing. Okay. So on YouTube, being that we're on YouTube right now, well,
Yeah.
actually, we're on StreamYards, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
They actually only have now, there are sets. And I think for every set, there's like 13 tapes. I could be wrong. Okay. But I know there's a decent amount of tapes for every set. They go up to 8 sets. You can find them, you can find majority of them on YouTube. Now, here's the thing. Yes, the YouTube versions will work for certain things, but the most you're going to find is up to set 7 because set 8, and I had to pay for it. And I look, when I sit there and tell y'all, a matter of fact, I'm not gonna tell y'all what it does. I'll give you a tidbit. After you go through all the sets up till 7, your mind should be able to expand to a certain point. Okay. So a lot of the things that we talked about you can do plus so much more. But only when you're able to do all of those things on a whim by triggers. So what the triggers means is one of the triggers with these is to be able to access your subconscious just by counting to 3. I'm not going to do it because I'm not going to put myself automatically in a meditative state. But I mean, you have some triggers as in seeing a certain color. You have these triggers as in thinking of a certain number or drawing it in your mind. You have certain triggers. I mean, these triggers are very, very simple to where you can access like all of the work that's been done. You can access that exact thing by just doing the trigger because you've already done all the work leading up to it. Now, when it comes to number 8, you need to be able to do all the things that they have in every single tape and all the sets, because when you go to number 8, it introduces you to things that if you were able to access now, you would need to be deconstructed or else it literally would turn you mad. I'm not going to say deconstructed from what, but you need to be deconstructed from certain things, certain ideologies, certain pathways, certain mindsets. Okay. Or it would turn you mad if you experienced it. And then you actually get to have say over some things. And I mean, when I say some things, I'm not talking about nothing little. I'm talking about some big daddy, big daddy, big daddy shit. Okay. Things that go beyond the human race or even this planet. You get to have say over some shit that goes, well, I'm saying too much. Anywho, I wanted to say something else, and that's gonna give too much away. You get to have say. Now it's up to y'all to be able to get the eighth set, but you're not gonna know how to use it if you don't go through 1 through 7. Even if you listen to it, you're not gonna understand it, and you're not gonna know how to use it. So you have to follow each one step at a time. But when I sit there and tell y'all, I did, I experienced that, and oh my, wow, that shit. Mm, mm.
So
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna say this real quick because I just remembered it. Right. So I was asking you not about the apes, the numbers, right?
Yeah,
So
the quantum numbers. Yeah.
so is there a specific like I think remember when I tried to like use it, it was like they was like repeated it and chant like 3 times, write it down or something like that. Like it was like a 5-digit number or some shit, like 5-digit numbers. Yo, I don't know. I seen it.
No, no, no.
I'm gonna keep it real with you. Like I
Well,
seen
no,
it
no, no.
on a gram.
I was swallowing too. Here. Actually, I wrote down some shit. I just had this man turn the light. Nate, can you turn on the light for me? Go ahead. I like how she's over here acting like she didn't want to get up in the first place. Mm-hmm. This girl is just like me. She's ornery as hell, and I love her for it. She's amazing.
Who's in the back?
Okay. Um, hold on. I'm gonna go in here so I can sit there and switch my camera. Okay.
Yo, who goes there? Preauxswag. Hello.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, what up, homie?
Yeah, not a whole lot.
Yo,
Hey, did
sorry
you
for
see
the
my comment?
motorcycle. Yeah, sorry for the motorcycle accident, bro.
Okay, bronze.
Yeah, you
Okay,
good?
so
You good though? You alright, Preauxswag? Swag.
okay, here's a few of them. Okay, so you see how can you see that?
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay, so you see how there's a number, but it has a space in between, and then there's another number with a space in between. I can't see it, so hold on. Okay. And then you have a 3-set number. It's not always a 5-digit number, right? Because there are some that are like this one. It's for telekinesis. You see how long that shit is? That's 4, 8, 12, 19, 24, 24 numbers that are all in a sequence, right? Okay. So these are just a few that I like because I like to write down shit. Oh, that might have been a dream I had. My bad. But I'm gonna go ahead and switch this around again. Okay. But with those, what the way they work is that you can write them down. You can meditate and say them, but when you meditate and say them, you have to already be in your subconscious to be able to do it. So that kind of goes back to the gateway tapes, because the first gateway tape will give you the trigger to be able to open up your subconscious. You can sit there and do it literally and be walking. You don't even have to be in a meditative state and you will be able to open up your subconscious. But here's the thing about it. It is your subconscious. That means that whatever you hear, you're putting into your subconscious. It don't matter whether your subconscious is open. It does not matter if you're not saying it. So let's say you're walking down the street. If there's some music with some fucked up lyrics and your subconscious hears it, it will put it into you. Okay. It's literally like, imagine, a door being opened and it's opened up here. Anything that is exposed will pour in. There's no filter when you do it this way. So they'll tell you to be very, very careful. But I don't know what that sound is. Can y'all go on mute, please?
Swag. Yo.
Thank you. But whenever you're doing the numbers, you're supposed to do them in your subconscious. And then for me, because I think this would make more sense, you state what it's supposed to do, right? So that way, subconsciously, if you were to see the numbers, if you're triggered by the numbers, or if you write them down on a subconscious level, you know what they're supposed to do. But another thing you can do is that you can put them in different areas. So like, let's say you got pictures hanging up in your house. You can put them on the back of pictures. You can put them on the front of pictures. It doesn't have to be extremely noticeable. It's just, if it's done by you, you know it's there. So on a subconscious level, you'll know it's there even if nobody else can see it but you, because you know exactly where to look.
Right.
If that makes sense. But yes, you can also put them on yourself. So a lot of people were taking pens, and honestly, I think this is dumb as fuck. But then again, I'm just a melanated goddess over here living my best life. So you can actually write it on you. Another thing you could do is you can write it on a piece of paper, put it on your pillow, sleep on it, meditate on it, right? And I say sleep and meditate because anybody that's trying to go to sleep, regardless of whether y'all realize this or not, from that active moment, from the moment where your brain is really, really active because it's still light and it's still a lot of sound and this and that whole quiet, zen-y moment that's kind of drifting you off, you're in a meditative state, right? So if you have it under your pillow, or even if you have it under like the pillowcase, like directly under your head, that's like on top of your pillow, but it's under your pillowcase. They say that works too. I don't know if that one works. I haven't tried that one. I've written it down and I have made my own meditations that I'm actually saying the number that I want, but I'm saying it real, real low to where it's not audible. So it kind of goes into the zen of the tones. But in my meditation, I also make sure that I have certain tones that are meant to do things. No, not those, what do they call them? Those Sunkissed something tones? Like this.
Democracy.
Yeah, it's something like that. Those tones that, people are using for healing and stuff. I'm not saying that they don't work, right? I'm just saying that for me, I understand on a conscious and a subconscious level that when they sat there and decided to coin music, they changed the undersettings of music. So what we consider a C major or a C minor, as far as the universal tone, is not a C major and is not a C minor. So when we have those tones and the numbers, they actually use gematria, not geometry, but
Gematria.
thank you. They use gematria in order to sit there and try to get the tones, aka they utilize the numbers. But whenever the core basic of music has been moved by the Rothschilds, right? Y'all can look it up. Don't argue with me. Argue with a textbook, right? But when they've already moved it, and you're still using gematria to sit there and get the numbers to where the tone should be a certain way, it's still going to be off. I believe that they did this not too long after they decided to take out all the bells that were in what was it? Not Tamaria. It was the area that it started with a T. I can't remember. I'm not saying I'm getting sleepy, but my memory is kind of going kaputty kaputty. But it was the area where they had a shit ton of bells all over. And so anytime somebody came in, there were certain bells that they would ring, and those bells would literally take away negative energy from anybody new that was coming in, so they would not be able to pass it. They treated it like a disease, if you will. And anybody that came in, it didn't matter whether you lived in that town and you left, and if you came back, you were cleansed by sound. I can't see what that is because this phone is the screen is really tiny.
You
It
said
says
I forgot who played it, but your boy Terrence Howard spoke on it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know either.
He did. He spoke on gematria and a
Yeah, he
lot of the
definitely
things
did.
that.
He
Hmm.
just because he just recently had his interview. He was like, "Yeah, P Diddy."
Right, but
Like that shit crazy. Yeah.
it was just it's a lot of these things that that was actually part of the conversation I wanted to have earlier with who do you think's decision it was to sit there and remove all those bells, knowing well what the bells were going to do? Because they didn't only cleanse us, but they also expanded the consciousness. And mind you, a lot of people are sitting there talking about the Antichrist and science and this and that. And once again, this is no shade on that, but um, supposedly the end has been here like 5 times. And one of those times is whenever they sat there and removed all the fucking bells because they wanted everybody to be mentally, physically, psychically, spiritually, and emotionally lost, which obviously has worked. But it's just like, there was a panel I was on with somebody with an R. We were talking about him earlier.
Resla.
Resla, yeah. And I guess somebody was the topic was about morals, and there was one gentleman who literally had his pennies in a bunch, and he was sitting there talking about a moral lie or an honorable lie. He was giving horrible fucking examples, and I was sitting here and thinking, what kind of lie had to be told for them to decide to get rid of the town's protection against any and all things seen and unseen? Because let's keep it a whole being, right? If you're in a town that can literally make you feel any kind of way, your emotional state, cleanse your aura, cleanse anything around you to sit there and make sure that you are at one with not only the earth, but all the people around you as a oneness or as a unit. What kind of lie could have possibly been told to these people to make them get rid of their own best or worst type of protection?
Hmm.
But that's neither here nor there. I'm just eating my cookies.
All right, it's okay. This is one thing, right? Because I'm excited because I said I am still going to read through the CIA documents, but to speak of how we're at the ending of the world. So many times they say it was like, "Yo, we're at the end of the world. We're at the end of the world."
Yeah, like 5
Oh,
times.
you're right, 5 times. But then
Yep.
we take it to the point like, oh, well, you're not going to be able to pay for things unless you get the chip in the hand and all this shit. And it's like, number one, always know it's fear mongering. I'm not to say that it's not going to happen. There's just this entice subconscious thinking, knowing like it is going to happen, but I don't think it's going to be as soon as we think. I don't know how to really describe it. Like, I don't think it's going to be like 30, 40 years. Something's definitely going to go down, though, without a shadow of a doubt. It is. I think that too many people, and I might be distracted away from what I was trying to say, too many people are already thinking on the end and now instead of taking the preparation mentally to still be in the field where it's already a lot of shit going on as is, and you're already concerned about the ending instead of being concerned about what's going on now. I don't know how to word it, but it's like my brain is telling me that shit if we're talking about consciousness as well, especially with it quote unquote being the end times, the
Mm-hmm.
wars, the this, the that. You know what I mean? It's
Right.
too easy to get caught up on that shit and just be like, yo, the ending is here. And it's like, okay, but I remember the song with fucking Onyx. The song, what is it? What is the song? It's like, I forgot what Last Days. That's
Right.
exactly what the song is called. And I remember he said in the beginning of the song, he said in the beginning of the song, he's like, yeah, motherfuckers, get ready for this new world order. Shit is about to
Mm.
change, motherfucker. That
Mm.
shit, fucking Eminem said some shit, and it just be like, okay, Nas said some shit. It's like, okay, like it's already been heard so many times.
Right.
I feel like
Yeah.
at this point in life, let the universe tell me when it's supposed to be.
But see, here's the thing. That's why. Think about it like this. If someone, okay, we're gonna sit there and go back to the little boy who cried wolf, right?
Yes.
Because we all love that story, hypothetically. So if we remember the story of the story, right? The moral of the story. But let's replay the story. Oh my goodness, there's a wolf, there's a wolf. The whole town comes out. No wolf. Ha ha ha. I got you. There's a wolf, there's a wolf. Whole town comes out. No wolf. Ha ha ha. I got you. There's a wolf, there's a wolf. Now the townspeople is kind of side-eyeing. But what if he's telling the truth this time? They go out, no wolf. Ha ha. I got you. Happens multiple times to where not only are the townspeople desensitized to this specific warning, but whenever there actually wolves are out. The whole story was, oh my gosh, there's wolves out here. Nobody went out there. Nobody went out there to help the sheep, help the boy. None of that. So by the time the people do go back out there, all the sheep and the lambs are slaughtered. The boy is covered in blood. That might have been the parts that they didn't tell y'all. I like to get gory. I love Brothers Grimm version of shit. And
Bro.
why didn't you come? Why didn't you help us? Well, we didn't know that you were telling the truth. Here's the reason I bring that story up. It's like you said. So-so's talking about the New World Order. It's an alarm. Another nigga talking about the New World Order. It's an alarm. Another nigga talking about the New World Order. By now, all right, yeah. So we heard. Okay. Some of us might still get nervous. Some of us might be on guard. Another nigga talking about the New World Order. Then another nigga talking about the New World Order.
Mm-hmm.
By this time, nigga, we don't even give a fuck. We've been hearing about that shit for 30 years. Ain't that shit ain't popped off? Hey, so did you know that, what was it, 2 years ago? Or no, it was actually during Cheeto Puff's last run, his last term in office. He signed paperwork to have a new world order. So
I heard
we
about
are
that.
in one
Yeah,
right
I
now.
heard about that right now.
Now, think about this. How many times have you heard about it? And supposedly they sit there and they tell us, y'all was supposed to get ready. Y'all was supposed to be in preparation. But baby, if you sit there and tell us the same shit 1,000 fucking times, and we ain't seeing nothing pop off. On top of the fact that we're conditioned to sit there and see major shit, not nothing. So we're programmed to sit there and see planes falling out the sky, buildings blowing up, the motherfucking White House on fire. Oh God, and then we're supposed to sit there and see this on the news. Because
Yep.
we're supposed to be safe when we see it. Then, oh my God, you know what? It's the new world order. Oh my Jesus. You were supposed to prepare. No one told you how. They didn't tell you that you needed to prepare mentally. You needed to prepare spiritually.
Really.
All they said was, it's a new world order. We don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
Yeah.
All we know is shit. Hey, we hearing it in the music, not realizing that the music is designed to fearmonger you because fear is its own flavor. Fear
Yeah.
is its own number. Fear is its own frequency.
Mhm.
Fear is its own energy source. Why do you think the news, north, east,
East,
west,
west,
south?
south.
Why do you think the news does nothing but give you bad shit with maybe one or two very short played stories of something positive? Why do you think they do that?
Energy
Why do
harvest.
you think they've told you that you're a battery? You are an energetic battery because you don't know how to use your energy, so we're siphoning that shit from you. Why do you think they gave us a movie such as something as crazy as Monsters Inc? Oh, everybody likes a happy ending. So everybody loved the fact that, oh, instead of scaring, we turn the better energy source into laughter. Nobody peeped game on the fact that if these monsters are using fear of small children as an energy source, what the fuck you think they doing to
To
you?
you. Oh, no, it's just a movie. Nah, man, pick up the fucking scraps and understand what they're saying. A lot
Here's
of
the
these movies, a lot of this media prep time and all this shit is telling your ass a fucking story, not a fucking story, a fucking truth. You understand?
so
This is all something that they know very well. But the reason why they put it out there is because most people are not going to look at it through those lens. They're gonna be like, oh
mm,
well, it's a funny movie. Let's let my
no,
kids
no,
see it.
no.
Da 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 da.
I'm gonna actually go further into detail. First of all, especially when it comes to Disney, and that's why you like using Disney as an example, because baby,
Disney is a whole program itself.
they be in the epitome of the shit. Okay,
Yeah.
so here's the thing. A lot of people used to sit there and say, oh my goodness, this is a satanic contract, and these are the rules. They were close, only a cigarette, no cigar. So this is what I mean by that. Galactically, okay? That means with the galaxies, that means with the universe, there is a law that states if you are going to harm, you have to show, well, actually, if you're going to use somebody else or use their energy specifically, this goes for succubi, everything else. And I was actually waiting. So if that gentleman is still listening, this will answer his question that he had earlier. If anything is going to use your energy, they have to have consent. It's a law, right? They can't take it, right? This is why you see many movies where you'll see there'll be something that the bad guy says, give it to me. And they're like, well, why don't you just take it? And then the good guy realizes that you can't take it. I have to give it to you because I have to consent to it, right?
Right.
So here's the thing. You have to consent to it. So they show you in plain sight Now it's up to you to have your discernment or your intuition, whatever it is you want to call it. It is up to you to have the discernment to whether you are sitting there and saying to what you are saying. But if you see it and you do nothing about it, that means you don't prepare, you don't shield yourself, you don't do any of these things. That's consenting. If you don't sit there and even state out loud that you do not consent to anything that you've seen, known, unknown, seen, unseen, heard, unheard, you're consenting. It's a very much the equivalent of, you know, if somebody, like, let's say y'all, you and a shorty, y'all about to smash, and you know, you inebriated, you know, she's inebriated, shit, the liquor's flowing real good, and she's like, or no, you like, hey, shorty, you want to smash? She don't say nothing, but she started initiating the smash, right?
Right.
This is why at the end of it, she still has legally the right to sit there and say she did not consent, which makes it still rape. Crazy, right?
How crazy is that?
Crazy, right? But guess what? She never stated consent, no matter what she did.
She stays
And
silent.
they're also going to sit there and say, hey, she was inebriated, aka she had on fuzzy goggles and she didn't understand what was really being said to her. Now, what do we call this? We call it a matrix, right?
Mm-hmm.
What do we sit there and call people who don't sit there and see the matrix for what it is? We call them sleep, right? AKA they're wearing fuzzy goggles because they're not seeing shit clearly. Sound familiar?
Yep. We call them sheep.
So, which honestly, they really shouldn't be called sheep because, you know, sheep are supposedly desired and they're not, but whatever, right?
Right.
But even with that, that's the way the universe works. That has nothing to do with the devil. Understand, the devil, the way it's been portrayed, really does not exist because it's still something external. The devil is those are what you would consider your shadow. Those things that you don't want to deal with, you don't want to face, uh, you don't want to work through, or you don't want to sit in. And so you're afraid of them. So because of that, you repeat certain cycles, et cetera, et cetera. That kind of goes to the conversation we had earlier. But to respond to what the gentleman was sitting there saying earlier, even succubi have to get your permission. This is why a lot of times when you're dealing with a succubus in your dreams, you will notice you don't feel their energy. Or if you do, you're feeling your energy. Put it down. Go to bed. Thank you. So if you're feeling your energy or it feels no energy, it's alluring you. And mind you, they never communicate, not verbally, right? Not with their mouths. But if you initiate, that is you agreeing to a contract, even in your dreams. Now, we all know I've been married for what feels like a billion years, right?
Right.
There's even times that I'll sit there and have dreams that start off as something that would be initiated into a sex dream, and out of nowhere, I'll be like, where's my husband? Where are my kids? And then as soon as I realize that it's a dream, dude, get the fuck away from me. And it always happens. You will literally start to see those things. Not only do they all have a frown, but if there's other people in the room, everybody stops, stares at you, and they sit there and they look at you with a frown.
And to touch on that, I'm glad you say that because it reminds me of like how dreams really are, right? And it's crazy because I remember I had this dream. It definitely was a sex dream. I ain't gonna even front. It was succubus, whatever you want to fucking call it.
Well,
And
not
I
all sex
remember,
dreams are succubus, but yeah.
yeah, but in particular, that one, it did feel like that energy was really trying to lure me in. And And all I can remember was I don't know what the fuck state I was in. I was just dreaming. I'm like, yo, whatever, da 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 da. All I can remember was you ever okay, let me say it like this. You ever like sleep, but you like slightly awake, but you
Hmm.
still dreaming? All I remember was I was in that state and I just told my body, I was like, no, stop, no, stop. And the more I said that shit, the more that spirit was trying to take me and just be like, shut the fuck up and blah, blah, blah. I said, no, 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 no. Fuck that. You know what I mean? And once I got really verbal on it, it cut off. And I think that's the time I actually woke up out my dream. Like, yo, that dream was crazy. Like, jumped up, was sweaty, and I was just like, whoa, what the fuck was that? And
Yep.
just to say, that's how crazy fucking dreams are. Like, I remember having just moments, spiritual dreams. I had like a twitch in my dream that was probably spoken by God or the universe, where it's just like I seen this crazy white light in my dream, and I'm like, yo, what is this? I think the other night I had a dream. I was being like I was running away from a bunch of motherfuckers that was on bicycles that was trying to kill me. I was just like, yo, everything has a meaning to these dreams. So I'm just like, yo, I'll be paying attention to this shit.
And
Sometimes I like
somebody's
Googling it.
in your dream, if somebody's chasing you
Mhm.
and someone's trying to harm you, that means you need to be more vigilant when you wake up. Because if you noticed, um, a lot of things you do in this realm, you dream about. So if you're the type of person that's sitting here and smashing bitches left and right, then in your dream, you're not gonna think of nothing of it. But if you somebody that has some discipline, if you somebody that has some wherewithal, to where you're not sitting there just banging females every single night, right? You have to sit there and have a certain type of chemistry, a certain type of personality, all that other kind of stuff, right? Then you're not gonna fall for it as easy. But there's a reason why in this realm they sit there and they have you doing, that they have you on a low frequency is because whenever you're in your dreams, guess what? You're now more susceptible to spiritual entities. And whenever you're more susceptible to spiritual entities, then that also means, hey, you know what I mean? Your protection, you're limiting your own protection.
Hmm.
Now, once again, you can have a lot of protection. And I mean, when I say protection, I'm not talking about you have to do anything. I mean, with certain bloodlines, baby, the protection's in the blood. Period.
Mhm.
Your ancestors ain't gonna let no fuckery and no nonsense come to you because you got a strong bloodline, right?
Mhm.
Not everybody has that. Just like not everybody has an internalized monologue to where they can actually talk to themselves and hear themselves talk back. Just like not everybody actually has what we perceive as consciousness, believe it or not. And whenever you are allowing yourself to be more susceptible and it's attacking you spiritually, those are the times where you wake up and 2 or 3 days later, nothing's going right. Everything's going wrong.
Hmm.
You're driving and that light's just a little too long, and then you end up getting in a car wreck or you end up getting stopped by the police or, you know, all kind of shit. Or, you go to work and, you were doing your job as you're supposed to, and people are just irritated with you, and then all of a sudden you get fired and you're like, how the fuck did this happen? Where the fuck did this come from? Baby, you allowed yourself to be attacked because of what you did in your dream a few nights before. All that shit correlates.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
That's
I mean, think about it. That's on a spiritual level.
Mhm.
Now, and this is also the reason why, they sat there and tried to separate the spiritual from the physical for so much. Because think about it. If you sit there and separate the physical and the spiritual, then whenever some shit is really happening, what are you gonna do? Hold on. You're gonna go to something that's exterior. Sorry. You're
Nah,
gonna
you
go
good.
to something exterior before you sit there and go to something interior, which now means that you're always gonna sit there and follow that or try to find something exterior outside of your body to take care of the issue. But guess what? It's gonna keep happening and keep happening and keep happening. And the more that is happening, the more that you're being spiritually attacked, the more that they're weighing on your spiritual protection. So where there's gonna be a point that you just sit there and say fuck it and give up. And I'm not talking about you saying that to the, exterior force. You end up saying that to yourself. Because remember, anything you think, well, hold on. What you believe, hold on. What you think often is what you believe. Anything you believe, which a lot of people don't really say out often, and they're not honest about it, so they'll sit there and lie. That shit is coming back full circle to fuck with you. Period.
Hmm.
So it's all like one cycle. This is why they say as within, so without. You've heard it as above, so below.
So below. Yeah.
Right. It's actually as within, so without. I mean, honestly, it all makes sense. It all pretty much means the same thing. But, if you're sitting here looking for something external and you are already the outside, then your shit is never going to get fixed. Ever. But you know what you're going to keep giving your energy to? Whatever that fucking external validation is. And you know what you're not going to give it to? You're not going to give it to the aspect of you that actually needs it, that can actually sit there and do the protection against you or for you, not against you.
Okay, so this might sound like a rhetorical question, but
Go ahead.
so what if we're encountering that negativity in our dream? What
Hmm.
would you say should be the protection we can get to lessen the chances of encountering basically that type of entity fucking with us when it comes to dreaming?
Me personally, and some people might not like this, and that's once again, that's okay. Me personally, if you're dealing with negativity in your dream, the best thing to do is face it head on. Now, yes, the main reason we don't want to face it is because it's scary. Okay. So if you're being chased, I'm not saying let them get you, right? But if it's like, let's say it's something that you're afraid of, or it's a serial killer or something like this. Now, I will say you have to know, even though in your dream, a lot of times, people don't make that connection and people don't have the strength to actually lucid dream for real, for real. What that means is to be able to dream with your consciousness having all of the insight that you would have in your everyday world, in the everyday realm, right? So what that looks like is for real, if you have the ability to face that shit head on, it's gonna be scary. It's gonna be fucking terrifying. But usually when you're dealing with negativity in your dream, it's something you don't want to deal with. So if you want to sit there and be honest, the best way to sit there and deal with that before you even have a dream like that, start dealing with a lot of your shadow and the shadow or aspects of you that you don't want anybody to know and that you don't want to deal with because they still scare you. They still have a emotional hold on you. Sit in them, process it. Allow yourself to go through it and to feel it. If you have to be angry, be angry. If you have to be scared, be scared. If you have to be sad, be sad. If you have to cry, fucking cry. There's nothing wrong with any of that shit. If you have to sit there and scream at the fucking top of your lungs, do whatever the fuck you need to do, but sit in it. I think Willy Wonka said it best. The only way out is through. Granted, he was talking about, the Wonka factory, but still. So, with that being said, if you're able to sit there and process a lot of those, I promise you, when you dream, you've already demasked the serial killer, which honestly took its power away. You already sat there and faced whatever the fuck it is that you would have to be afraid of. So you're not going to be as scared anymore. So face that shit. I mean, I'm not even going to hold you. At night, I literally, okay, so I have separated all aspects of me up until this point, right? So this is my inner child, my inner teenager, my inner young adult, my inner young woman, pre-mother, my inner mother. So it's very much like the maid, the mother, and a crone, if you will. And I've also separated my feminine side as well as my masculine side because we're born with both. This is everybody, not just women. We're all born with both. Okay. And I do certain things to establish not only a relationship, but a loving and a healthy one. My shadow isn't even a shadow anymore. She's just a reflection in the mirror. And I absolutely love her and she loves me. When it comes to the masculine aspects, I love the masculine aspect of me. To me, I make him a man because I can. It's in my mind. My feminine, she's very much a woman. But I make sure to love them both, to receive love from both of them. So I haven't had a nightmare in a long time. Or if I do have nightmares, I tend to see people pass before they pass. It's very much we don't talk about Bruno kind of shit. I tend to see it before it happens, or I tend to see it in the midst of it happening. So I have kind of like a little leeway to be able to go and say my goodbyes if that's what I choose to do. Um, but I mean, that would be the only thing that's considered a nightmare for me because I already know and I already understand that I'm going to have to deal with the grieving process. But I also have skills and tools to deal with that to where it does not hit. It's going to hit, but it doesn't hit and stay as long, right? But mind you, what may work for me may not work for anybody else. So no, I'm not going to sit there and give my process out. But for me, like not too long ago, I lost my best friend. I think I went through the grieving part, like the sadness and the weight and of the guilt of not being there with her. I think I carried that for what, a good 4 months because I had to sit in it, I had to accept it, and then I was able to channel her and hear her words to me and have her sink those into my subconscious. And afterwards, I wasn't really bothered anymore. Like it did not hurt. Anytime I think of my best friend, I think of wonderful fucking memories. I have amazing pictures. I think of fun times that we had, things of that make me smile. But it doesn't really make me miss her because I know she's still here with me. Not in the aspect of, oh my God, she's an angel and she's never going to cross over because I'm here. No, not like that. I was able to mix with her energy. Her energy was wonderful. And one of the things that, she's doing for me is that she makes sure that either the same energy will come back to me. It can be in the form of a pet. It can be in a form of a person. I mean, I'm about to be a Gigi, right? So for all I know, my grandbaby's going to have that same energy and be amazing. And I will still be able to spend another part of my lifetime in a different, headspace or different, life space, right, with them. So, I mean, afterwards, it doesn't hurt as much because I don't have the guilt. I don't have the sadness and the sorrow because not only do I know that she's still with me, but we've made it to where her energy is what I loved. And her energy, once again, never dies, it's just transformed. So I also know that I will have the luxury of being able to be in that energy again.
Okay. Okay. I get that. Um, there's one more thought I was gonna ask you, and then I'm gonna close up shop because I gotta do a bunch of content and get it ready in the morning. Um, what was
What's
I
that?
gonna ask you? I'm trying to think of what I was gonna ask you. It's escaping my mind right now. But I think I think I want to talk on that really quickly about what you were saying about the spirits being here and stuff like that and losing loved ones, right? And even going
Mm-hmm.
back to our conversation about dreaming. I feel like for me, the whole thing about nightmares, right? I don't necessarily feel like I feel nightmares. It's almost like I'm watching my own movie when I
Right.
have those dreams. So I could wake up like I literally wake up out of my bed and I'd be like, yo, that's crazy. Instead of be like, oh my God. My body doesn't react to that. My body is more so reacting to just be like, yo, that shit was crazy. But yo, I'm good. Like I'm waking up like, can shit really hurt a nigga? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like my
Right.
mindset is feeling like that. Instead of just like it feels like those dreams are come in, but I'm not bothered. Whereas somebody else might have a nightmare, might have one of those dreams or have an intense sex dream, and they be like, "Oh my God, I can't believe that happened," and blah blah blah. It's like I'm at peace with it. And
Right.
even thinking about how it came to like the physical aspects of like death, I felt like I was on this wave. Real shit. One of my family members died a long time ago. Rest in peace. Um, and I remember it was me and my mom saw it, but it wasn't my father who seen it. Me and my mom got to see one of our family members actually change face and have a different expression on their face while he was in a casket. Now
Mm-hmm.
to others, they ain't really paying attention to that shit because they're just like, oh, da 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 da. But you can
Right.
just tell by how their facial expression changed. They was like, I don't like these people at my fucking funeral. Like, why are y'all here? I'm not feeling this. And just knowing how that person was before they died, you could tell, like, yep, that sure is her. That's really how she
Exactly.
be. Because just off of that, I could tell that she's not feeling right about the situation. And we're talking about her already, not even in the physical realm anymore. We're talking about she already passed away. You feel what I'm saying?
Right.
We at the funeral, and we like, God damn, why her face scrunched up like that? Why she did it? But it was in that moment, I felt like I'm on a different plane, but it was already hard to do that because if I had that discussion with somebody else, they wouldn't be able to understand it. But me and my mom
Right.
was able to understand it because we was just like, yo, I know you seen it, I seen it too. But
Right.
my father's like, I didn't even notice. I said that speaks so much fucking shit in depth because it's like to be able to see that it's spiritual and it's also the physical realm. Not a lot
Mm-hmm.
of people can tell that shit. You know what I'm saying? And even when it
Yes.
comes to death and stuff like that, or just how you work out in the world, that's why I say this goes back to everything that I was talking about before. So many times I mentioned on a Brownstone Powwow. Certain people cannot go to certain thresholds. They're not programmed to go there. They're not going to understand certain things because they're just not going to understand it. Can't force someone to understand in a spiritual realm. Why is it that you can be able to tell through facial expressions of someone who already passed away why they acting like that or why they look like that versus someone that's just like, well, they're dead. You know what I mean? There's something more to that shit. And even getting into like ghost spirits and this, that, and the third, like it's a whole bunch of shit. That's why I'm glad to be studying, I don't want to say psychology, but just off the whole thing about spirituality. Because before I used to be one of those dudes like, what the fuck y'all talking about spirituality for? Y'all be into crystals and all this random shit and trees and blah blah blah. Everything has a superb meaning to it. So now you just sit back and you look at things, you have a whole different perspective on things because you are now able to tap in. Even when like I told you before, Eliza, when I told you I did the soul work last year, that shit was a bitch. When you had to really
Mm-hmm.
sit there and think about things and you sit up there like, yo, I literally had to sit in my room and just allow my subconscious to take over me so that
Yep.
I can understand, like, I literally was having a conversation like, yo, Bronze, you know you was stupid for doing that, right? Or yo, Bronze, you should do this and you should do that. Or yo, Bronze, honestly, stop beating yourself up. What the fuck you beating yourself up for? You a king. Like,
Right.
why the fuck you letting motherfuckers take your crown off? Like, for what? Like, if anything, motherfuckers should, like, you should be proud of yourself from, like, leaving shit alone or just doing this, that, and the third. Like, literally sit down conversations like that. And that's why I'm, like, happy as fuck today. I can be stressed the fuck out. Like, I can't, this is the thing I'm at. I can't allow myself to get stressed out anymore. I can't.
I could literally have fucking 2 cents in my pocket, not be able to travel or da 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 this, that, and the third. And, the subconscious is like, yo, I know you shouldn't be doing that, but that event you wanted to go to, nigga, you better jump that turnstile and get on that train.
Right. It's not that you can't.
And it's
What it
not
is that
that
you won't.
you won't. And they're
And
right.
that's a difference.
You're right. You won't. I can't do it. I can be in the most shittiest situation I can. I just can't. Last year, motherfuckers was like feeling down and out and stuff like that, and I just wasn't in the mood. And this year, it's just more of that rebellion. Just be like, yo, when I walk, and then now also too, it's that energy I have as well. Because I'm walking up in the room and be like, yeah, I'm that nigga. By spiritual standards, yeah, I'm that nigga. I walk up in this room and I know you can feel my energy. That's why a lot of y'all fuck with me. You know what I'm saying? And that's where I'm at with shit. That's why I'm so grateful.
But I do want to say something real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Whenever you were talking about your mom and you and your mom being able to notice it,
Mhm.
have you ever considered that your dad wasn't supposed to see it? So that's why he didn't?
Mm.
Okay, so here's the thing. The reason you were able to see it and your mother was able to see it is because you all were spiritually in tune. Even if it was just at that moment, you all were spiritually in tune so that you were able to see what you were supposed to see. It was meant for you. Okay.
Right.
Everybody else that didn't see it, I mean, it wasn't really meant for them. I mean, me personally, I mean, don't get me wrong. I went through the phase of whenever I was having experiences, I would sit there and tell everybody this, that, and the third. But after a while, I realized, and this is going to sound corny, but I realized, you know what? Some of these experiences are just for me. And
Right.
if they're for me, then you know what? They're for me to process, for me to sit there and find inner joy, inner happiness, and to know that I'm on the right track and to continue to do whatever it is that I'm doing, right? And the
Mhm.
thing is, I also know that once again, we sit there and we talk about there being power in the words, but I don't think people really understand what that means. What that means is, on a spiritual level, ask for it. And I don't mean ask as in you're pleading, right? And this is something that I've had to work on, right? Because I'm used to being really, really polite, really, really respectful because this is the way I was raised, right? But part of me being polite, respectful, and the way that I was raised is almost being in a submissive stance and pleading, asking, and begging. So for me to sit there and speak, you know what I mean, with the power that I hold, it's different. Because I used to be like, okay, well, could you do this? Would you do this? That's still questioning. And it's almost like pleading or asking or begging for permission, right? I
Yeah.
have to sit there and say, do this. I want this.
Exactly. Exactly.
I demand this. I desire this, right? And even when you say it, when you understand that your words have power, I say that because if you still have doubt in your heart, if you still question a whole lot of stuff, if you still don't believe that what you sit there and speak will actually come into fruition, baby, this is not for you.
It's not.
It's not.
And
But when
yeah,
when you understand that your words do have power, then you can command things, you can demand things. And once again, please understand, I'm not saying you got to be a dick. You ain't got to be an asshole. But if I were to say, I want you to create, or Alyza, I want to feel the emotion of bliss in my body right now. Ooh. Literally, I just had this wonderful feeling just kind of shower over me. But even in that, say it. Your words hold power. Your body, your voice, your subconscious will listen to you. They will. But here's the thing. Your body, your soul, and your subconscious is not meant to argue with you. It is not its job to convince you that you want something. It is not its job to convince you to sit there and say something. It is not its job to convince you to do anything that you don't want to do or to sit there and give thousands of reasons why you can't, why you won't, etc., etc. When you say it, your body will do it. Period.
I'm glad you said that because
Now, no, hold on. I will make a disclaimer because sometimes we don't have the brightest fucking tools in the shed here. No, this does not mean that if you sit there and say, okay, well, body, I want you to sit there and make me win the lottery. No, that's just not going to
no,
work. That
no,
actually has a lot to do with abundance. That also has to do with that karmic
I mean,
lessons and
yeah,
expressions. That also has to do with a whole lot of other variables outside of just the meat suit that you are in. Okay. But I'm talking about whenever you're upset, if you can just sit there and say, it doesn't even have to be out loud. It can be in a whisper. Say your name because that's who you're talking to, right? You only have power over you, right? So say your name. Say what you want. If you don't want to be angry anymore, then don't be angry anymore. I mean, don't say I don't want to be angry because I'm like, okay, well, you don't want to be angry. What the fuck do you want me to do? You have to tell me what the fuck to do. Okay. For women, this is where we get to micromanage. I know women love doing that shit, me included. Okay. But if you sit there and state, even when you're mad, even in the midst of being upset, you can sit there and say, Bronzebird, I want to experience the feeling of bliss.
mm,
I want to do what? I want to, which is experience bliss. I want to feel the emotion. So this is exactly what it is that I'm feeling. This is exactly what I want to change, right? I want to feel the emotion of calmness, gratitude, and bliss.
let me also say this too. Um, what matters is the tonality. When I was doing the soul work last year, one of the things that was a little bit nerve wracking is getting yourself to believe it. Because sometimes you'll speak and you'll have that idea to be like, I deserve this, but then you say it as a question mark because you don't believe it yourself. See,
Hmm.
you got to get over that phase of feeling like you need to lie to yourself. The fuck you lying to yourself for if you know that you deserve it? See, that's one of the things that I was keen on with the soul work, of still feeling that unconfidentness when I spoke those aspirations for
I can
myself.
tell you why. I can tell you why. One, because okay, so before we get there, a lot of people they tend to want to run before they can really walk, right? So when it comes to that, you actually have to build a really positive relationship between you and you. The reason why is because anytime something hasn't gone your way, we tend to beat ourselves up, like you were sitting there talking about earlier, right? But we also tend to commit self-harm. And it doesn't have to be to your physical body, but it is to you internally. So let me ask you this. If there was a nigga that every single time he sat there and had a bad day, he decided he was gonna beat your ass, you gonna fuck with him?
Nope.
Right. It's gonna be
Hell,
like hell no, right?
hell no.
So believe it or not, that's the same way with your subconscious. Think about it like this. You, the external aspect of you, has plenty of people to distract you. Your subconscious only has you. You are
Mhm.
its only companion. You are its only friend. It is not born. How do I know that? Because I've actually asked it before. It's not born, it's created because it's created inside of your mind as soon as you wake up to it, right? And once again, when I say as soon as you wake up to it, I don't mean as soon as you are aware of it. No, no, no. As soon as something happens to where it needs to be activated, and in some cases, they'll sit there and call it ego or your ego wall of protection or da da da. Yeah, subconscious. Okay. We always have it, but it really doesn't pay attention until it's actually needed. Sounds like most people, right? So when you do that, you began to beat it up, and the only interaction it has is from you. It doesn't have the option to sit there and go off and deal with other people. It doesn't have the option to sit there and talk shit. Like, let's say your mom's pissed you off, right? It can't talk shit to your mom. Only you can do that. It can't talk shit to your mom. It can co-sign like a motherfucker though. Yeah, yeah. Cause we upset, we mad, yeah. But it's only talking to you, right? You are its only companion. Unless, you compartmentalize like I did and actually give it a few more companions, but then again, it's still an aspect of all of them. So it's still like talking to itself. And the only real companion it has outside of itself is you.
Mm-hmm.
So if for years you've been beating it up because of some shit, you've been internalizing, you've been sitting there doing this and that, why would it want to fuck with you? You wouldn't want to fuck with nobody on the outside doing that shit to you, right?
Right. No.
So, I mean, we have to take that into consideration. So, whenever you tell yourself stuff and it doesn't believe you, it doesn't believe you because you've been sitting there treating it like shit all this fucking time. So, not only does it not believe you, but it really don't even want to fuck with you until you all began to build a rapport. And the best thing about that is because Exile asked me, because we were actually going through a lot of this too. And Exile asked me, well, you know what? How do I sit there and build confidence and faith and, da 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 da? Well, first of all, you have to understand as an inner child, you treat it like shit. As an inner teenager, you treat it like shit. You didn't listen to shit that it had to say. You sat there and abandoned it. You sat there and said that it wasn't even worth, taking advice from. So every single time something popped in your head, you shouldn't go over there. You shouldn't fuck with that nigga. You shouldn't do this. You shouldn't do that. And you like, oh, well, fuck it. I'm going to do it anyway. Let's keep it a whole bean. If
Yeah.
I'm your homie and you don't listen to shit I got to say and I'm trying to keep you out of trouble, I'm not gonna fuck with you either. You just gonna be that dumb nigga that don't listen to shit, right? So I'm gonna give you your space not to listen to shit. So I mean, it's very much like that. So think about it like this: it's an old acquaintance because it's not a friend. You guys haven't built that yet. It's an old acquaintance that you used to bully whenever you was in school. Now you're grown. So now you have to turn that acquaintance into your friend and understand they gonna remember every
Everything about you.
single thing. So you're gonna have to go and apologize. You're gonna have to sit there and do active work to show that you're sorry. You're gonna have to sit there and do active work to sit there and show that you know what, you trust them, you believe them, because mind you, even though they might not like you, they will still give you decent advice because once again, it's not only self-preservation, it's preserving them too, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they're not gonna allow you to, unalive. They're not gonna allow you to die, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're not gonna really allow you to injure yourself really, really, really bad. But there's gonna be times they don't want to fucking talk to you, and they're gonna sit there and let you know, nigga, fuck you, and you're gonna feel you saying fuck you. You're going to feel it. Okay. There's gonna be times where they be like, oh, well, you know what? Hey, don't go over there, but do you, whatever. You know what I mean? You're gonna feel those same type of emotions that you would have had when you were whatever age they are and you said it to somebody else. So you're going to feel it. The only thing is you now have to build a rapport from them and understand you have to build it from their childhood to their teenage years and understand these are different sets. Childhood, and this might help people out. In your inner childhood, right? That's literally from, in some cases, from the time you're born to 8 years old. Sometimes 5, sometimes 8, depending on where your trauma started. That's the part of you that literally just wanted love. You wanted love from mom and dad. You just wanted to be loved on, right? You did everything to gain love, admiration, attention, love. Your teenage years, baby, you rebelling.
Yeah.
You rebelling, right? So you rebelling against you rebelling against you. Everything that since you don't want to listen to me, everything you hold dear, fuck you and fuck all that shit. You're rebelling. Because if I'm trying to sit there and do what you want me to do and I'm not able to get no fucking attention, parents sit there and call it, parents have these kids that there's an old saying that sits there and says, with some kids, any attention is good attention because they're not used to having it at all, right? That's very much the teenage stage. Anything you hold dear, fuck you and fuck that shit. And I set this whole motherfucking world a goddamn fire. But you know what? You might not like it, but guess what? You see me now, don't you? You
Yep.
hear me now, don't you? You give me the fucking attention I've always wanted now, ain't you? Exactly.
Right.
So that's the aspect that's going to rebel, right? When you become the young adult aspect, this is the aspect of I know everything. So I mean, whenever I needed you before, you wasn't there, so I didn't need you then, and I learned shit now. So shit, you can't tell me shit. It's not really rebelling. It's just sitting there saying, bro, look, I know everything I need to know. They now want to be, not only do they want love and attention, because once again, whenever you pour it into the child, it's, you know, anything you pour into the child, it's going to pour into every aspect that was needed after that, right? Whenever you're dealing with the rebellion, any aspect of rebellion that you're satiating, right? You're going ahead and you're allowing them to be seen, you're allowing them to be heard. If they got to sit there and scream and yell, to sit there and be heard, even if it's just in your fucking mind, if they got to sit there and punch some shit, you know, take a bat, bash up a car, whatever the fuck, you know what I mean? Be loud, be boisterous, right? As that is satisfied and satiated, it's going to ripple through every other aspect of you, right? So whenever it comes to the adult aspect, especially the young adult, you can't tell me nothing. So this is where, instead of you trying to advise it, you let it advise you.
Yeah.
After a while, it'll see that you guys are a team. So that means that not only do I have to listen to you, you may want to listen to me too.
Good point. Well,
So
sis,
yeah, it's
gotta be
about end of the powwow. But you know,
yeah.
whenever you're going back, if you do want to sit there and try some rehealing to sit there and see how that affects stuff, write that down so you know as you're going into certain areas with certain memories and certain groups and stuff like this, these are the things that they need to be given.
Mhm.
And if I were you, this is just a little tip or trick. Set aside 3 minutes. 3 minutes a day. 3 minutes. You can do more if you want. I mean, hell, you can do less if you want. But set aside at least 3 to 5 minutes to kind of go into your subconscious.
Yeah.
To, you know, just even if it is your imagination, right? Imagine that it's you and you're talking to you and you're pouring love into you.
Yeah.
Because even though it seems like 3 minutes and it don't really seem like a big deal, if you're sitting there doing that at least once a day, but you know, you can do it 2 or 3 times or more if you like. If you're
Mhm.
doing that at least once a day, guess what? That's consistent.
Oh yeah, I
And
gotta get back into my schedule with a whole bunch of shit. So it's just like
yeah,
once I get back into the home realm, I'm gonna be straight. Cause that's one of the things. It's ironic you said that, because I said that is one of the sort of things that I was looking to get back into. Cause last year, when I did that soul work last year, yo, that
I'm
shit was a
telling you.
confidence booster out the ass.
Yeah, because you felt different all over. And even in the way you moved, even in the way you've seen the world, and then you start to notice in the way people saw you, it was also different.
Word,
So
yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, and everybody's just like, oh yeah, Ron's got a whole light to him. I said, you motherfucking right. Nah, yeah, but yeah, but yeah, so yeah, I definitely do dig that, and yeah, it's just I got to do that because my fucking laptop is bugging, and so I'm low key.
yeah, I got to get off of here too, because man, I got to make sure these kids go to sleep.
Yeah, I wake up dumb early in the morning, so I got like
Yeah,
5
they got school. They got school at 7 in the morning.
Yeah, so good chopping it up with you, sis, as always. And yeah,
Yep,
we'll
yep,
reconvene. If you can send me the thing through the email, the number thing.
yeah, yeah.
You got my email, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, cool. All right, so send it to me, and then yeah, we'll troll together on panels together, me, you, and Excel, and we'll see what's
Yeah.
up. All right.
All right.
Good talking to you, sis.
All right. Bye.
Peace, peace. All right. And that is the end of the Brownstone powwow. Now, before I get on out of here, I'm gonna just show y'all a little something real quick. Show y'all a little spin on shit. You know what I mean? It's gateway shit for the playback. I want y'all to pay attention to this shit right here. This brain stuff, all this other stuff. I'm not gonna really get into reading all this because again, my laptop is bugging the fuck out, and I ain't trying to do all this. But basically, through these CIA documents, um, basically what you can really find is the gateway to portals of your own mind and going into a different world. Yeah, this is the exact thing that I remember reading. Consciousness, right hemisphere,
hemisphere consciousness grid acts like the mind's computer software to reduce input from the right hemisphere to verbal symbols and concepts. The right hemisphere consciousness grid reduces three-dimension holographic images to two-dimensional go/no-go form. You know what I mean? This is all classified documents from the CIA. I get excited about reading this shit because I want to study the mind. You know, they got the absolute infinity right here, all that other stuff. I got to read more into that. But just started reading this stuff, and it's just like, look, and it says, look, 22 even says special status, out of body experience, right? Just so y'all can peep that whole vibe right there. But there's researching. You can find it online. You can find this shit. It's easy. It's Googleable. You can find it. It's not a problem. But otherwise than that, it's been a good ass powwow. 5 hours in this motherfucker. I remember I used to do powwows for like fucking 10, 11 hours and have mad people on here. We getting back to the basics, y'all. We getting back to the motherfucking basics. Nah, but seriously, shout outs to everybody that came up on the powwow tonight. Shout outs to everybody that was in my chat, everybody who was bird watching. As the schedule goes, every week, the powwows is going to be from Thursday to Sunday. So within those days, you can expect the Brownstone powwow from me. Much more is on the table, more content, all that other stuff. And that's about it. But you know what I love to do before I go? I love to play music before I get on out of here. So it's going to be a long ass motherfucking outro to the song. I don't care. Oh, shit. Damn, 18th level. What's up, man? You at the end of the show. What's up, bro?
Damn, bro, I didn't know you was ending it. I just strolled on here and saw that you was still live, bro.
Yeah. I'm going to try to have a longer powwow towards this weekend. Thursday to Sunday, my next powwow, I'm going to have a longer one so we can just stay up and talk about whatever. How you living, man?
What you say?
How you living, man? How's everything?
Man, I'm doing all right, bro. I'm doing decent. Got off today trying to get my health regimen back intact. Been in there cooking and everything. So that's it.
All right, we was talking about consciousness earlier. We was talking about what was it, with the brain and how you can have like out of body experiences and go to different dimensions. A lot of people don't know that.
Yeah. How would you describe like an out of body experience? You mean like having an experience like that can, let's say if it's like you're in danger or something like that, or some type of rush?
No, I wouldn't necessarily say that. I would say if you're talking about an out of body experience, I think more so about going with inside yourself and being like, certain people say astral projection and just being one of those type of experiences where you really dig deep into your soul and you allow the soul to take over. And so what I was talking about earlier, maybe it's not the real best definition, but I was saying on here I was doing a lot of soul work last year. And so with me doing a lot of soul work was actually a really big confidence booster for myself because I started to realize how great I was as an individual and that even with whatever the fuck I'm going through could get me down, knowing that it's better in the end, that I can't feel stress like I used to. I can't feel depression like I used to. You feel what I'm saying? It's a different world for me. And that's all thanks to having the internal workings, having conversations with myself, and just digging deep into who I am. So I mean, such that sort.
Being self-aware is more important than anything. Knowing who you are as a person, that's more important to anything, man. Because some people don't really know who they are, and it leads them down dark paths, especially if they try to impress other people or they get caught up, in trying to be accepted by other people and different things like that.
Oh, of course. They are. The problem with a lot of people is that they want to be how do I say? Well, people pleasers, of course. But within being people pleasers, you lose yourself by trying to akin yourself to other people.
Absolutely.
And when you lose yourself, that's a big fucking battle inside of yourself, because just like, why are you trying to give energy to people who don't know themselves possibly, or trying to get validation off of your fucking energy? That shit's whack. You know what I mean? So I just be on a whole different wave with that whole entire thing. Like, fuck that. You ain't getting me.
That's a whole fact. That's a fact, man. I feel the exact same.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sometimes,
Go ahead, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I'm just gonna say, yeah. Sometimes, and people get caught up in that, especially because some people they can't. Like, even you have to be able, like, even if it's something that in your heart is right, but the majority of people that say is wrong, you have to be able to go against that. Without, and like trying to not be a people pleaser and go against the grain because you're trying to stand on something that that is right. It's a lot of people that will just go along with whatever because that's what the majority of people are going along with. And,
right.
So I do that. That's definitely a part of knowing yourself and standing on something. But
Yeah, man, straight up. But yeah, like 18th, be prepped because I know tonight I gotta get ready for tomorrow and stuff like that. But yo, make sure you come back through between Thursday and Sunday or next week. We can definitely have more of a better conversation and just being able to vibe out.
All right, bet, man. Shout out to you, Bronzebird, man. I might have to take me a trip to New York City this year, man.
Much love. Come to New York, I got you, bro.
Have to meet up with you, man. I'm trying to hit Harlem, man. I'm trying to hit the Bronx.
I know all the places, bro. I didn't travel to all 5 boroughs, so definitely gonna be vibing out, kid.
Definitely, man. I know I'd have missed out on the old New York, but I'm gonna try to soak up as much of what's left of the old New York as.
Because New York now is wild different. Everybody's saying, the New York now is what's different, yo. And I'm like, look, I'm still here. I got to deal with it for what it is.
Right. I still miss, man. I missed out on the whole, Wu-Tang, Nas, Big J, New York. When all of the boroughs was like before all the gentrification and all of that. But that's happening in every major city too. It's like that here now too.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Not going what it used to be. So yeah. But I'm definitely going to visit, man. Definitely.
Yeah, yo, bro. And I tell everybody, anybody who come to New York, y'all want me to come through and show love, bro. I'm here, yo. I'll support. I'll come through. We hang out. I can show places. You know what I mean?
Facts. I'm gonna step out to JFK with my Yankee fitted on and the Circle tracksuit.
Right. Man, come through, bro. The Yankee hat, get on the Thames, you know what I mean? We out on that train real quick, you know what I mean? We outside. You know what I mean? It's gonna be lit. All right, 18th letter, because my computer is about to die. And I know I gotta charge my baby up. So yeah, come through for the next powwow, bro. We'll talk. We'll chop it up. All right, man. Peace, kid.
Peace out.
All right. Yo, appreciate everybody who still come through to the powwow, even when the joint is about to stop. Yo, I appreciate that, man. This makes me feel happy. I fucks with it, yo. Always come with the vibes. Don't matter if it's 2 people, 0 people, 10 people, 20 people watching, man. It's all love here. This is the Brownstone Powwow is about. But with further ado, I gotta play these songs real quick. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna just play them before I can get the fuck up out of here. And it's gonna be just 2 songs. They're gonna be long as fuck, so don't be surprised. It's about 7 minutes of uninterrupted music. Goes along with the fucking theme anyway. So that's how I feel. Otherwise than that, man, peace.
Now in the bold atmosphere of a child. I declare my word is born like a savior, drop a bomb, fit the at the call. I ring a bell that even hell has never seen this. My silence is death, so I lick words like a genius. I make you famous, writing lyrics by the page. I try to release the rhymes like fumes and make a brother great. And as a brother raises level, never thought fair. Niggas in check, let's real fair because my thoughts are clear. I'm the swinger freaking crew with my do it all, never fall. Be the man in age, we would do it all. And now survival is my rival, beats a homicidal. I'm taking each and every soul that is vital.
Soul, I must survive the soul. I'm never gonna let you take control of my soul. Oh no, not the soul. I'm never gonna let you take hold of my soul. No, not my soul. I'm never gonna let you take control of my soul. Oh no, not the soul. I'm never gonna let you take hold.
Now with another one like you never done, a soldier on my mental. Juvenile without a sound, breaking bounds with potential. Composer of the ish, you forming me like Moses. I can't flip a lyrical coat, we sniff like roses. Another tale of a brother reaching higher levels, never seen by the devil dream. You know that I was settled. I learned my stilo with the ghetto as a youth, running lyrics like a track with over backbeats and crazy moves. See him, the kid, when I said I lived and survived the meanness. You can't defeat this, I resurrect like Black Jesus. Lead the world with traces like the Bible, talking all about survival, baptizing all my rivals. A master and nothing less, cause I inhale a crowd like sex. Don't give a fuck who's on the mic next. Shit's been growing inside me since I was a kid. That's so surviving's how I live.
Soul, I must survive the soul. I'm never gonna let you take control of my soul. Oh no, not the soul. I'm never gonna let you take control of my soul. No, I must survive the soul. I'm never gonna let you take hold of my soul. Oh no, not the soul. I'm never gonna let you take control.
Now as the swing and bring the trifactor, lyrical reactor, explode an episode and here and after. I take the pasture, broadcaster of the soul, never told. Begin to play the role, now I handle what you couldn't hold. Words of gold in this epic of a golden child. And ever since I drop a deeper shade within my style. And live right within this day text life. Cause even Wesley got sniped, you should hear that's why my soul is tight. When all is told, never survive the soul. Self respect of Mama Joseph, keep alive and bold.
I must survive the soul. I'm never gonna let you take hold of my soul. Oh no, not my soul. I'm never gonna let you take control of my soul. No, not my soul. I'm never gonna let you take hold of my soul. Oh no, not my soul. I'm never gonna let you take control. No, not my soul. Can't let you.
Yeah. Back on the set, HDM, Jungle Nails, you know the steez. Bring it on. Jungle Nail style. Represent. Pimps and hustlers, man. Yeah. It all begins in a smoke-filled room, some fat bags of boom. The more that I consume, the more my brain's in tune. True, many assume to get with my platoon, but they meet they doom when they inhale the fumes. And once the herbal mist sets in, then it begins. I'll be expressing verbal madness, thinking thoughts of sin. I blend poetic scriptures from the scrolls of old, with no reward for my sword, just baby and gold or platinum, smacking them. MCs, leave them praying on their knees while I'm pumping these trees. With ease I breeze through my lyrics, and you can hear it through the spirit. I reveal it, plus that beat that makes you feel it. Is it my red eyes that helps me prophesize, or am I hypnotized by the traumatized stimuli? Who can deny? No doubt my fly. I stay high all the time to keep the corners open in mind. It's too sublime, so rewind and analyze. Read between the lines, spark the L and catch that next rhyme. This is for the real MCs. This is for the real MCs. You know T-shine. This is for the real MCs. This is for the real MCs. You better recognize the realness, cause only realness can feel this when I reveal this lyrical genius. See what I mean is I rip the rhyme that hit that head like bow. Strictly jungle nil style, getting out, shooting extra wow. Said Al, who want it now? I'll get foul. I'm ripping them C's freestyle, don't make me dig in my pals. Now how many rappers must get torn out the frame before they realize that this shit ain't no game, no playing to what I'm saying when conveying my speech. I rhyme for real niggas representing on the streets and the corners. Let me inform you, because I'm gonna annihilate this track and blow MCs out the water. Lyrical slaughter, you're scared, well you order. B, can see you be lyrically, you're a goner. See, you know the C is hype the Madman G, or HDM for all of them who from around where I be. Cause yeah, this is for the real MCs. This is for the real MCs. You know the T-side. This is for the real MCs. This is for the real MCs. And what? As I increase my high and visualize through my red eyes, I analyze the wise and prophesize on our demise and I rise. Recognize, sort the truth from the lies, cause I despise them feeble minds that can't with my lines. Do the theory that's divine, I'm ahead of my time, cause I design the kind of rhymes that should be saving like mine. A dime of that exotic makes me wanna get neurotic. The stage, the battlefield, and whack them seeds, they are my target. Spark it, soon as the darkest, it's HDM mode. I bring that ruckus to the mic and watch this turn cold. I am full, the verbal scroll found on Solomon's minds, where the treasures, herbal pleasures, sensibility and vines. But yo, the specifics ain't no time for the logistics. It's too explicit, the way I kick it lyrically, I'm gifted. You know I'm lifted, you can tell by how I'm ripping it, like I invented it. Jungle Hills, I represent it. Why? This is for the real MCs. This is for the real MCs. You know the T-side. This is for the real MCs. This is for the real MCs. And why? One time for your mind. HDM on the chat. The professional, no question, no doubt. No nails, we keep it real. Double J, you in my heart, baby Paul. L.I., one time for your mind. Big gun. Sugar Shack, where you at, baby Paul? One time for your mind. And it don't stop. Keep it real. What the deal, baby?